you guys, we can come back in any game. It didn't happen today.
हेलो चलो वेलकम बैक टू माय ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। भाई आज पहली बार हमारे चैनल पे वॉच पार्टी होगा। और क्या हाल है मेरे भाई लोग, कैसे हो सब लोग बताओ। सब लोग ज्वाइन कर लो जल्दी। आज होगा बहुत ही बड़ा बड़ा धमाका भाई, और हमारा फ्यूचर स्पोर्ट्स आज देखने को मिलेगा।
Of the start of VCL South Asia. So RRQ Academy, who've been together and they've played a couple of official matches together as well. So I
Yeah.
hope our boys are ready to
Oh,
bring their best foot forward.
I mean, yeah, it is, a little bit of a dark zone that we don't know what exactly they're going to do. What's going to be happening? Are they good enough? Because, yeah, a couple of our players, we've seen them on different teams before, right? Now, of course, Kibo, Ryzen, all the players, they've played in the previous editions, but this as a squad is a lot more different from the teams that they've played on before. And now they
भाई
are
साउंड ठीक
going
ठाक
to be
আসছে ना?
facing off against, of course, like you mentioned, some of the best players in academies across the entire of Pacific. We've got DRX going up against Global Esports first. Here's the full schedule for you guys. And of course, the more you win, the easier it is for you to just go down to that final. So it is going to be all down to how many you can do. It's a round robin, of course. And if you win two, you're practically through. That's the name of the game.
That is the name of the game. And at the end of the day, the team that is not able to win 2 games back to back will just have to rely on a tiny bit of a round differential. And that is obviously not the kind of margins you want to go up with. So 2-0 is obviously the way to go for anyone who wants to qualify for the grand finale. The first 3 games are just going to be best of ones. After that, the grand final will be a best of 3. So, yeah, there's not too much room for error. There's not a lot of room for making mistakes and trying to figure out what your opponents can go for, what they bring to the table. You will have to be able to figure that out very quickly and counter that with your own thing, which is kind of difficult for a team like GE Academy, since they are still trying to find their own group. They're still trying to find their optimal settings. They are a 6-man team. Figuring out who's going to be the playing 5 itself is a big enough question mark. And on top of that, this is going to be your first game, so a lot of adjustments to be made. But hey, that's exactly what Fight Night is for. We want to give these guys a chance to play against some of the best. And, we don't want this to be like just another scrim. That's why we've got a full broadcast. We're bringing on you guys so that even the players feel like, yes, this is a proper tournament that we are playing. They need that setting. They need that environment to be as conducive as possible for practice.
Yeah, absolutely. I still remember when you and I were a part of that whole process of getting these players down from close to about 2,000 down to 6.
Yeah.
It was a long process across the month of December, but
The
I
Pika chat?
think we found 2,000 down to 6.
Yeah.
It was a long process across the month of December, but I think we found a really good set of 6 here. It's all about, like you said, right? This tournament is going to be for them to show how much deep in the water
आज
they
कोई गाली
are.
नहीं
And
देगा
it's
stream
not
पे?
going to be right up against our own VCLSA teams either.
भाई आज
It's
होगा भाई
straight up against some of the
futuristic
players
भाई
that
भाई
could
सब देखने
potentially
वाले हैं भाई.
be in the VCD Pacific, the upcoming season as well. Speaking of whom, if we are to consider DRX the first opponent, right? Now, this team, we know Koreans are absolutely correct. There's no two ways about it. Koreans have and will continue to be the crux of VCT Pacific for a time to come. Of course, that's why you see T1 right now in Masters Bangkok, and you've got, of course, DRX also there. So the two teams that are there, of course, Korean, and both of their academies, by the way, are also doing really well in their VCO regions. So
Yes.
DRX have Athen there, who is already a part of the main roster. He played in the off season. He played in the Spotlight series with the main team. Although it was an off-season part, they wanted to test him out how he
Come to
works.
Discord, buddy. Come
And
to
then
Discord.
they've got Sacrifice, Young, Zinx, and Flicker, who
I
have
full
been
screen share
in this
করেছি,
team.
বাড়া,
3 of them
sorry,
have been in
full
this team
screen share করেছি.
for most of the time. The longest standing member being Flicker, who's been in DRX Academy since 2023 of September, which is a long time, So
Oh, yeah,
he
that's like
got a
almost
lot of
2
experience.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
So
more than 2 years.
absolutely. And
Yeah,
if you
Josh.
talk about somebody who's got a little bit more experience, Sacrifice, he was in T1's academy just a couple of months ago,
Yeah,
and now
Chad,
he's come up
speak-
here
speak
to
of the DRX,
DRX's
speak, thank
academy,
you, bhai.
and he's trying to make it work with these DRX boys. Which, by the way, considering that their main team just won the VCD Pacific kickoff, the boost of energy and confidence must be pretty high as well.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure that all of these academy teams also get to practice with their main rosters quite often. So if you're gonna practice with the best, if you're gonna practice with the team that won VCD Pacific kickoff, then you definitely are bound to have a lot of firepower under the hood. More than that, even the players of DRX, who at one point were in academy, are now in
Yeah.
their main roster. I mean, we have players like Flashback, who started off with DRX Academy. Bane,
Absolutely.
he also managed to make it to the main one, and they're both amazing. So without further
Yeah.
ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the game. Let's take a first
What the
look
fuck,
at the
Vikram?
map
কি
Vito.
বলছিস এগুলো?
Then we'll figure out which teams, which
আচ্ছা,
map
এখানে
these guys are playing
screen
on.
share করার কোনো option নেই না?
All right, since it's
Alright,
the best of
we're
fun,
here,
obviously both the
split.
teams just go for bans, and they're playing split at the end. If this was the
Very true.
regular Global Esports VCT roster, I would have said that's a nice thing because they're pretty strong on split. I'm not sure
Very
if G
nice.
Academy also
Gotcha.
holds the same level of firepower on this map.
Well, we're gonna have to find out, right? Because G Academy, of course, as far as I've seen them play a split, I'm completely in the dark as well. They've been practicing. I don't know what exactly their comp's
Hello.
gonna be, but I do have a little bit of an idea about
Yeah,
G
because,
Academy.
like,
Let's talk about it. They have tried their level best to maybe
display
play
capture
around
করতে
an interesting composition, which is Cypher and Vise. So you've seen, of course, Cypher Lock being played. You've seen Deadlock Vise being played. But a Cypher Vise is something that you don't see as often, at least in my
How does the
opinion.
stream
And I feel like this is an interesting one because
Mhm.
they kind of stick to the roots of what DRX do as a whole organization. That is, discipline, playing the basics
Fight rate.
extremely, profoundly, and you just make sure that you do the right
official
thing
year
1,000 times right instead of doing one thing a different 1,000 ways, right? So that's what they are because they've got a comp of Raze, Cypher, Wise, Sky, and Omen. What do you think about that?
The Sky and Omen don't really bother me all that much. In fact, even though a lot of people
Boster,
don't use
Boster.
Sky anymore, they have
আমাও
moved
জিজ্ঞেস
on to
করেছিল
other
না,
initiators.
Boster.
The whole Vice and Cypher setup, it
Boster
kind of makes me
Raccoon.
worry about G Academy because this would be a
Boster a
nightmare to
dog.
retake against.
Dog না রে, Raccoon.
Yeah, even with that, the amount of rotations they can cut out with just the Razor Vines being tossed from across the map,
Boster
that
a
is
dog.
insane. I mean, the range on Razor Vines is amazing, and they cover a really big area. So
না না
even
ইয়ে
if G
রাকুন
Academy
ইয়ে
managed to beat them
ডোরেমন
with a
রাকুন
punch,
না না
if the Vice slows them
ডোরেমন
down
ক্যাট
long
হ্যাঁ
enough, then DRX will definitely out-rotate G Academy.
I believe so. While of course I agree with that point, I feel like the Cypher Wise has one particular tendency to be
Chatbot.
taken out, especially on defense. Considering I believe DRX are on attack right now, So of course,
Hi,
forcing them is not
রান্না
any
করতে
easy
করতে
task.
stream করছি ভাই।
You would go up, but hey,
Can't believe,
speaking
bhai.
about this, as we look at the agent select for Global Esports,
Oh,
right?
bhai.
And here it is. They're going to be playing the
Lead.
Cypher Lock. They're going to go.
Let's
on
go
the other end of
Envy.
the
Let's go
spectrum.
Envy.
They
Bhai
have
Envy God.
Astra on the hands of Kibo, which is also an interesting pick for me. He usually is the breach main. He's the flashing initiator for the team. But him on the Astra is kind of throwing me off.
Hey man, I mean, if there's been a role change in G Academy, then I really hope the boys are ready for it. Yeah, I mean, even when I saw Keeper for the first time, that was back in 2023 when he was playing in VCL South Asia. He was debuting for a team called Godlike,
Guys,
and
hashtag
even though
G
that
winning
team
spam
itself
kar do,
did not really
spam
do
kar
all that much, Kibo really impressed me with the way he played his splashing initiators like Breach and KO. And I
Absolutely.
thought he would be sticking to that role as well. But now that he's picked up Astra, and there's no flashers in the lineup, not in this particular composition, I'm kind of worried about how these guys are going to get through the choke points.
Hey, they're Global Esports, man. They're going the GE way. Even the main roster doesn't play with flashes on this map. Neither are we. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we'll not hold you up any further. The first ever match of the first edition of Global
Fighting
Esports
the GE
Academy.
wing,
Going
जीतेगा
up
भाई
against
आज
DRX
जी,
Academy,
चलो।
coming on your screens right now.
आइए भाई।
All right. Well, just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up, for those of you who don't know, UV, of course, is an extremely talented player. I know a lot of people might not recognize his name, but he's a 16, 17-year-old who's absolutely crazy cracked with his aim, and I'm really excited to watch him.
Let me scan it.
Okay, very aggressive push
Nice
from
shot,
G
man.
Academy right off the bat, and DRX respond in kind by taking control of B mail. So yeah, sure, G managed to get a pick on
Oh,
A,
it's
but now the B side is in danger.
Or shop.
Kibo manufactures a bit of space for himself by
nice.
getting up that nebula, but only
Merchandise.
to be taken down by sacrifice.
और ये
DRX
पेट
have taken over the B side.
अपने जलवा दिखाते हुए और ये 1 मार्क हो गया भाई चलो।
The wall's been triggered. He's gonna
Nice
have to get away.
वहाँ पे।
A chunk of damage. Got a 70, not too much. Envy's gonna be waiting for that wall to go down. As soon as it does, little boy, he's got one.
Lead ball.
Doesn't spot him.
Why?
Athen takes him out with a cheeky little angle, and that's gonna probably cause a lot of trouble because no more utility left. They're gonna have to wait. If they wait for the hunt, it's gonna be too late because the spike's just ticking away. Good post plant positions for DRX here as well. Young's gonna take the first contact, and as soon as he does, Sacrifice is gonna be ready to take it out. Great paranoia. Eliminates one out of the at least vision equation. Envy's gonna watch his teammate die, and so will he lose his own life. DRX with
Nice try,
a great
nice try.
B
Nice try,
attack,
nice try.
honestly, because they lost the reaction time of getting into that B mail room as soon as they lost the player on A main. They kind of expected it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the moment they figured out that there's at least 3 players over on the A
What's a
side,
BO1?
I wasted absolutely no time. They had initially
That's the one,
smoked off
that's
the
the
mail
one.
room, probably
Ah,
with the
that's the-
intention of taking control of vents first and playing it in the typical slow DRX fashion. But the moment they figured out that there's 3 G players on A main, they were like, screw it, we're gonna jump right into our smoke, we're gonna highway into the B side and take control of this weaker area. Amazing reaction times. That's what happens when you have a very reactive, very fast IGL. And once again, it's a brawl
Oh,
towards the B
nice,
side.
nice
Perfect.
trade.
It's locked out by the Vice Shear. Flicker to punish as soon as the ball goes down. So does UV. And there's more Razor Vines just to hold them back. But G
हमारी UV
continue
बाजी।
to push further.
चलो भाई चलो हमला।
Yeah,
जय
they
महेशमती।
know, of course, this is a round where they just have to fight and try to get as many weapons as possible. Flicker will
Nice
get
one,
one
nice
more.
one.
Adds a double onto
Nice
it
one.
as well. No boy's the only one left facing up against the Guardian. Works on the
Nice,
case,
nice
tries to
one.
pick up the Bulldog, does get it in his hands. And he expects one on the Heaven, and that's going to be Sacrifice taking him down.
Oh, আরেকটু
But
এক্সপেন্সিভ
DRX
করলে খুব
pretty
ভালো হতো।
Easy and simple, but decent amount of damage from Global Esports.
दो का गन तो ड्रॉप किया उन लोगों ने।
Yeah, drop 2 weapons. And in the first 2 runs itself,
two
they
weapons,
kind of
bhai.
wanted to be known that they are a proactive team. They're not going to sit there and default. They're not going to wait for you to move in. Perhaps they will now that they have the buy round. But at least we've seen that they are very proactive and they don't have much to lose. And I guess that's a good sign. Shows that the team has personality.
DE, please give me a monitor, please.
Kind of is in line with what we've seen from Global Esports in that Pacific region, they love taking control of
Monitor
the
very
extremities on
pixelated.
split when they're, you know, a little bit down on weaponry, because they feel like as long as they have their
My
pistols in their hand, they've got more than 3 members, they're able to actually take fights head on. And now, once again, towards mid being a point of contention. Not too much being given here. Oh! There's a spot. Kibo takes a little bit of damage, but it has to kind of back away, as Lilboy is going to keep his eyes trained on A for no information yet. But the spike at the moment is currently there. A flash to clear out. DRX slowly moving in towards that A cavity, and they're going to just place the Cypher in a bit of an aggressive position to make sure that he can get some form of an opening. Needs to be careful here. And there's a spot, but a little mistimed.
Nice shot में Lilboy. Cypher
Won't make him lose his life. Lilboy takes the advantage for Global Esports.
A lot of util spent to just get that
तो
one
delay
kill.
है stream में.
But I'm glad that they managed to get the man advantage,
4
and now they
seconds
fall
delay.
back. The
Bro,
Esports,
normal.
They know what DRX were up to. Now the next step is going to be a B hit, and he was surprisingly ready for it. Yong goes in for a dry peek. He was probably hoping to get inside the contact play. Unfortunately, that was not worth.
Oh, shot
me! And he's back in time to help out.
Hey,
that mid push
bhai. Karo.
Spike on the other hand is dropped in the B side, so G Academy have that quite in control.
Nice one.
Yeah, really good, solid round here from Global Esports. Needed that to be as clean as possible. They did lose one, but that's no problem. Any more would have been a problem. Now they're going to try and maybe get another area of map under control. Where exactly is it going to be? There is a bit of a change here in terms of how they want to approach their buy rounds. The first 2 rounds, they were pretty aggressive, but now they're just holding on and keeping mainly the mid control in their hands. Which is a little decent, you know, understanding of the game right now for me, because they want to make sure that the rotations that they have are in their hands, right? Early spot, Global Esports will have to find DRX. Heading in good numbers towards the A side, but right now it's still slow from
Oh no, Lil was in a lot of trouble. Flash. And the
Nice one, Envy, nice one.
Spike down A.
Manages to get at least one down there, but the spike, yeah, DRX will spend their arm and their leg to recover that spike. G Academy has to rotate there in time, but this smoke is holding them back, and it's just gonna be a very chaotic thing. They pick it up by pressing F right outside the smoke.
Oh, bhai, UV.
He gets 2. And DRX is spending way too much time and manpower here just to scoop that spike back
ये
in the
round भी
safety.
हमारा आने वाला है.
You decide to cut their losses. They give them the space. They give them the respect. They know they have the man advantage, and they know exactly where the other 2 players of DRX were. So they have the option to fall back.
Oh, sacrifice. Great shot. Little boy didn't really have to peek out of there. He had utility. He could have just waited for his teammates. Played for the plant, and the spike will not be going down. UB, he gets absolutely destroyed as well. And this is a really simple, just aim and shoot round for DRX in the 3v2 that shouldn't have been going their way at all.
Nice.
Oh, he's probably one of the most experienced players in
Cypher
the
ने निकाल
G
दिया बे
Academy
round,
roster, having competed in 2
Yeah.
seasons of VCL South Asia.
Goat,
But
goat.
in this one,
एकदम भाई
it's a little
एकदम
much for
cyber
him.
खेलते हैं भाई तक.
That being
Cypher is a
said,
goat.
that being said, the way DRX
Nice
take control of
try,
A-Rams,
G.
it's
crispy shots are
quite thorough with the amount of utility they spend.
और
I
ये
guess
first
they're
time out.
spending all of this util just to make sure that G Academy doesn't push out of A main, because they've shown the tendency to be very aggressive towards the choke points early on. So even though they do not need that much util just to get control of A Rams, that's way too much to spend, you know, to just get control of A Rams. If you're taking the side with that, understandable. But all of that was just as a preventive measure.
Yeah, it did push it a little too far, but they recovered in the end, you know. Genuine good work. It was, like I said, simple aim and shoot. Sacrifice should have been kind of pressured more to get into the site to re-clear that. Lil Boy, I feel like if he had just waited for a couple of seconds more, he would have gotten a great timing on to Sacrifice, because they had no idea how far into whether ramp or main they would have gotten in, and maybe a little bit of patience would have helped them. And now Global Esports, their coach has triggered a timeout here pretty early on. Just been 4 rounds. It is the 5th one coming up now. So this is going to be an eco for them. Semi-eco of sorts. There's a bunch of stingers around to try and maybe hopefully take a couple of RNG fights if at all possible. And it seems like it's going to be more towards that A ramp side. They do have a Bucky here in the hands of Envy as well. And DRX not at all afraid to kind of throw in some utility and get some presence off here, which now has been counteracted by Global Esports by giving off the sound of the stingers.
Yeah, the Cypher tripwire is broken. They even use the Cyber Cage just to get the dog across. And this is what I was talking about, that spending way too much utility to get way too little map control. But if DRX want to burn the util early on in the round, that just leaves G in a more comfortable position later on. As much as they contested on A, they relatively walk into mid mail for free. Push with A main, and Cypher's gonna cut his losses and move to the other end. Annihilation used, but doesn't really find much. And Yui, he tries to peek out.
Oh, nice, nice,
in
nice,
that
nice.
grab net, but they will also be punishing him back.
Oh, wow.
Playing sort of G, heading towards mid. Nice shot onto Flicker. And sacrifice. This area by himself. Nope. Falls back into right by. Even the showstopper's been activated. They're gonna cut their losses and try to hold some other things.
Oh, nice! Bhai, Lily boy.
Little boy finds one as well, and that's weapons being gathered here. Athan's gonna be careful, but he's got a smoke to play with. Does he choose to take first shot? It's gonna be Envy to take him down. Last one standing is gonna be Young. He's got the Vandal back up in his hands, but he's being wrong, still standing strong, but Envy with some amazing shots in this round. Make sure that don't fall too far behind now. 3-2, and that is an amazing thrifty from Global Esports. The decision at that last second to push up towards sewers was really, really helpful. UV could have had a chance to maybe make things a little more easier, but Zinx here missed his first shot, and then this amazing just jiggle peek from Envy secured what was needed for Global Esports. Great timeout as well. You know, it kind of worked out perfectly. Rubies did a great job of trying to maybe just kind of, you know, tell the team, settle down. We've got this. Don't let this slip away from you. Don't make hasty decisions. Just play as a team.
করব কি করে একটু বল তো
exactly
মানে তোর হচ্ছে ওটাকে লকটাকে আনলক করে তারপর কি করব
Envy onto
তো ট্র্যাক করে টেনেই চলে
that
যায়
really set the ball rolling for Global Esports Academy.
শিফট
And even then, the way they dealt with Ethan, it kind of shows that they're learning very quickly. Ethan got a similar kill by hiding in the smoke in the pistol round. He tried something similar once again, and this time he was accounted for. Oh, this is a crossing smoke to help them get into its pillar, but they aren't really moving out yet. They know there's a camera, and once that's broken, they're gonna burst, and oh god, that's a full-blown execute.
Nice,
Broken, Lilboy gets a freebie.
Good trip, bhai, good trip.
হ্যাঁ আনলক করলে
মারো nice one
Nade as
Thank
well
you.
as the backup. That's amazing. And just in a matter of seconds, the RX Academy has been
Nice round,
destroyed.
bhai.
Spike.
nice round bhai
And Lilboy
don't throw
round,
don't throw G.
That is a solid behold. I really thought Sacrifice was going to get away from that little tripwire caught out, but thankfully Lowboy was able to swing out at the right time even after he was blinded, and then came the cavalry behind him to make sure that the support is there, take fights together. Global Esports bringing stuff back to equal numbers here. I need to have a look at this flash. Where exactly does this rose go? Because he's aiming at the wall on the other side, but I think it goes all the way on the back of that main B cavity, right?
It's just the ninja spot on B main.
Retaliation. Global Esports want to take B main. They spotted one. Now they're going to clear it off. The smoke's gone down as well. That's good map control, actually.
Yeah, they're always making sure that they have at least A main or B main under their control. You know, they're really fighting hard on the extremities.
ফাইট নাইটটা যেটা যেখানে লেখা রয়েছে না
sometimes they respond to
ওটার
it
পাশে রাখ ওটার পাশে
really
রাখ
quickly. This time they actually have held the reins
ওটার পাশে
and
রাখ
slowed down their horses. A standard male smoke, they've always put that in
তাহলে
every single
স্ক্রিনের
round so
মাঝখানে
far.
ভালো লাগছে
But right now they're also breaking down the razor vines, and G is making sure that with these razor vines down, they can at least fight DRX if at all push comes to shove. But G have revealed quite a lot of positions. You know, they fought as a 3-man in B main first, then they have a lot of people positioned towards mid. DRX made the right call by trying to experiment and go towards A, but they tried going for a contact play at first. Now they've just triggered all the utility. and they've sent
Yes.
in the jet up close.
Better.
Sacrifice holding close. Right, I don't think it's possible to get out of this one without a flash.
Oh.
Oh my god, and things get even worse. Yong is on a longer road. He's on the backstab as well, so people will have to spend a lot
আরেকটু
of
চাপাতে
time
হবে,
figuring him out.
আরেকটু চাপাতে হবে, কারণ
And
বুলেট
he
টুলেট
can do
কিচ্ছু
that.
দেখা যাচ্ছে না, কত
So
গুলি
now the
আছে কি
G-boys,
আছে।
they don't have any choice but to go in. They can't even save because their exit
no,
path has been
no,
cut off.
Oh, and Envy, that's a great first opening here. Need
Okay,
another
ছোট করতে পারবি
one.
না?
He's got awareness of somebody being on towards main, but he can crawl in and find the player on site, and that's over. It makes it the 3v3.
হালকা ছোট বড়,
Nade
হালকা ছোট
towards
বড়।
main. Heaven's being covered off. He's
And-
got the ultimate as well. The showstopper's gonna come out.
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে।
Keep the tap on. Global Sports might actually be able to do this. Young takes out the one on Heaven. There goes the showstopper. The kill.
Very perfect.
Young stands strong, and Envy, he does the work as well.
Arey, nice try,
Continues, but
man.
it's gonna be Zinx.
Envy.
To just make
Nice
sure
try,
the
nice try,
round
nice
is in
try, nice
DRX's hand. Doesn't matter the number of kills that goes into any individual's hands. Young
try,
and Envy, absolutely crazy
Kali gaya,
players here. Both getting a 4K each in the same round. But it was Envy's awareness to make sure that he just walks past, being a little sneaky, and then holding down to the showstopper to make sure that DRX don't actually come in guns blazing to try and stop this defuse. The paranoia did help them. Mistimed, unfortunately, for the Vice. Flicker just couldn't get there in time, out with his knife. And Envy, man, so close, just a little bit too far.
Yeah, that paranoia was huge. It hit them both. Which is kind of surprising since it's very easy to dodge
बच गया
paranoia.
रे,
because
बच
it's from
गया।
that far away all the way from heaven.
बबुआ बच गया।
Oh, they take off by force. Smokes, nades, prowlers, everything forced out by Global Esports Academy
control
to get that extra orb onto Envy. And now they're throwing down the ball towards mid as well.
Hey,
Barrier
अरे
mesh,
sky
the
के
moment
थोड़ी
it's
नहीं।
broken, it kind of tells GE that there's a mid hit
Ah,
imminent.
nice.
About to re-clear this area, and now the suspicions have been confirmed.
Deadlocker Alta से
They push DRX,
Asta
repel them
Raptor
away
और
from
Alt
B main,
Flash में
only to get them back and greet them at mid. And because they've already tried fighting DRX in both these positions and DRX denied the fight, they kind of expect them to go towards A ramp, which is why GE are now re-clearing that area as well. Unfortunately, that is absolutely not the place where DRX Academy are. They show their presence towards B main once again, and this entire game just turns into a chess match. More
अगर
like
हम लोग होते तो जाके मारने लग जाते ना
like
विक्रम।
a chase game, you know.
बस तीनों है भाई, 12 स्प्रे दमदार करके।
Look at where the
Smoke
spy
पूरे
is from
spray
DRX.
भाई।
He's crawling towards
Fallback क्या होता है वो हमारे डिक्शनरी में है ही
and he's
नहीं।
all the way in behind
Arey,
them. Zinx
nice
has been taken
baby।
down, but look at Athen. Athen's got the
What?
spot of one. He's gonna
What?
And he's gonna make sure the timing is perfect. Yumi and Kibo have
भाई
no
कैसे?
idea what just hit
भाई
them,
कैसे उसने
and that's
stick
opened
नहीं
up
किया
the
भाई?
round. Envy once again looking to be
Nice
the
shot।
hero, and he continues to hit the shot after the
अरे
other.
यार।
Will not connect more than one.
Save,
Ryzen
save।
has to concede, save the only weapon.
भाई
he's
हाँ
got.
भाई स्काई वहाँ पे आया
DRX
कैसे?
have to thank Athen for his efforts. I don't even know how he actually crawled through. I think that tripwire that Luboy put on towards A Heaven was a little too low. and
ও
he was able to jump
অ্যাশটা
over it.
পুল ব্যাক করে
That's the
গেছিল
only
সাইড থেকে,
explanation
সাইডে
to
ওয়াক
that
ইন
little,
করে ঢুকেছে,
you know,
স্মোক করে দিয়েছিল মেনে।
There's no other way he could have gotten through.
And that's
अच्छा खेला
exactly
भाई, अच्छा
the
खेला।
kind of plays that set him up for such success. DRX, they've been denying these fights to Global Esports Academy.
অ্যাশটা স্মোক
no
করে
matter
সাইড
where they
ছেড়ে
go.
দিয়েছিল, ভেবেছিল
I mean,
যে ড্যাশ করে
they
যাবে।
tried taking B main control at the start
ও
of the
পেছনে
round.
স্কাই
but
ওয়াক
after
ইন
they
করেছে,
saw that you
ওয়াক
built,
ইন
they
করে
decided to
সিটি
fall
নিয়ে
back.
নিয়েছে পুরো।
They broke the barrier mission mid.
সিটি কে
And
ইউ
then
করে।
they even tried sending Ethan via A. And despite G's best efforts to re-clear that area, he was able to sneak past the gaps. And that's what happens
Yeah.
when you're making G Academy rotate so much in between these checkpoints.
Sacrifice, Picard, Athen, Young.
Ladies
भाई
and gentlemen,
भाई
make
साइफर
sure
नाम
that
का
you
हमको
scan
पूरा सुना
the
तो?
QR code at the bottom left and make sure
I don't know.
to get your hands at any jersey that
Sacrifice
you want.
fine.
भाई
Like
Envy
your
एका के
jersey,
भाई
maybe the
13 किल
225
भाई Envy
jersey,
God बोलते भाई Envy
all of
God.
it available as you scan that QR code and just give us a little bit of love. Come on, support the GE teams, both the BCL
यार,
and
भाई- भाई नजर लग
BCT
गया।
as they try their best to find success.
ए नजर मत लगाओ भाई, खेलने दो इसको।
Half by round.
भाई
for
मैं
Global
और
Esports.
जिंक्स नहीं करूंगा भाई, माफ करो मुझे, माफ करो, मैं
Have a
खुद ही
Vanguard tries to-
जिंक्स
The rest of them are
जो बोलता है उसका
armed with
उल्टा
just
होता है
a bunch of
मेरा।
sheriffs and pistols.
I know exactly where you are.
Barrier mesh quite down there. Quite a lot of resources spent. Even a tripwire to
ऋषि
make
से
sure
माफ
if
करना मुझे, माफ
it gets broken, they'll know.
गलती हो गई, मुझे
But it
बोलना नहीं
doesn't really
चाहिए था
stop
Envy के बारे
DRX from
में।
entering the site. Not with the neural theft going in. That's going to be an easy plant for DRX. And yeah, G just have to aim for economic damage at this point.
भाई शॉट से लेके गया वो।
Blind him off.
Ah, ये shot पे Ryzen।
Ryzen triggers the wall. Just get back instantly. And that's going to give DRX a little bit of breathing room. But Kibo's coming on the back line, takes a shot to the head already to the wall. And he's going to be finished up as well. Last 2 players standing. Coming in from spawn.
अबे इसका नाम क्या है? कीबोचन.
Waiting for the power line. It's going to go through. Rice is going to be pushed away as his teammate will go down. That's going to be round number 6 for DRX Academy as they find a little bit of a groove thanks to a small Athen lurk. And now they've strung together 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and that's a lot of economic damage for G Academy. They will now be on max loss bonus, and sure, they can afford their weapons. But just with that retake setup, you could see how difficult it is to breach into the site once it's been taken off their hands. They had 2 flashes waiting for them. 1 paranoia, a guiding light. And that just makes the entries nearly impossible. Plus, with the amount of smokes that are regenerating for DRX in time, they can just hold G back in these retake situations forever. Buy so much time for themselves.
Yeah, Zinx once again looking for... Oh, there it is. The spot comes to another node. Number up front. Breaks it off and they...
Oh, bhai, nice shot, man.
Sacrifice already on Heaven in that smoke, trying to play around. He's got the secrets helping him out. He gets spotted out though. Ryzen, jump spotting once again, putting a little bit of pressure on him. Envy needs to find this mid kill, or it's going to be a little difficult, and it is going to be Young once again. That penetration keeps the control and the backline for his team, as now Global Esports forced to fight and take control of ramp.
Flare.
He's been kidnapped by the annihilation.
Very sad, bro. Flare, Omen, bye.
Still sitting on the edge of the smoke. He knows for a fact that G at some point will come in and try to clear them out. But behind them is the Omen as well. And both of them are just blinded. Young strikes just in time. Ryzen saved by the wall just for the time being. Has time to reset. But Young is hot on his
इनका shorty इतना अच्छा कैसे लगता है भाई बताओ.
To shorty him in the face. What a pickup at the base by DRX Academy. They waste absolutely no time.
There was something very simple that DRX Academy realized a little early on. That was a couple of rounds ago. That, Global Esports, the minute you pressure their extremities, they don't actually take mid control. They were doing that in the first, I think, 4 rounds, right? Global Esports had 3 positioned towards mid, constantly made sure that they kept that control, made sure the rotation lines were in their hands pretty strongly. But now, Global Esports are focusing on the extremities and they're losing out that mid control, and Yang is exploiting that perfectly. Back again they go, this time changing up their plans. Mid is the call as DRX once again look to challenge a bit of utility out of Global Esports. But there's a nasty shot from UV as well. 2 bullets, 2 headshots, only 1 confirmed kill though. And now Global Esports want to force the ramp position on A.
Quite a lot of kills on A main. So even though G win the fights on mid, the site is no longer in their control. There's only one saving grace, and that is the spike being towards the bottom of mid. Although it won't really matter if they just get the round win by killing every single person. Spike scooped up by the Omen ult, and that won't even be needed. Sacrifice plants a bullet straight in his body.
Last round in the half.
Oh, that's gonna be another round away from Global Esports. I
thought,
that first start, 2 bullets, they gave a lot of damage. I thought they were gonna be able to actually kind of pressure that mid position and circle them around towards A, but Sacrifice holding alive on that B main side puts so much pressure on
almost
Global Esports that they had to consider. They need, where did they go for help? Did they fight A? Did they fight B? Eventually lost out on a bunch of aim duels. Now the final round of the first half. DRX once again towards Smithy. Oh, coming out from Envy, unfortunately, not of any use so far. Doesn't even get to fire a single bullet from that chamber. As he's gonna watch his teammates now try to clutch out the rest of this half. A bunch of
Sacrifice भाई क्या खेल रहे हो भाई sacrifice भाई
should be able to actually do pretty good
देखो अभी sacrifice एक को लेगा
damage here considering that they go for a retake after getting off 1 pick at least for information from the Cypher Newell theft.
Yeah, but G have significantly reduced their pace and their aggressiveness. They're no longer contesting those extremities right off the bat. I mean, they're losing players on mid, which hasn't really happened before. The only time G has lost players on mid before was during the lurks when Young would go across. And now with the
Bhag
steel
lo,
garden,
bhag
they're
lo.
forced to concede the site once again. And this was just a fake. You have Yong
Oh,
entering
that's
the B
so
side
No, no,
on
no,
the
no, no,
back
भाई
of the
fake है,
fade
भाई
out.
fake है, भाई fake है.
No, sorry, not the fade out, on the back of the vice ult.
हाँ,
Now you
ऐसे
have Ethan
कैसे
who's trying
fake
to
है भाई?
breach into the A
पता
side,
तो चल गया
and
ना.
he's managed to get it for free.
30 seconds left.
He's gonna be able
अरे
to
भाई
plant
ओमेन
there
की
with
कोरे नहीं है अच्छे
absolutely no
बार लड़के
repercussions.
से. नाइस वन भाई, मारो भाई ओमेन भाई को मारो.
Finally, Young gets punished from his little lurk
Clear,
plays
clear
that's
the
been
ball.
happening
Yes,
for
भाई,
this time from
whole
B.
round भाई
Now
लर्क
they've got
करेगा
information.
ओमेन.
Nightfall's going to be pretty useful here to cut off Sounds and a little bit of pressure on DRX. It goes towards sight. That's the call. They see one. Athens going to be having to take it in now, but he's going to stand strong towards elbow. Go straight for the fight. Not afraid of this.
No,
And he's
no,
gonna
no,
put
अरे
the
यार.
ball down. For some reason,
अतन दे, अतन लेगा भाई, अतन लेगा भाई, अतन
The
लेगा, अतन लेगा.
new boy has seen him towards elbow. He pushed him towards elbow, but both of them are watching main. And they
Switching
get sprayed
sides.
down for a 9-3 half in global esports. As the half's been progressing,
हाँ भाई,
we've kind of been on a downward trajectory in terms of
Yeah.
how the games we played. I
Well
love
played,
the
well,
confidence.
bro.
I love the aggression in the first 5 rounds. That timeout from the coach also
भाई
gave
उनके
them a great
ओमेन भाई ना
round.
भाई
But
इतनी भाई
after that,
हर
it's
बार
just
लर्क पे आके
been
राउंड लेके गया वो
a
हर
little bit of, I
बार.
would say even nervousness being set in. They try to take control towards extremities. They lose out on mid, and mid every time has been exposed.
वो लोग
by
expect
that
कर रहे थे
Omen
साइबर को,
DRX
लेकिन ओमेन
Young.
लर्क करके
He's
बल
been
लेके आ रहा
such a pivotal focal point
साइबर
for
साइड
his
खेल रहा
team.
था.
GE have had
अच्छा
no
strategy है अभी भी.
response to what he's been, doing with his small timed.
क्योंकि अगर मिड पे कोई स्ट्रिप वगैरह अगर रहेगा तो वो टीवी करके जा सकता है कोई
Well,
मतलब
the fact that
अगर कोई
he's
ध्यान न
able
दे तो.
to get 3 people to stay there because they expect him
चलो
to
पिस्टल लेना पड़ेगा भाई, चलो.
delaying the rotations of GE so much. And
9
even when
triggers,
GE
9
stay back
triggers.
to,
यस 9 जिगर्स.
run into him or maybe like
Sacrifice
stop
भाई
him
एक को लेने के
distract, he just
कोशिश में
goes
जा रहे हैं भाई,
towards
देखते हैं क्या होता है.
his rampage.
भाई 3 लोग हैं
That's
मिड पे
just
में.
insane. Now GE, at least in the first half,
भाई ले गया बे.
Oh,
ले गया वो.
shot from Sacrifice was nasty.
Oh my.
Trades them back out. 8 and down. No more flashes available. But as this is happening, you have the Cypher on GE who just fell back after taking control of ramps. Could have tried to control this, but you're once again a menace
Spike
to
down
GE.
mid.
Whether it's an attack or the defense, this guy is always down on the lock action.
I punish you.
Oh, well, wait, trades are coming back here. Kibo and Lubai pull one each from their little bags of one down.
Oh, shot!
Lubai
Wait, hello?
continuing to make
2v2 guys.
1v1, 1v1.
Young is standing strong.
It's
And he's
Young
gonna
versus
outplay Kibo
Jibong.
here.
Jibong ना क्या नाम
Confused
चलो?
whether he could come in from B Heaven, turns around.
30
might
seconds
have
left.
Given away his chance to win.
भाई,
but as
Astra
soon
का
as he
POV
figures
दिखा
out
दे
he's
भाई,
gonna go
please.
back and towards check mid. No,
Please,
he's
bro.
gonna continue up. He's gonna
Kibo,
figure out
Kibojin,
Heaven
Kibojin.
completely.
भाई माफ करना अगर गलत
How back
प्रोनाउंसिएशन
he comes.
हुआ तो.
Kibo.
Please ना ना ना.
One.
अबे यार
Classic.
यार यार.
That rises
Aye.
up. Young
भाई
classic.
ये
ओमेन,
यंग का
ओमेन.
कुछ करना पड़ेगा भाई. भाई यंग भाई सुनो, भाई यंग भाई सुनो, आप कुछ ज्यादा ही अच्छा कर रहे हो, ठीक है? थोड़ा सा रेस्ट करो भाई, बाकी टीममेट्स को खेलने दो, तब तक के लिए हम लोगों को थोड़ा राउंड निकालने दो. ऐसे मत करो यंग भाई, ऐसे मत करो.
But then the problem happened when they went to fight.
अरे यार हो गया था
One
बे
by
राउंड.
one. Here's the first peak from Yui, and then the second one from Ryzen. Gave away 2 easy fights to Young there. And of course, the guy who's been fragging out all game is going to be
Young
able
is
to capitalize
hitting
on
crispy shots, bro.
separated 1v1.
भाई
there.
सीरियसली भाई, he has a good aim.
Yeah, Young has been on fire all throughout. Temperature rising over here. Fight's really starting to heat up at this point. I'm not feel bad for Kiba because he's
I have
not
the
having a
spike.
good game today.
Oh yeah.
Spike dropped.
Cypher gone.
This time they lose little boy quite early on. Just to spam through mid.
सैक्रिफाइस भाई एक और लेने की कोशिश में है
They're
क्या?
expecting G to re-clear mid once again. That's why the setup is right in the middle.
और ये
of the
लग
rotation.
लग नहीं वाला था भाई, लग नहीं वाला था भाई
Feel
दोनों.
that long range with the stinger. Still a vice.
Nice shot, nice shot.
चलो अभी कुछ नहीं बोलने वाला मैं. अभी देखते हैं भाई, कमबैक होगा शायद, कमबैक.
And they know he's not coming male. There's a smoke over there. They'll expect him to get into
ना
vents.
ना ना
where
ना
the
ना
jet is
अस्टर भाई
holding
देखो भाई, आ रहा भाई, आ रहा है वो, आ rहा है भाई, आ रहा है, आ रहा है.
Word, and they know he's there. That's exactly the part to stop because look at where Zinx
लग
is.
गए भाई,
Zinx
लग गए,
come
पीछे
all
से
the
लग
way
गए,
in the
पीछे से
back
लग गए,
line,
पीछे से लग गए.
and he's cleared out so much space. It's gonna be
One enemy
looking
remaining.
for Flicker as well.
Flawless.
The judge,
Good.
Judy and
This is our new
Executioner
standard.
on B Heaven.
साइफर की कोरे बोल लो रे.
the streak of rounds.
Cypher के
for
मेरे गए ये मेरे
DRX
गए
as they
sacrifice मेरे गए one tap.
How many is that? 8 rounds in a row? Yeah, 8 rounds in a row as they almost now teeing up map point.
Blinding crowd.
Now we
Oh,
win.
man, he's having
You
a
are
Player omen, player omen bhai.
Meanwhile, Keeper just got a second kill. Yeah, this is a slow start for G Academy,
Blinding crowd.
but
Rip
not
it there.
can't recover from it. They finally have the weapons necessary to inflict some damage. This judge will most likely be double satcheled into heaven. But over there, you will run into both the Cypher and the Vice setup.
What?
So this is going
What?
to be a very decisive
Wall
clear.
trip. Flashing.
Jumps back into the site and straight into the crosshairs of
আর ये क्या ফ্লিকার কে চেক করেছে ও স্ক্যান
near the smoke so he can go up close and live that.
अबे शॉट दे राइजन भाई ये भाई योम को ले गया भाई योम को ले गया नाइस शॉट
No,
अबे भाई यहाँ पे आस्ते कैसे मर गया बे
Wary today. Hasn't been able to
Mid
connect his
fight.
shots too much. He's having
আরে স্লেয়ার ফেয়ার কি করছো দেখো দেখো ভাই স্লেয়ার ফেয়ার ওমেন নে কিরকম লার্ক করে করে কিল বের করছে
আমার মতো পুরো
আরে ভাই
But Zinx once again, sneaky little man. Gets one
Enemy remaining.
and sends them right
যত
to
একটা জায়গা
sacrifice
হোল্ড করে
arms.
থাকবে তত ফেসে যাবে আরে
have what I'm
এন্টে এন্টে
But it's gonna be Flicker to
this
take
is
him down.
nice try
This
team
is
nice
such a
try.
massive trap setup from DRX. GE run headfirst into a wall. It's a double sentinel setup, the Vice and the Cypher utility over there. There was absolutely no way they were going to get into it. And by the time they realized that they're heading into a trap and they try to bail out of there, even their rotation path has been cut off. The
Launching
moment they
thorns.
jump into vents, it was a death sentence.
I could use a drop.
DRX Academy on the verge of destroying GE, one round away from victory.
Yeah, they really covered that up, well, to make sure that they take aim and control almost heaven down away, and knowing that sacrifice is gonna be in vents waiting for them. Like you mentioned, perfect trap setup play, and not gonna go. So now here, he made the flash is great, but UV make sure that they don't lose more than one player.
Nice UV nice
Only Envy having to watch this from the afterlife as now Global Esports in a 4v3, technically a 3v3 because UV's basically a whisk away from death.
अबे judge है उसके ऊपर
Judge here holding on.
What?
And found the Flicker jumps and he
Denied.
flicks onto UV's body.
भाई हाँ भाई कैसे लगा बे उसको
Wall trip.
Another Prowler, another alternate.
Tripwire
You throw
destroyed.
whatever you can at him, but as long as you go one by one, that judge is still going to destroy you.
नाइस शॉट राइजन नाइस वन नाइस वन
When little
नाइस
boy's
वन
flank finally works out.
3v3
अबे सैक्रिफाइस के देख
Kills the judge, shoots it in the back of the head.
Spike planted.
let's go
He's got plenty of buffer. He can afford to save this round. Although that being said, his team has plenty of. He doesn't need to.
Lock
He
sight.
still goes for the challenge. It's a 1v3, and he's taking this challenge head on. Spotted to its
Lock
CG.
sight.
He's got a
Knows
lot
there's
of
gonna be at
rounds
least one
to
on
play
mid.
around. Sacrifice. He's gonna clear up mid first, but low boy.
Sacrifice अपनी life को sacrifice करते हुए ये
Played deep in
sacrifice
towards
my
mid.
life for
He gets away
Pakistan
instantly. Global Esports. Good post-plan discipline here and not giving Sacrifice anything, having to force him to go ahead and save. They don't have a problem with that. And they too will carry on 3 weapons at the bare minimum.
नाइस राउंड भाई
Round number 16.
round.
Forgive me, 17. As DRX, oh, they've got at least 8 more chances to close this map out.
Now this is the test of endurance for global esports. They're facing certain defeat, but they're still gonna take this as a chance to improve themselves. So they're not gonna give up. They figured out what their weaknesses are. They figured out that DRX is out-rotating them. And the only way to get out of that trap is to win your fights when you first encounter them. If you don't lose your fights at first, even the people who are trying to backstab you will not have any way to stop you because you'll already be ahead of them. This time it's a slow approach. Cyber Cage thrown towards the ramp side, just so that they can pick up the fight and force it to its side. Spotted one on Raptors. Zinx holding up close. This time it's not a double sentinel setup over here. The Vice Util is towards the B side, so it shall be relatively easier. But the rotations from the others are already on their way. Now this will get difficult.
That smoke has got Athens doing a little bit of Bait work
Fake
for him.
as angle.
Lopez igniting
Good
spectrum
angle.
here. Oh, the smoke's gone away. Flicker gets away just about in time. Grenade, not gonna touch him. DRX being forced all the way back towards screens now. But they
Heaven
do have one
controlled.
player on
Arey
the
yaar,
side of the
Young.
moment. Global Esports still a little hesitant. Have taken a heaven control, and it's all on Zinc now to try and
Cypher
play
on
out
side,
for his
Cypher on
team.
side, Cypher on
He's
side.
not taking well.
Nice one, nice one,
Kibo
nice
will
one.
take
Nice
him out with the judge. 1-for-1. Young playing with Kibo right now. Trying to keep him busy, make him feel a little pressured.
Spike
And that's going to
planted.
push Kibo back as DRX regained that heaven
Chalo,
control.
winnable hai, round winnable hai. Chalo, chalo,
By
chalo.
using no util, just a bit of jumping around.
Yeah, and Kibo knows that this is just a distraction.
4v4,
Others are gonna
4v4.
come in from the CT entrance, so he falls back himself. But now this dog is gonna re-clear him. Smoke to just deny him any fights. He's being locked out of his action. And now there's another avenue for retake opened up for DRX. They're coming in from 3 different ways. From screens, from heaven, as well as from the main area. And this is very difficult to
Last
do.
player
People
standing.
step in and help his team out. But he's been so cut out from the action.
Pulling them
He can
in.
practically do nothing. Yeah, sure, the pole is gonna keep them away from the spike just for the time being, but he has to really buy a lot of time. He's been killed. Has he done enough?
चलो भाई
Apparently,
टाइम नहीं है
yes.
टाइम नहीं है चलो अभी तक जारी है लड़ाई भाई चलो
Heard the ticking bomb and he made sure that he pulled right across when that spike was going to be too late to defuse. Well done, Kibo, for the for the game he's had. This is a really important round that he's gotten for his team. And it's clear that the impact doesn't have to come only from, frags. You can do it with your utility, with the way you win the rounds as well. But DRX, they're
needed
still on
defense
top of
boost for
things here.
Oh, spotted out early. This time it's just a siege, not the season 8 combo which you've seen from G before. And now you kind of know why. They wanted to get the judge up close. They were hoping that DRX would fight them. And at that range, the judge will win. Switching it out. They figured out the Bison is also present over here. Must have spotted the
Listening.
Razorvine at this range. But no headbane to the A side. Lil Boy is not moving an inch. In fact, he's hoping that someone from DRX will push A main to re-clear this since his teammates are showing presence on B. But that also will not happen. DRX playing extremely patiently this round, which is kind of uncharacteristic of them because every time G has pressured some place in the past, the opposite side of that has been pushed in by DRX.
Yeah, but this time I think they've gotten a good read of understanding of what things are because once they pressured our B main and you saw that mid was also not being pushed too much, they realized this is gonna be a fake. This has to be a fake. We're gonna have to keep control on A. That's exactly why Athen and Zinc didn't really
Face
push
your
here. The main's gonna push him a little up. Here comes the
30 seconds left.
showstopper. He goes straight into the side here, Envy. He is
ऊपर मार ऊपर मार नाइस भाई योंग के नीचे ओ भाई हेलो दूसरी पूरा एक्साइट है
Where are the Western players? They're stuck on A. Taken out
भाई
as
अच्छा खेला भाई
Defenders win.
that was a little miscoordinated from Global Esports, sending Envy in all by himself with the showstopper, understood. But the rest of them had to fight Athen there because he pulled their attention as soon
GG भाई,
as
GG,
they
full
saw
credit,
Envy had flown into the site.
भाई
And
Envy
also,
तो
Zinc
गॉड तो है
staying
भाई
around that smoke, playing sneakily.
थोड़ा
to make
सा
sure
और
that Envy
खेलना
has no
पड़ता है
real
कीबोर्ड
target to
को
shoot on
बट
as soon
कोई
as
ना
he jumps out
पहला
there.
मैच है
A main side.
पहला मैच है हो
Did
जाएगा भाई
really well there to
भाई
make sure
future
that,
है हमारा
that
इंडिया का
A main,
चलो
the rest of the
We
players
jinx
that
करो
are supposed
जी।
to follow Envy
No,
don't
no,
give
no,
him
no,
an
no,
inch
bro.
of support.
मैंने jinx
And that's
कुछ
gonna
नहीं
end the
किया।
game 13 to
भाई अच्छा
5.
खेला DRX ने हाँ वैसे भी
DRX will take the
अगर
first
women
पूरा
round
मैच नहीं
of
है वैसे।
Global Esports
हाँ
Fight Night
उसका
against
उनका
G
वुमेन तो भाई
Academy,
पूरा मैच
and
खेल
we're
गया
gonna be heading
इधर
into
वो
now
अटैक में भाई
RRQ
इतना अच्छा लड़क कर रहा था ना
their
वो
first match debut.
अरे
in
चलो
Fight
मैं
Night.
नहाने जाता हूँ उसके बाद आता हूँ हाँ।
ओके ओके
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2, maybe even 3 more amazing games. We have 2 best of ones. One is RRQ versus
Now,
DRX.
RRQ versus
Next is
DRX.
G versus RRQ. So all the teams, the 3 teams that are in this tournament, they will definitely end up facing each other in these best of ones. But then the teams with the highest amount of points and wins will face each other in the grand finals. That's a best of 3. It's gonna be a
Yep.
lengthy journey, and I really hope that the G boys can recompose themselves before their next game against RRQ Academy. Maybe they'll even get to see what they're made of when they face DRX now.
Absolutely, they need to pay a lot of attention to this game because they need to see that while RRQ, of course, are also a great team, they have a little bit of a weakness at the moment. They just have had a player change, Sixkey has left the RRQ Academy and they've gotten in for this tournament. They got Tebatal on for the fight night, and we'll talk about that later. Let's have a look at the scorecard once. As you can see, of course, Young straight up on top, 23 and 10, 328 ACS, an absolute monster on both sides of the match today. On attack, such a menace on that mid region, lurking off, cutting off rotations, making sure that he knows the timings at which Global Esports will have thinner lines of defense on that mid side. And he just did such amazing work for his entire team to make sure that every time Global Esports attempts a retake, they're going to be in trouble in terms of numbers. And while I have to give my props to Envy, he did really well. Started off those, 4Ks, those 3Ks that came up in the beginning, unfortunately, just could not prolong longer because the team kind of started falling apart in terms of nervousness. And I'm not gonna hold this against that, our academy team. This is their first ever official game as a squad of 5, and I still expect them to do a lot more better as things go on. So I hope the audience can give them a little bit of a fee, kind of a leeway. It's all right. Just let them settle in, get them a little bit of, time to prepare more as a team. It's only been, less than 2 months that they've been together now.
Yeah, and you can clearly see that with 2 months of performance, 2 months of practice, they have some set plays in store. Like at the start of the game, we saw that G Academy was going for a lot of extremity fights, aim in control, beam in control. Even they were rotating quite well. Unfortunately, DRX Academy, by virtue of having played together longer, know how to counter that. Like the speed at which DRX were able to out-rotate GE shows how quickly they make their decisions. They don't spend a lot of time gathering information. They just trust their gut. Whatever limited information is available to them, they're able to make a decisive action with that limited information and execute it before GE is able to win against them. In fact, towards the middle of the game, somewhere around, let's say from rounds 4 to round 11, it felt less like a Valorant game and it felt more like a game of chase, felt more like a game of tag, because both the teams were just really trying to out-rotate each other.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at what's going to be happening in the next one, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ and DRX are ready to go at it. Is there going to be a streak of DRX Academy, continuing on over here, and they're going to go straight to the grand final at the back of this? Let's have a look at the veto, shall we? And see what map is it that they're going to be playing off on. And it's going to be Lotus. All right, I like it.
All right.
Lotus is a great map to watch these two teams on. And considering that, I'm just going to have a quick look at what RRQ have been doing on Lotus. And they had a really recent game. They just played it about 10 days ago against the Mongols, and they did win it pretty convincingly. And they've got a really special, set of agents. Oh my God, my brain just lagged for a second. They've got a single Sentinel Vice, a Viper, Raze, Omen, and Fade.
Okay, so they're still using the Viper. All right, then
Yeah.
a little bit of 2024 flashbacks from DRX Academy over here, but with the Vice as well as the Viper.
This is RRQ. This is RRQ Academy.
Okay, RRQ Academy. Okay.
Yep.
So with the Vice and the Viper, they are going to have an insane amount of delaying potential on the defensive side, and they're starting on defense. So DRX, what worked for them against GE will probably not work against RRQ, because they were able to out-rotate GE Academy quite easily. But with both the Viper as well as the Vice, RRQ will have plenty of potential to slow them down just a little bit. That is, if at all, DRX decide to respect the utility. And that way, there's going to be a bit of a racing game over there.
I'll tell you why there's going to be no change. You know why? Because they're going to be playing
Well,
the
Lotus
Tejo
and Avala
Neon
next
comp, which they did play recently
That
in their own
screams speed.
So they love to play the exact same comp that their main roster does, with just a little bit of change, of course. They have the Vice there also as a single Sentinel, which is kind of becoming a trend now, clearly. People are trusting the Vice a lot more as a solo Sentinel, which initially was never the idea, was never the, intimation that you would see from these teams. That, what, Vice, single Sentinel, there's no way. You're going to have to always have an informational piece of, Sentinel alongside. But Academy teams seem to think differently. And
Chalo
we're
bhai,
gonna be heading
Lotus
into
time.
Lotus, ladies and gentlemen.
RRQ
And it
next.
seems like what RRQ did do against
Bye,
the Mongols
Woody,
might
splash.
be changed here. They're showing Splash on Neon and Woody on Reina. Okay. It seems like they
Oh,
want to go a bit of
देखो.
the route of the ranked gameplay here.
Yeah,
guys.
and that's kind of surprising to me.
That's
considering
interesting,
their
bhai.
coach
That's
is playing for
honest.
the team themselves. Sky is the coach of the team, but yeah, given their recent roster changes, I wouldn't be
Mhm.
surprised with the fact that he has to step in and play himself. But yeah, I was definitely not ready for Reina, and that's kind of nice to see that they are now hovering over ISO, which, in my opinion, is a lot more stable than the Reina for at least Lotus. But the combination of Fade, Cypher, and Omen, that's quite standard on Lotus, right? Neon also
Yeah.
you've seen quite a lot of times. And the Reina's been locked
Oh.
in. Bro, the Reina's been locked
Alright.
in. Wait, really?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, here we go.
No
Let's get into it. Woody's gonna go for the Reina here.
भाई
on
changes तो है भाई,
Sky's
changes तो है भाई.
Fade.
चलो,
DRX
double
making
duelist.
One change of their
Double duelist और यहाँ पे double initiator,
single
single sentinel.
here, which is I think
Sure.
they probably saw a previous comp and they wanted to kind of counter that Viper Vise and they brought in the race to make sure that they
देखते
kind
हैं,
of
चलो.
do a little
नया
bit more
comp लग
damage
रहा है
in terms
मुझे.
of utility. But now that they're probably going to be seeing that there's a Reina and Neon on the other side, they're going to have to try and play this a bit more smarter because that Tejo is going to have a little bit of trouble with his utility because you're not going to catch that Neon that easy, which means RRQ are stepping up speed themselves, right? Ladies and gentlemen, let's head into the game. Lotus is up and ready for us. RRQ are going to try
Lotus
to now
time,
best
Lotus time.
DRX Academy. Is it going to happen? Let's find out. Let's move in to the game right now.
I definitely hope the G boys are also watching this game because they're going to be facing RRQ next. Now, DRX already has a game in the bag. If they win this one, they are securing their spot in the grand finals.
Absolutely.
And then it's up
by the
to
way-
G Academy and RRQ to duke it out in the third game.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned in the previous game as well, one player from DRX, everybody who's watching this game needs to keep an eye out for Splash. This kid is 17 years old, and he was absolutely destroying BCL SCA, and he's going to be showcasing his skill here as well. I hope he continues to do that as DRX
भाई full
are
W
given
गए,
the
full
free
W gaming
site.
हाँ?
Spike
And RQ
planted.
already on the flank here. Look at how quickly Splash and Woody have come in from the back lines. DRX are stuck.
Ah.
Yep,
Never mind, they're
but
not.
they're going to try to barge away by nice shot by Splash. Like you said, Universe, this guy is indeed an aim demon. That's diving into the smoke.
अरे 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 साइबर भाई, अरे साइबर भाई.
Sacrifice still
This is
gets
us
the
moment,
better
भाई,
of
us moment.
And it's up to Woody. He knows where everybody is, but nobody is giving him an inch to work with. Nobody's peeking out at all. They know this is a big shot. They're expecting
Nice try.
to peek out and sacrifice. He actually picks up the fight and commits to it with only 20 HP. That's insane.
Yeah, he's got the confidence. He knows that he can pretty easily do what he wants to because he's got two other players there, especially one Tejo.
भाई साइबर भाई के साथ तो भाई आस मोमेंट हो गया भाई. ये हम हैं.
Taking the fight, no problem at
ये
all.
हम
And
हैं.
of course, just the first round of the
भाई
game.
ये घोस्ट हमसे
He
चलते
won-
नहीं
he wins
भाई.
Even that one, it's gonna be RRQ having to play on a bunch of sheriffs here. They're actually going in for a bit of investment. 4 sheriffs across the board, and they're gonna all take up the fight towards B main. This time, a completely the exact opposite approach from what they had in the first round. Completely left B open. This time, going all out on B, and Zinx at least manages to
भाई,
get
बहुत
one
ही
while
खतरनाक
running
game है भाई
across
इसका.
his spawn region.
क्या नाम है
And
भाई
that's gonna
इसका?
give a
नाम
call to
पता
his
नहीं जा रहा भाई
teammates.
इसका.
Guys,
Last में
please
cyber गिर रहा
run
था.
A. They're all outside of B. You need the spike to be planted ASAP.
Pipe
Oh,
coming
oh.
through.
Spike planted.
Backstab denied. Oh, nice shot by Woody. But he's gonna eat that fault
Nice
line
one.
face first, and Ethan doesn't even bother
One
to
enemy
cover. He's
remains.
just gonna go straight down there to help his teammates out.
हाँ भाई गोट ही खेल रहे, गोट
Economic
गोट
damage
खेल रहा भाई.
dealt quite well. 3 weapons dropped out, so I think that's decent enough for RRQ.
भाई थोड़ा तो भारी पड़ रहा है भाई अभी.
Yeah, it is.
Full
it
W
is.
कर रहा है
I
ये
think
लोग.
it's pretty decent. They got that first, onto Vise, make sure that they get the backline sorted, and then of course Woody getting one onto Sacrifice was turning on towards the flank.
क्या शॉट मारा बे.
Great damage. Dropped 3 weapons there. Actually and that's gonna
चलो
make
buy round है
DRX have
RRQ
to
का.
reinvest once again. At least a couple of them. Sacrifice still has the Phantom on his hands, and once again they go towards that A main side. But this time RRQ gonna return the favor in kind. Stuns out from the side of the
भाई
Neon and
साहब.
Splash.
भाई
Amazing
भड़क गए भाई भड़क
shot
गए
here.
भाई
Continues
स्प्लैश
on
भाई
the
भड़क गए
second.
भाई
Flicker will find one.
भाई तुम W करोगे तो हम W के वही बाप है भाई चलो
Got it,
डबल
salvo,
W करेंगे हम
but
लोग
It's still RRQ in control.
भाई स्लैश भाई का यही कहना है भाई
And this is what you were talking
क्या
about in the
गया वो
pre-game
भाई वहाँ पे
segment.
दो
The
को लेके
Neon
गया वो
can outrun the missiles, but unfortunately the Reyna cannot. And Woody
भाई मेरा
dies to the
टीममेट
guy
है ब्लॉक
salvo.
करना वो
Nats
ऐसे
goes
उसको
ahead
बोलता
of the
भाई
up
ऐसा
top,
नियोन
hoping to
खेल
challenge them and stop them
और
from
उसको
getting
नहीं
into the
आता
site,
खेलना,
but
क्या
Ethan will win that fight.
देखो भाई देखो
Ball and Splash still continuing their reign.
भाई
That
साहब
is
क्या
amazing.
राउंड निकला वेल प्लेड भाई
Flicker was fearing for his life right there for a second.
वेल प्लेड स्लैश
Splash puts him out of his misery soon enough. Buy round secured. RRQ. put a
वेल
foot
प्लेड
back
भाई
in the game.
अकेले बंदा राउंड निकाल दिया भाई चार को लेके अकेला बंदा
solid
भाई
round here. Splash the instant.
देख रहे हो मेरे दोस्त लोग
Making sure that even
ऐसे
Bubbles
खेलता है
taking
Neon.
control of. Even
सीखो कुछ,
before
सीखो.
they could actually give any sort of a response, Splash already got away with two there. And the trade, even though it came through, they lost Nats there. Splash already on that C side, taking up two more targets for himself. And this is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This 17-year-old plays exactly like how you would expect him to play. He's absolutely crazy, does not care about anything in front of him, and his only mission is to go kill. That's about it. He is the true definition of the go kill strategy.
sacrifice
And this time, Sacrifice pulls out a go kill strategy cosplay himself.
Spike planted.
Overwhelm the side with guided salvo in two different spots, forcing the Cypher to use Cyber Cage, and even that will not keep him safe because Sacrifice has the elevation required. Prowler to clear up close. That forces Sacrifice to fight straight into Tebatal's. Straw says it's just Yong who's still on the side. Everybody else has already taken their positions outside of the side and on towards Mound. Yeah, that smoke is not going to do much for you. Splash activating the overdrive.
Oh my
Eats
God.
that rolling thunder face first. And he should still be able to shoot back. Athen. Nice shots. Fault line to keep Woody off the spike once again. But Tabatal has recovered. Can he make his way back? The
Last
Mound
player
fight,
standing.
it's amazing.
Oh my
But Woody
God,
sticking
nah.
it. And Flicker finally
nice
takes
try nice
control
try
of
nice
the
try
situation with his own two hands.
भाई ये ब्रीच
That
और तेओ का
almost
कॉम्बो
got
बहुत
out of his
खतरनाक है
hands
भाई
for a
सच में
Yeah,
बहुत
I
ही ज्यादा
thought
खतरनाक
Splash
है
honestly had it. The minute he triggered the.
अब तुम ही
lightning
बताओ वो
fingers,
साइफर
I
अगर
honestly thought he's gonna
साइड
be
के
able to get away
वार्ड
with it.
नहीं
Got the first
निकलेगा
one,
ना
but
तो
the
वो पर डेड है
ultimate that saved
हर
the
तरफ से
round
पड़ेगा
going to
उसको
be the rolling thunder from Athen. Really good awareness to make sure that he just gets it for the plant. He did almost lose out his life if he had taken a step further because Tebatal was also stunned on that left side box where he had taken out Splash. But the awareness to make sure that he holds his ground and only has to play for the spike, doesn't have to go into the site. Great post-plan awareness here from DRX as this time they expect SC push and they're already positioned for it. Look at the discipline here. DRX kind of waiting and knew that RRQ are going to try something sneaky, maybe something aggressive on the other side of the map. A completely left empty as B
फुल
and C
डिसिप्लिनरी हो रहा
at
है
the
अभी
moment going to be a standstill. Boombot drop.
Considerable
Splash.
drop in pace.
Yeah, extremely as well. Splash, I think he's a little itchy. I think they're going to set him up now with a flash because you can see that the paranoia is in the
करने वाला
hands of Tebatal right now. Waiting to, as soon as Splash takes the first contact, Woody's going to swing out and that's going to be the fight there.
Hello,
But
Boster.
DRX reading this
Oh.
perfectly, heading into the site where there's only one man standing to defend them. And that's going to be Nats.
फर्स्ट मैच तो हेरेगा 13-3 नकी
हाँ
Is it just me, or did you not put tripwires down this round? You
It's
only
an
see the
eco,
camera
right?
at
So
one cage.
हवे
it is an eco. It is an eco. There's one tripwire on B. That's the only thing.
अच्छा एक टाइम मैच था
That's all.
नाराज क्यों चलते हैं
He still hasn't put down the other one. Has it in the bag. Oh no! If he tries to fall back,
এটা আর
Nah,
कुछ
nah,
नहीं मजा
the
आता
aftershock doesn't really harm him that much.
RRQ नेट
Mount control.
Hey, there's RRQ
Sacrifice gets
there.
stunned.
Oh
he
my
actually
slash
dodges
की
it, but
बात
still
से
that's
बे
the splash. Lovely mechanics from this Neon.
There.
And just with that, he's cleared at the side entirely. Now the rest of DRX are in towards grass, they're towards the rotating
DRX
garden.
এথান আর ইয়ং এই দুজন
How do they plan to defend the spike? They're gonna have to pick up these fight space first, and Splash is ready to greet them. Nice stun. Sky sticking the team fuse. Spam really doesn't work. The body block is so effective.
चिकी डिफ्यूज
So many attackers alive.
Eco round
And
निकालो
this team of RRQ has just performed daylight robbery. He
Yeah.
stole the spike
biggest-
defuse right under DRX noses.
Yeah, the biggest problem here for DRX was the fact that they gave up tree control, right? The minute they give up tree control, the only way you can actually stop that spike plant from being defused is
भाई वो
either if your
भाई
Ajao
इसका
is gonna
flash
throw
नीचे
in
कैसे भाई?
defensive
Hello?
cover, or it's such a small
That's
little
always
angle that you're
Martin
gonna fire,
Lopez.
right? You don't know whether it's gonna hit or not because
That's
some player could
interesting,
just
भाई.
stand at
पहली
the
बार
very edge
देखने
and
को
like
मिला
you
ये.
just saw, like Chris pointed out, body block. One player dies, you're gonna think, oh, you know what? Yeah, the diffuser is gone. It was such a small angle. They needed to keep the tree control. It was such great utility usage from RRQ to make sure that paranoia is put into its tree. They clear it out, and that gives RRQ their second round.
Pulls up the class just to bring that trap fire. Trying to find him, but Nats just escapes Natalie with an inch of his life.
Spike planted.
Avoids the showstopper, and now he's trying to make headway into the side by using the sniper case to get control of in the entire backside. And once again, RRQ successfully have repelled DRX away from the spike side itself. Now they have to repel them away from tree, and they're successful at that as well. Splash eats the ball. Face first.
अरे
Now
भाई,
how
Splash!
He stepped in, and he's got the kill. Ajao gets the kill onto Woody and Young. He just plays ring around the rookies with Splash. He's taking control of tree once again, and now they're fighting back really hard. Sky, the bodyguard, has to protect the diffuser,
my
and he's done so once
Oh
again.
भाई साहब.
2 times in a row.
RRQ भाई. खतरनाक comeback, bro.
Remember, Crips, remember when we were talking about this yesterday?
भाई
I
Splash
told you
अकेला
that
लेके जा रहा है
RRQ,
मैच.
They love trying absolutely stupid things, but it somehow just keeps working.
Hey, if it's
No,
stupid,
and I don't,
and it works,
I don't mean
it's
stupid.
not
I don't mean.
मैं टीओटा को देखा
No,
नहीं
no,
मैंने
I don't mean
blind
stupid in
है?
a bad way.
हाँ.
I mean like they like doing
टीओटा
crazy
को ना
stuff,
झापा
right?
yeah.
The way they play is so different,
আমার
and it
আজব
just
লাগলো ওটা
works
blind
because these
push
guys
করে
are like,
যাচ্ছে,
you know,
you
somehow
want
they're all on
blind
the same
ছিল তো.
wavelength. You know what? We
The
want to do
Hind-
craziness, and we want it to work, and it works perfectly.
There.
Yeah, and they've got their win condition so
लग गया, लग गया,
down
लग गया,
and
लग गया,
so
लग गया, लग गया,
clear.
लग गया, लग गया.
Like, you get the
भाई
RX
still,
to the side, you force
still
the
लोगों ने जा रही है
defense,
जो.
you force the
भाई
defense,
हेलो.
There's
and you're gonna
no
win.
way this is-
গান মেরে দিয়েছিল না ওকে পুশ করবে তো
Nice exchange.
अरे ना
Oh,
वो
now this
ताऊ
is
को ने
looking
ठेके
done.
नहीं है
This
गला
will
अर्जुन के.
definitely force the fight, and RRQ deny it. They try to escape.
Oh,
Splash still has
भाई.
his wits about him. He still has his wits about him, and he's shooting back so hard. A triple from Splash, leaving only Nats to deal with it all by
क्या
himself.
खेल
But
रहा है
he's
भाई
got the spike
Splash?
under control. Can
भाई
he break this
साहब.
ultimate? Nah, he can't. He can't shoot down Young Shadow in time, so the spike will go down nonetheless.
Ooh.
But he can
Oh
shoot
my
down
God.
Young himself.
Oh, oh.
Ah,
भाई एक just एक to hold
Nats
करते थे.
almost ready to
Nice
win
try रे, nice try.
that round. He could have actually waited for a couple of seconds more, honestly. and
Yes ভাই ভাই আমি
let
যেটা বলছি কাজটা
the
সেটাই
brain
বলছে. একটু
play
just wait করতে হতো
alongside his
সাইবার কে.
aim.
হয়ে যেত রাউন্ড বেরিয়ে যেত.
Maybe force the race to kind of, you know,
কারণ
think,
race টা
should I
low
fight,
ছিল,
should I
একটা-
not? Is he gonna be
একটা
up
shot
close?
লাগতো.
He's disappeared off my screen for a second. But Nats did
Just
really
one
well.
shot needed,
Sacrifice
bro.
better
You
though
have to
in
wait.
that particular situation. And RRQ constantly
nice try, nice
is
try.
going back and forth and making sure that they don't lose out on any sort of momentum here. Because look at how quickly
Yeah.
Splash, that stun came into C main. He didn't go back. He went straight back in
लग
for the
गया.
fight. And
अभी
this
तो लग
time
गया.
he's going
अभी
in
तो
for
लग गया, अभी
the
कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
ultimate once again. And it's going to be RRQ coming out on top of that exchange. But
Nice
Zinx
try.
trades back and makes it an even 3v3.
Good trade, good trade.
Yeah, RRQ won the exchange towards the C mound. If it wasn't for that frag towards B main, then this whole situation would have been so topsy-turvy for RRQ. A side under control, or they better not give up the side once again for free. They've given away 2 rounds to RRQ just by virtue of not staying on the side. And they really can't defend it from grass, they really can't defend it from tree. So that's why they decide to go overboard this time. They send Yong up into heaven.
Yeah, Flicker's got information. He's at least heard 2 bullets towards that main side. No, Woody spotted. That's a stun, but even
भाई,
before Flicker
Just
he
एक
peeks
to
out,
hold
that's
करते हो
before the
तो.
stun could cultivate itself.
Nice
And
shot.
Zinx is gonna take out Tebatol, gets away. Now they're gonna have to worry about him. They're gonna have to clear out. They split up, and Young's taken out Sky,
भाई ये
and
दूसरा.
Zinx will find the final piece of the puzzle. Great work here from
भाई
Zinx
तेहो
and
क्या कर
Young.
दिया वो साहब ने?
They
भाई
split up and they made
भाई
sure
start-
that RRQ's
बस
players too divide
जरा
their
सा
attention.
सेकंड
among
बचा
the
था
two
स्टन होने
players.
में, उसमें ले गया वो.
Pinched them out
भाई
perfectly.
इसका नाम
3
क्या
and
है?
5
Chinese
as
name.
RRQ once
China,
again
China.
on an eco filled
अगर
with
मैं तो
Ferris
साइबर
and
ले चलो
armor.
बेटा.
Yeah, and DRX, by winning by the virtue of winning
The
2 rounds in
Korean
a row,
is
they
like
are
that.
starting to build up a little bit of a bank. Athen has 2400 credits, sacrifice 4600. They can afford to purchase weapons for yet another round. But yeah, RRQ has to get out of this max loss bonus health soon enough. Otherwise, they'll just be trapped in here forever. Splash playing a rather one-and-done angle.
Neon
Saved
को
by the Prowler
counter कर लिया भाई
and the
उन्होंने।
Paranoia. But they've spotted 3 people over here on B. So DRX realized that this has got to be a stack. Let's avoid this and let's get into A fast. And RRQ will not be able to out-rotate them. At the same time, they're sending in Zinx towards B. He's been spotted on purpose. And he's really just trying to keep the RRQ players stationed towards B. He's just trying to make sure that they don't rotate towards A, where the rest of DRX players are going to be knocking on the door soon.
Ooh, shot!
We'll find the opening, and that was actually kind of, I like the idea because DRX knew beforehand, right, that every time it's an eco, RRQ loves
flank,
that
Sky
B
on
side.
flank,
They've done that twice
Sky on
already,
flank.
and he was kind of trying to draw their attention there so that the A side
ISO
would
did.
get cleared up more. Unfortunately for him, the team didn't move in fast enough, but they're still going to be able to take in the team fight here. Flicker finds the first. Splash comes out with the Vandal. Has armor, but is not going to be strong enough to withstand the hit.
Whoa!
Flicker finds kill with 10.
Whoa, bhai!
Young with the judge. We'll make sure that at least
1v1,
it's a
Sky
doable
versus
1v1
Young.
for himself
Let's go.
against
Kinda
RRQ's
faded.
Sky. And he's coming in from
Oh,
main.
Nam
He's got
Sky.
no idea at the moment, and he's already wrapped him around. I don't think Young suspects this.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Timing.
Oh,
No! Oh my god. I thought Young
Oh,
was
bhai. Peace.
Sky.
Yeah, the way he
survives.
blinked and
Just miss, bhai.
he survives by the skin of his teeth.
भाई की shot
And
मेरे से
that,
fit
ladies and
है।
gentlemen,
Yeah,
is why
nice
coaches show you how you can play better.
Main round नहीं गए थे कि टेबोटल।
By the way,
टेबोटल ना की नाम
the 2 bursts from Tebatol.
भाई fast shot टा miss करे जाए
For
जाजर।
this,
Yeah.
there was no way
पूरा
RRQ was
blank ही
doing
मेरे से fast shot
that. I mean,
टा।
there were Vandals right beside him. He could have taken a split second to grab one of them and then continue fighting, but he's like, no, I'm not going to risk it. I'm locked in right now. And the 2 bursts really worked out.
Yeah, he did really well there. Because even if one of their players would have survived there, it would have been a 2v1, and there's no way Sky would have gotten away. As once again, it is that A side control being exploited by DRX, but RRQ already on the flank. This time, that B and C pinch has already been put into effect, and they know it's A. They're going to flank them all the way, but there's going to be a wall they're going to have to try and bait out first. And that's going to bide by so much time. Now they know there's a flank to be worried about, but they've got the plant down secured, and that is going to give them the Rolling Thunder as well. This has to be DRX's run, considering that the ultimates they've got.
Rolling Thunder, Armageddon. This has post-plant specialist written all over it.
There.
Unless they kill the breach right away. That's the challenge. Flicker being put under a lot of pressure. If they get rid of Flicker right here, that's the Armageddon gone.
Last player.
Yeah,
He's
it
alive.
is.
That's uncharacteristic miss from him, and
Fuck
somehow
this.
Flicker just peaks so
6-4.
wide. I think Sky ran out of mousepad space trying to flick him.
I
Because,
got
like,
a
he
little,
wasn't
I got a
moving in the
little
end.
worried. Yeah, I got a little worried that not even the minute, the second you said, unless they kill the breach first, Splash goes out, kills the breach. I'm like, oh god, here we go. And
It's like a premonition playing in my head. I had Final Destination flashbacks over there.
I'm not quite sure why nobody was watching the door breakout, right? Because even Athen was actually watching towards the side, towards the main entrance of the A side,
Defensive Valorant नहीं
and
है
nobody was watching
already.
door for him. So a little uncoordinated there,
round
but
delay, no.
hey, they take the round home, and now they've got 3 ultimates, and it doesn't seem like they need any because once again, RRQ on a bit of a deficit in terms of weaponry, and Sacrifice opens things up. Here goes the stuns, the guy to salvo, clear out the entire site. 1 smoke on site from RRQ, not going to stop DRX at all, as they've got a lot of utility actually. Nothing's been used here by Sacrifice except for the
Oh, bhai Splash!
and there's the trade.
Bye.
Splash
Good
almost
try.
got away with
Well played.
incredible movement speed there. Did manage to get the 1 kill, but nothing more.
Sheesh. Just a showstopper. They still have the 2 big ultimates. Nice attempt by Splash. Going in guns blazing with that Bucky, and that could have been devastating if people did not really get him under check quickly
अच्छा
enough.
होल्ड किया वहाँ पे रेज ने
Yep.
अपना
But DRX is just too fast.
वरना अर्ली में
And
वो
they've got
आर्ट
2
लेके घुस
ops
जाता है ना तो वहीं
On
पे
Lotus attacking
कार्ड वेस्ट हो
side.
जाता है तो उसने आर्ट होल्ड किया
Did you expect it?
वरना वहाँ पे लेके ले
No,
जाता वो
no.
Dash.
Did you
And
think
that means
RRQ
RRQ
gonna
won't
expect
either.
it? Yeah, exactly.
Nah, absolutely not.
That's the whole
Absolutely
point.
not. And they've
I
got
look at
Vandals
that.
on the
He
side.
gets
as well.
away. Splash, he's not backing down, and Temple's right here. Splash trying to get around, create some space for himself. The wall's been triggered.
ओ भाई स्टिल भाई इसके नहीं गए भाई क्या यार स्प्लैश
Where the hell did they find this guy, man?
भाई व्हाट अ गेम प्ले भाई स्प्लैश भाई व्हाट अ गेम प्ले भाई क्या खेल रहा है भाई इसका
Stun and a pattern. Yeah, that's insane.
ओ फक
How does he
no,
survive that? That was a
not
death
cross.
sentence. He was stabbed.
कैसे
and
भाई,
now
कैसे?
the whole rolling from the throne at him. Oh my goodness.
Well.
Back to a 2v2 somehow.
2v2
Well, it is a 2v2. There's a tripwire on B, and that's going to be used by Woody to make sure that the B side is kept in control. But he might be caught out in transition here. No, he's going to get away safe.
भाई गुड रीड तो है भाई ऊटी भाई का रीड तो है
Does he check?
अरे
Yeah,
हक दिस
already
रे
know he's not. Sacrifice
अरे
takes
हक
him out.
दिस
Woody just not prepared enough for that fight. The neural theft will allow Nats with a little bit of at least information, but the fight is all on his own. No ultimate's gonna help him there. No utility gonna help him there. No utility that's gonna help him break that up and down system of
Good round, good
gaming.
round.
Yeah, that's absolutely done. 8-4 as DRX not too far for scoreline from what they, kind of made GE suffer from.
Yeah, and the kill disparity is massive. I mean, we saw a similar story with G Academy as well. It's Splash who's carrying the most of RRQ's weight over here, sitting at 18 right now, but everybody else at single digits. We had that one amazing clutch from Sky, the 1v1. That gave them a good enough round. We had Nat step up and deny the spike defuse once. Rather, stop the people from getting in and stop the defuse. But this time, they're going in guns blazing once again. Guidance out to clear out rubble, but they will take that control nonetheless. And it's an instant blow towards the B side. Great pace from RRQ. They try to go for the plant already, but Ethan, he will be able to get at least one. Get the man advantage for his team. Nat's trying to go for a late love. Just get one, but will be silenced shortly after.
Zing, pressure on him, but he's got the frenzy. Takes out Sky and RRQ, even though they're in good positions to hold us out. DRX have got numbers, and Woody's gonna go down as well. Flicker on top of things. He's been absolutely on fire on this map at Lotus. As they win all 4 pistols so far? Yeah, they won all 4 pistols so far.
Yeah. Well, that's a devastating stat to have. Lets you have a 2-0 lead every single time. What a shot by Flicker. The utility uses this guy has is absolutely insane because he's making so many of those RRQ crossfires unviable.
Yep. And RRQ also, right? That round, the kind of control they wanted to take, sent in Splash towards that.
Hello.
Didn't really get too much out of there. And then they thought, okay, you know what? We're going to take Heaven control and go towards C-Link as well. But that was also
Dead.
so fragmented.
ओ भाई बाचियों की कोड़े हैं
Survives that encounter. Pops out of the
Moniet
smoke
kills
dry.
na Moniet.
Moniet की कोड़े खेल रहे
Yeah, that's not happening, bro. You're not winning
Yeah,
that
that's
fight.
all. It's all to sell the fake. It's all for the fake. Zinx is here alone against 4 members. He's got support. Absence made it in time.
Bhai.
But that trigger of the Razor Wine
Bhai.
so perfect.
Hi, hello.
Gets away with all 4.
What?
Zinx times it to perfection. He knew exactly what's happening. He triggered that Razor
Bhai,
Wine
क्या smoke था
seconds
वो
before
इनका?
the wall came up. Because he knew this is gonna be my time to shine.
भाई वो अटैकर
And
का
he
स्मोक था या
goes
डिफेंस का भाई
straight
विक्रम
up to the top of that C site. Nothing RRQ could do there.
কার দিল জানি না দেখি
Give
নি
him a point of damage.
ভাই
কি,
একটা
ওটা
স্মোকের জন্য
defense
পুরো
smoke.
It's not
4 জন
like
ডেড
RRQ can just stay in the
Defense
razor line to
smoke, bhai,
avoid
stay
damage
chole
because there's an aftershock thrown at them that forces them to move.
পুনে
If they don't move, they die to the aftershock. If they do
প্লেয়ার
move,
প্লেয়ার কে
they take
জিজ্ঞেস কর
damage from the
প্লেয়ার প্লেয়ার
razor
সবথেকে
line.
ভালো
It's-
জানবে কারণ ওমেন তো
it's
খেলে
like being stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
বললাম তো defense
মনিস
This time it's a
ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ
very
হ্যাঁ
fast hit.
ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ
They don't even bother taking rubble control. They just go straight to
ऊपर
the
ही के।
street. And there's the perfect way
মনিস
to
খেলছে
counter
না
this
ভাই
space.
এখন ওদের
That
তো
judge could have been devastated.
একবার ওভার
but
হয়ে
that
গেছে
flash, it helps Splash
একবার
get the
over
early
भाई
kill.
सीख ले कैसे नियॉन खेलते हैं, देख अकेला जाके भाई बंदा 4-4 5-5 बंदे को मार रहा है, देख देख ले बिना
sides,
support के वो भी।
and this should help them set up for the post plant.
मुनीस चैलेंज करते
Oh,
दोगे
there's
भाई.
the spot. Young takes him out. There's two more behind him. Nax is stuck here. Isolates the fight perfectly thanks to his cage there. You see, he's not going to help him out. Sacrifice takes the trade. Athan picks up a weapon. He's got a bulldog and he's going to be able to use it
भाई
perfectly.
अथान तो
Gets one
एथान
more.
का एम तो है
Flash,
भाई.
is he gonna be checked here?
भाई
No,
भाई
he's
भाई
not.
नहीं मैंने कुछ
Takes
नहीं
his
बोला
timing
भाई. खत्म करो
advantage.
मुझे.
Finds the first.
माफ करो भाई, माफ करो भाई,
Gathers the
माफ
second,
करो.
And finish him off as well.
पीसी फिर से
Flash
jinx
once
हो गया
again,
बे.
looking to be the pivotal point
बस
for his
जस्ट
team.
बोला एथन के बारे में मर गया वो.
Another
पूरा
round
टीम
of
मर गया भाई
fixes on
इसकी
the board
वजह से.
now, but still halfway across from where DRX are, and that's gonna take so much more of their effort because this round was really hard fought. Making sure that the flank doesn't really get away with too much, but they did. They took out 3 here and had to leave it down to the last 2 members.
Close margins and even closer rounds. But the win condition is still the same. The strategy still is splash go kill.
भाई नेक्स्ट गेम नॉकआउट होने वाला है.
DRX.
RRQ और ग्लोबल
That will
स्पोर्ट्स
work
का.
this time around as Buddy and
भाई
Sacrifice
slash का मार रहा है
Splash
भाई.
once again spearheading into the tree area, only to be killed by Sacrifice, who's holding an off angle, playing around that type of gate so beautifully. Our DRX
और तारपुर आवर दूसरा
getting
फाइनल
multiple angles and making sure that the pre-firing positions of
What are the
our
best
चैट माफ करना भाई.
are not gonna
भाई
work.
जिस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो उसी टीम हार रहा है भाई.
Way off balance and the double peak secures DRX the 11th. What a fast round.
Yeah, that was
about
really
it,
hard
Flash?
fought. Once again,
DRX
Splash,
expected
he opened up the
good
side,
team.
not side up,
Korean
for A
players
main
are
cavity
good.
for his team. Unfortunately, the follow-up was just not there.
RRQ
Due to that one
fight
smoke
it,
down in the center, and the rest of the team kind of fighting in different fights
DRX
altogether.
এর 5 জনই 10টা কিলোর উপরে. 5 জন আর
Tension
RRQ ভাই
divided.
একা 22 কিল. স্প্ল্যাশ একা 22 কিল.
Not able to actually focus on what they need to take
That
control
Muniz,
of.
that.
Not
এভাবে
really
খেলতে হয়.
having the micro plans of how they want to take
बोलिस
control
ना
of the
मुनीस
map, right?
हिस्ट्री बेर करने चला
They say they want to go rumble. They don't really say, okay, we're going to take
Nice
back
try.
rumble first, then we're going to go further on.
ভাই ওদের তেহোটা একটু মানে জাস্ট একটু মানে একটু
Yet completely thought
ইয়ে
out.
খাটিয়ে খেলতে হবে ভাই. ও
DRX
একটু ঢুকে
trade
যাচ্ছে
off
জীবনে.
1 for 1 on that B site, and that's going to stop
কি বলছিস?
RRQ
তুইও তো
from
ঢুকে
taking
যাস।
any more further steps
এইভাবে ঢুকি
in
না.
that direction. They leave Woody there to make sure that any lurks are not happening through the smokes as they
Judge
push
ছিল
towards
না.
A. Triple swing, and that's going to take out Young.
Sacrifice
Spike
at the
down
showstopper.
A.
Decides to not pop it. He's going to
Last
continue
player
fighting with just the
ও
Phantom.
নাইস ইকো.
And Dabital
भाई इको राउंड ले
finally
गया वो लोग.
punishes him for overstaying his welcome.
Gun here.
3v1. RRQ can recover weapons. There's 2 rifles lying towards rubble
Spike planted.
and a few more towards B if they decide to go for it.
Oh, nice.
Wow,
shot
that was
from
a nice
Woody.
shot. Much needed confidence boost for Woody because, I mean, let's be honest, he's been hitting a few shots at the start of the game, but after that, after the first 3 rounds, he hasn't really done much.
Yeah. That's a great triple swing there from RRQ. Make sure that they take the fight as a team, don't lose out on any sort of advantage that they can gain, and Sacrifice struggling to keep his crosshair steady there. As you can see, 6 to 11. RRQ have now thrown DRX into an eco. Shares across the board. This
Young
should
bottom
be
frag করছে,
their
কি বলছিস
upward
রে? What the
trajectory building up right now. Deep smoke already from them.
ভাই
They
এথান
take
খেলাচ্ছে এথান
control
এথান.
of the forward
এথান
A
আর ওই
main.
আর
চাইনিজ
বলিস না,
নামটা
তুই
ভাই.
তুই বলিস না,
Force
প্লিজ
River
তুই
back as
বলিস না,
well.
জিংস
Doors
হয়ে
are
যাবে।
open. And RRQ now, what's the plan? Are they going to pivot all the way towards B? The doors been open.
अभी स्प्लैश मारेगा देखो जाके.
Doors. The spot comes in
Jinx
quicker,
होते हुए equal
holding them back. The stun is good. And RRQ now
Crunch.
confused about where they're going to take pressure.
Yeah, they managed to make a headway
देखा
towards that
देखा भाई.
link area.
मैं
but
जो
now they're
बोलता
gonna
वही
trap.
होता. देखा
Going
स्प्लैश का
in
मार
or
देगा भाई.
out. They try to
अभी
break
देखो
their
ये
way
ये गया
through tree.
भाई कहाँ
The
गया?
Nightfall
हेलो.
helps them get across, but Young
Nice.
stays silently in the smoke.
Get
I thought that
Nice,
would have been a
भाई,
disaster,
splash,
but
भाई,
he clears it
splash,
out
भाई.
nonetheless.
Ooh.
Holding solo towards drop. And RRQ are trying to make this as clean as possible. Yes, it is. Flawless.
भाई
Don't
मूवमेंट
give
तो
a
है
single
भाई.
eco frag to
That's the
DRX,
movement to
and just like that, RRQ will be able to strengthen their economy once again. I mean, they did not just need to win rounds; they needed to win them in a much cleaner fashion so that their economy can start looking a little healthy. Now that they don't have to reinvest in weapons, they can finally start thinking of stringing these rounds together and focus on the ult economy rather than just the weapon economy.
Speaking off that, look at DRX. I was just gonna point it out. They've got the Steel Garden, they've got Armageddon, they've got Showstopper, and they've got Rolling Thunder. This is gonna be a big round for RRQ if they're able to pull it off with a bunch of ultimates being baited out, because it comes out the Showstopper not gonna get anything, but they still get the kill though. There's a sliding splash, he just cannot be touched. And there comes a counter. Never mind, it's not a counter up. It is the ult from DRX itself, and they did catch their own teammate. Trains going back and forth. 3 versus 2. DRX still in control, and Zinx finds probably the final nail in the coffin there, as Sky, stuck outside of B, has to just hold on for that door to close. Now he's going to go and try and retrieve the spike, which has been given away by DRX. They don't want to fight for the spike. They want to fight for the final round. They want to close this game out and go to the final as soon as possible. And Sky is probably heading in the direction that's going to help them do that, because Athens going to spot him here. And there it is.
He's been spotted, right? Yeah, I mean, now with the haunt, he's definitely going to reveal his position. Hilo set up once again.
Look at Vice position, man.
Baits out the door sound. They're not falling for this one. In fact, he just created another angle from where he can be shot.
Dead.
Alright, then. Also, is it just me, or was it really funny that Athen decides to pop the Rolling Thunder as soon as those two players from RRQ who were towards the attacking spawn, as soon as they were spotted by the drone from Tejo, Athen just let it rip. He doesn't give a damn if he hits his teammate in the way. He's like, nope, I'm just gonna hit this.
I think he kind of expected them to push towards them, right? So probably even hitting sacrifice in the process won't harm him, because he's behind the, the triple box. So he was safe. It was all about him trying to cover off for his teammate. They did it well. It doesn't matter. They've got the 12th, and they still have 2 more ultimates that could potentially win the round pretty convincingly. Splash once again all the way towards rotating door on A. They have control. Flicker sitting with the judge, holding on, destroys it, gives away his position and weapon as he tries to spam it down. Splash is just too quick, but the trade comes in from Athen once again. The lightning shots are not going to do anything to Young, and RRQ falling down like bowling pins.
Guys.
And they're heading for a clean strike.
Oh, they got shorties.
You got unpopped.
Shorties.
This should be the finishing touch.
GG. I 2 round लेके गया वो भाई.
Knew that if you just put down that cyber cage, they can't exactly pre-fire that area, and then the Steel Garden does the rest. Like you said, Universe, they are bowling pins, and DRX is heading straight for the finals by going for all these hot-headed strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing you should remember, guys, anybody who's going to be playing ranked against a Vise, if you see the skill that is available,
अकेला भाई 26 लोगों को मारा भाई, 26 बंदे को मारा भाई, अकेला
keep
बंदा.
a friend.
उसके टीम में भाई.
Anything that you know is going to be a lot more useful. But look at that difference, man. Even after that entire series, it's Splash on top. And I told you this before the game. I don't know where this 17-year-old has popped up from. I don't know where he's come from. He is an absolute monster. And I had a conversation with so many people about this. He's probably gonna be in RRQ's VCD team next year, or some other team for sure, because he deserves to be there. He is that good, and you can see the difference of him being on top and the rest of his team not able to catch up and keep up with what he's providing for that team. Because the openings, you saw how many times, Crips, we saw the openings being created, space being provided. He's doing so much with even the nerfed, completely nerfed to the ground Neon. He's doing so much with that, and his team need to be able to follow that up at least by 1 extra kill. He cannot do everything by himself.
Exactly, and every single time he got that opening kill, they were able to convert around. If he got shut down right at the beginning, there was absolutely no way RRQ was making it anywhere onto his side. In fact, there were so many situations where DRX have perhaps like a crossfire established, or they have the superior weaponry or something. This guy just dives in, sliding with a bucky, and he's able to create an opening. And every time he did so, his teammates were able to follow up behind him. When they did not follow up, well, then that was just DRX charging into the grand finals. And that was such a massive difference between them and the rest of RRQ as well. Like, not a single player of RRQ up ahead in the scoreboard. So that shows you that DRX Academy as a roster as a whole,
Learn
they are much
from
more
these
well-rounded
guys,
and much
bro.
more
Learn
prepared
from
for this
these
kind of a series.
guys.
Absolutely. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
Hello,
we've got the
guys.
final game coming up. It's going to be Global Esports Academy against RRQ. Which of these
Korean
two teams are going to be
King.
making to that grand final? We will find out at the end of this really, really short break. I'm just going to go get some water and come back. You guys get some snacks. It's going to be quite a fight because this is going to be crazy. We'll be right back.
613 बोलना पड़ा 513 है जी What the fuck? What the fuck? Deep. Deep.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Global Esports Fight Night. My name is Crips, and joining me is going to be Zach. We have an interesting best of 3 coming up. We have GE Academy versus RRQ Academy. Sorry, it's a best of 1, my bad. The team that wins this game will go on to play a best of 3 against DRX Academy. Now, DRX Academy have clearly just stood over both these teams and T-posed to assert their dominance. Who's going to come out on top now? That's going to be a very interesting affair to answer.
Definitely, I think your point about DRX being such a strong team has been clear to behold in the last 2 games, and with their 2 wins, they're going to be a grand finalist, and this match does have the stakes of deciding who that second grand finalist is going to be, whether it's going to be GE Academy or RRQ. And I don't know, Crips, to be honest, because to answer your question, it could genuinely be either of them. I think RRQ looked a little bit stronger in terms of their fundamentals, looking at how that Lotus map went. So it might also just come down to what map comes into play, because at the end of the day, it's about which map you are better on at that day, and it depends on whether a GE or RRQ Academy come out on top.
Yeah, GE and RRQ Academy now fighting for a spot in the finals. DRX obviously have made through with flying colors, asserting their dominance in both Split as well as Lotus. Very soon we'll have the map veto between GE and RRQ Academy as well on our screen, so then we can discuss who's going to be playing what, and it is none other than Pearl. I'm actually surprised that they let Split float in the map veto for that long, only to, deny it at the very end. And yeah, RRQ Academy will be starting on defense. GE Academy will be starting on attack on Pearl. I want to see what kind of team composition they come up with, because that Neon and Reyna on Lotus definitely did not work out for RRQ. If they go for something similar on Pearl, I'm not feeling that confident about the chances of a Reyna or even an ISO for that matter doing really well. But if they decide to go for something experimental, well, then I hope GE can actually capitalize on that and find the gaps.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to agent compositions on Pearl with the map kind of recently coming back in, I think there's a lot of fluctuations happening. You talked about the duelist, but also when it comes to that Sentinel rule, right? You're seeing a lot of teams innovate. Some of them are really leaning into that Vice, that lock kind of comp. So it depends on how you want to be playing it. Either way, like you said, we just went through the veto here. We're going to be looking at Pearl, and when we were talking about agent compositions already on the defense side, RRQ, they're going to lock in that Astra, they're going to lock in that Vice. That's going to give them a lot of defensive tools, I would say, in terms of being able to hold on to the map. But they've also got that double duelist on both sides.
Yeah, the double duelist on both sides is going to be really interesting. Both the blue-haired characters for Global Esports Academy, the Neon in the hands of Yui and Envy. Envy was hitting quite a lot of nice shots in the first map. And I would go as far as to say that Envy was partially the reason why GE were able to win those rounds against DRX. But the same can be said about Splash, because that guy is just an absolute menace on the Neon. And this time they've given Phoenix to Sky. So this is kind of a Paper Rex composition coming into play over here. Paper Rex always go for something similar whenever they're playing Pearl. But the Yoru and the Neon, now that's something that's not been chosen by a lot of teams. We've seen the Yoru and ISO come out a lot in maps like Haven. Some people argue that it could possibly work on Pearl. But why are we theory crafting here? Let's just see what works for these teams and jump into the game ourselves.
Definitely. I'm really excited to see how these comps will work out inside the game. To touch upon your point there about the Euro as well, it's kind of funny you brought it up, Crips, because I think if you're looking at the NA Challenger scene right now, the most successful ranked team, their duelist is this guy called Exter, who only plays Yoru, and he's been playing that in most of the games, and they've been winning a lot. So I'm excited to see if we're going to be seeing some of those Yoru strats come into play. And Me2K, you definitely talked about the impact that he was having in their game against DRX. So if they can sustain it on this attacking side, it's going to be huge, especially since both agents are so good at taking space and having that impact when it comes to executions.
Hey, map ka naam ki bhai? Pearl.
Flash pops. Oh, the fast lane actually saves one of them, but Envy's managed to make his way into the backside, and so has Yui. They've taken control. They're just waiting for the Shearer to get down now so they can come in and plant. But if Depethol manages to get a kill or two before that happens, that will be a disaster.
Spike planted.
They might not let the planter escape, and then you have Lil Boy acting as a late lurk towards mid. Woody, aware of the fact that there could be any people sneaking in, is still gonna hold just a little bit, but Sky goes in right through, and he gets the kill onto Envy. Even UV goes down trying to get the trade onto him. Kibo overwhelmed by numbers, and Little Boy is just a little late to the party.
Nice one.
Yeah, nothing really much to be done here. They're just gonna stick the spike under his nose. Good try to get
Nice try, nice try. Chalo, chalo, hobe,
also
hobe.
finally puts him down out of his misery, and it is gonna be RRQ taking that pistol round. And I like the call there. It was a 1-for-1 trade on the site, with the Yoru being able to find that trade onto Nats, who was playing anchor on the site there. But the call that Teboto made to kind of just fall off site, let it go, play retake, wait for the rest of the team, really paid off. And I think their retake looked really coordinated. There are three people coming in through CT, sweeping in. Just a little bit of an awkward post plant that RRQ were able to just dismantle very easily. And now G, they're actually going to be investing in the Bucky here, so I'm excited to see what Yubi can do.
I thought he would be hot on his heels the moment Sky got stunned. I thought the Bucky would be aimed towards him, making him doomed. And yeah, I mean, he did quite a lot of damage, so 2 players on
UV neon
can
खेल
be
let's
quite
go
low,
भाई.
but the man advantage has to definitely be a massive factor. The only person who can change the outcome of this round is Nats, because he's already cleared out most of B, and he's trying to trap them in towards mid. That information that he relays to his teammates is going to be crucial right now.
Take flight.
And there's no Sentinel util to even account for his presence, account for his backstab. No turrets or a Rambot placed. And he spots the whole armada. He's ready for them all. Dips after getting just one, but now, as he pulls back, it's Devital's turn to go in and try to throng. Yeah, both of them somehow managed to escape. Back to 0-4v4. Splash ready to intercept. Those are 2 really nice shots. Oh my god, that was devastating.
Small consolation here
What
for
the
G.
fuck,
They should be
Splash?
able to get a plant here, but look at who's sneaking up. Woody with the Guardian, able to just dismantle Envy there, and now it's just gonna be UV left. Smoke comes down as well. Classic in hand. Not much to be done there, as Nats does manage to shut UV down. And I mean, it was kind of a anti-eco round there, so G, for their troubles, are able to get a plant, but still, it felt like a little bit more damage could have been done there against RRQ. I think they only lost 2 guns there and a couple of players' armors, so overall not a bad round for them. Heading into this next round, they're going to be having this Guardian, this Bulldog. I think they're also kind of working on charging up some of these ultimates. I think in particular, Nats might be able to have that Vice Ult ready to go. Could be super useful in a retake, and even now they're investing. It's not they're not playing a full-on bonus. You can see Splash putting in money for that Vandal to make sure that they have a buy-in. Again, they're gonna go aggressive here. The Yoru clone gonna be able to help them out. Yoru is actually getting so much crucial input here, forcing the players from RRQ back, but Envy comes out a little bit too early and just loses his life and gives up control of mid accordingly.
Yeah, 2 big important players down for Global Esports. They were supposed to be the one that gather more information for the team, and that Dimensional Drift honestly could have opened up a lot of avenues, but Envy decides to jump the gun, and he pays the price for it. Jump spot by RRQ Splash. They know exactly where GE are. The trap has been sprung. Nats and Splash peek out from 2 avenues at the same time, and GE are put to their rest.
I think I really like
That's a good way to deny the buy
way
round.
that. Yeah, I think that RRQ realized that with the kind of weaponry they had, they need to kind of fight forward here. And I think with the kind of composition that they have, the flashes from the Phoenix and the Vise, as well as just how difficult it is to completely maintain map control with just the Killjoy, really not helping GE out. That said, GE this time around gonna be able to put together a half bio source. There's a Bulldog, couple of Stingers in the mix, and I mean, if you're attacking the right area, these weapons could definitely work out.
Go, go, go. Shortcut.
Very fast invasion by Yuvi.
I'm out of here.
Already into its link. And he spotted out Debital, so this is the perfect range for the Bucky to fight in. He's making room for the rest of his teammates also to move in. At the same time, G are sending 2 players down ramp. This B-side hit looks imminent, but RRQ are already inbound. Their rotations are being held back by just the 2 blue-haired agents for now. And they're going to continue fighting over here. Cloudburst to delay the inevitable. But as this Horn of War has been sounding for so long, it's eventually gonna break, and then we pushed and pulled in 2 different directions. UV dives in through the blaze, only to die to Sky's Judge, and that's another flash. He runs out of bullets. Still gets the kill. That was really intense.
One enemy
Meanwhile,
remaining.
Kibo and Lil Boy are trying to make some headway towards the B side. They got some kills and they have just enough room to get the plant down. But will that be enough?
Still winnable. It's a 1v2. Could pick up the rifle here. However, position gotta be noted thanks to that Sova util. Still a stinger in hand, playing in that close range. Has to be able to find the kills, but not gonna work out. Sky starts off the round by saying if you have a bunch of high judges better, and ends the round with a Vandal and a Diffuse here. Again, just really farming up that Phoenix ult. And it was a kind of an eco round there for Global Esports, but still RRQ able to come out on top, taking very minimal damage in this round. And I think this next swing round where GE has a buy, they should be able to kind of leverage those ultimates to try and control the damage, including being able to invest in that operator on that B side. Also, that previous round, Crips, if you notice, like, there was so much pressure being created just by having, as you called them, the purple agents in that back area, right? There was just no way that GE could push into side just because of the pressure that Nats as well as Debotil were exerting together on that side.
Exactly. They basically forced GE to backtrack all the area that they had captured. And even after backtracking, they couldn't really make a safe exit. So they were kind of funneled into hitting the B side with inferior numbers. They're forcing GE to take fights where they're uncomfortable, but that's a nice shot by Kibo.
Clean. There's gonna be that flank caught out here.
Oh.
Almost goes a little bit ahead, but now Sky spots the player, trying to buy a little bit of delay with the help of that Molly as the XP comes in onto the B site. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade and spawn as finally Lil Boy goes down. UV though picks up the operator and actually makes it work here. 4v2G with a huge numerical advantage, and it's just a question of whether RRQ can find the opening in this retake, because G now are happy to play both spots.
No charge flush.
Okay, the entirety of the Black Hole is clear just like that. Even though he missed the Cloudburst and the dash timing,
Player standing.
this AWP is gonna have to ring true, and it is actually paying off the dividends. But the plant is towards the corner. Woody actually can try to stick it by baiting out a little bit of fights. Okay, Envy manages to get it in control. Finally, Global Esports makes some headway. One round put up on the board.
round.
That was an uncharacteristic self-flash by Sky, not gonna lie. I mean, Lil Boy had no business surviving over there. The fact that he manages to stay alive, put the molly down, and then even get a kill, it's massive.
Yeah, completely. I mean, it was a very awkward fight, and I think in the end, GE were very methodical. Huge impact had there by that operator from UV, you know, being able to grab it and then use it against RRQ to make sure that that was just so strong there. I think he got at least 2 kills before being shut down, and that just had so much impact, leaving the rest of the team in a 1v3. Now
Full W,
has 2 players alive, be able to start building up that bank here. Also charging up ults 1 by 1. They're also 1 away from that cosmic divide. Could be super pivotal in a retake, but now after triggering this nice utility, triggering this rotation here, 4 from RRQ. In fact, all 5 of them around this B side. It does seem like GE, they just want to go back towards A, and it's almost completely clear.
Yeah, and G don't even realize that they managed to pull so many rotations. They triggered the Vice Wall with the Yoru clone. They used the controlled smoke to sneak up on ramps, and they even fired a couple of shots to really sell the fake. But now that nothing is visible towards the B site, there's definitely going to be a couple of question marks that pop up in the head of RRQ. And just to clear out those question marks, they will send Splash down towards Art just to make sure nobody's on mid. They will even use the drone to re-clear mid, realizing that there's nobody present over there. And now that the lockdown has been put up on A main, they will gladly give up this A side to GE, knowing for a fact that mid is safe. There's only one person who could probably change the outcome, and that's going to be Kibo coming in late, but Splash deals with them both! One of those shots! That is cold-blooded from those guys, and they haven't even allowed GE to plant the spike yet. Right who's left has to gamble on his life and make his way into the site, only to die.
Crispy shots by Splash.
He's playing deathmatch right now. That's just too good. Not a single one of those shots landed on his opponent's head while he was on the ground. He was floating up in the air pretty much the entire time.
Absolute, like, I think that was such a huge ultimate, and just an impact, just showing the impact of what like a Jet can really do there. Round from Splash, gonna be able to get the operator back for Nats as well, and now being so behind, GE finally could have called their first timeout. I think that one of the things that they're mainly struggling with, Crips, is that map control, right? They are really burning a lot of time and resources, but I think RRQ have been very quick to re-aggress and not really giving GE time to settle down, whether it's in post plants or whether it's in terms of site control after an execute. And I think GE, they're gonna have to figure out a way to take a little bit more space, or be able to find that first kill rather than just let themselves settle down on site, because I think that's been their biggest problem so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems. I mean, the fact that you can't plant on the back of a lockdown is a massive red flag. Splash is just going absolutely ham on you. And yeah, sure, you can probably use your trades to kill him. But if you're not even going to be able to capitalize on the map control that you have acquired by virtue of killing them, it kind of spells doom for you. And there's got to be something that they fix on the back of this timeout. Whether it's a change in pace, whether it's faster rotations, or whether it's just taking mid control a little better. Something has to change for global esports, because right now, it's not just that the fights are going in the favor of RRQ, but every time they re-clear mid, they basically doom GE. They condemn them to the extremities of the map, and unlike Split, it's much harder to win those fights in extremities over here. So what was working for GE against DRX is not going to work for them if they use the same thing against RRQ.
No, definitely. I think you made a great point about the way that Pearl is as a map, and the way that GE need to kind of control this mid. And it seems like they've heard you, or at least they talked about it in the timeout, because now they're going to be approaching through this mid area. The operator shot goes wide. That's barely getting away alive. Not for very long, though. At least Splash is able to kill Telbotel, chiming in to the fray, making things even here, 3 for 3. And at least information is there that they're still towards mid. Recon, though, it could be everything. Telbotel still holding strong for only a little bit more before Risen finds that kill. A 1v2, and Woody by himself is able to clear out the last players. It got close there for a second. It looks like GE had cracked the code, and now with the better buy, maybe they'll be able to pull off more of the same. And you know, Chris, back to touch upon that point that you were talking about mid control, I think we can really see the difference in the impact here when G is putting pressure there.
Yeah, I mean, every time GE has tried to take mid control so far, they've been sending their players in late after taking control of the extremities. And every single time, they've fallen victim to one of the re-clears from RRQ. Sometimes it's a flank from Splash, sometimes it's the drones. This time, GE actually managed to get in there quickly enough, but they just simply couldn't make their way into the site. Which is fine, considering that they were just on an eco and they were never expected to win in the first place. But this overdrive has been waited out. It's been kited entirely. And now no more lightning is available. They even popped the steel garden just to deny them all the weaponry. And GE are now heading into the site with nothing but their pistols. They have to survive over here just long enough to get their guns back online. Meanwhile, Sky is already reclearing everything. GE is now trapped to its B with no way out. They have to force their way in, they have to win these fights, and they get the kill on Splash. That's exactly the second win they needed.
Yeah,
they shut him down, and Risen now absolutely on fire. A triple kill to go with the 2v3 retake that GE has to hold down the fort on position of the Sova, given away. Knows that there's at least one turns backside. Sky hits the shot perfectly. Here comes the flash. Knows the position of the second player as well. It's all up to the Astra. A 1v1, and unfortunately the spike not exactly planted. He's gonna be able to sneak up though, creeping in on the fight, not able to connect the shot though, and that is just
7-1.
Woody to clean up and find a round for RRQ. This one much closer than any we've ever seen, but still GE unfortunately falling short at the last minute despite Resin's 3K.
Comeback of it. Chalo, GE fighting, guys.
Yeah,
No
that's
talent.
kind of painful to watch, man. The fact that Sky manages to isolate so many of those fights just shows you how smart he is as a player, as a coach. The blaze to make sure that QB is isolated in the side, then the flash to make sure that the two players who are holding towards pillar and ramp can't exactly peek out at the same time. Forcing out these 1v1s in a situation where it should have very easily
been G losing, bro, not fighting.
That's Sky for you. But Evo, man, it looks like he still hasn't recovered from the nerves and the loss of the first game. Losing his composure in the 1v1 against Woody. He jumps the gun, runs to fight him. And even after pre-firing, he cannot land enough shots to kill him. 7 rounds in the hands of RRQ. 3 of them in a row, which basically reset GE's economy once again.
And now, like, again, like you said, they don't have the greatest ults either. Only that your ult that they can depend on. I think they're gonna try to put together another ult to go for the next round here if they are ecoing. I don't see them really committing that unless they manage to find a couple of kills. And I think the that wasn't a timeout, by the way. That was tech buzz. That was not GE using their second timeout. They still have one left. Just a bit of a clarification happening there. But going back to the match here, 7-1, right? You're right, Crips. It looks absolutely rough. And I mean, it's not like GE hasn't had good ones, especially, you know, they were able to find these opening kills. They had the numerical advantage, but the way
Technical
that
timeout.
RRQ are leveraging, whether it's their experience, Sky has been around playing for a while in the circuit, for example, or whether it is just G not being
Boster
able
की
to
रन्ना कर ली
clutch up
भाई.
in the last second like we
ও
saw in
না
the
বে
previous round. It's both
ডিসঅ্যাডভান্টেজে
sides
তো
that are
খেলছে
pushing
বে
RRQ
পিং
towards this
ডিফারেন্স
advantage.
দেখ
G
একবার
really need to lock in at this point. I do know that their comp
अबे है बे
is defensively very strong. You've got
81 60
you've got a
101
lot of
52
info from
भाई
Sova. You've
साहब
got flashes and neon util for aggression, you know, whether it's for that early information or for a retake setup. You got the
ये
Killjoy
সবার
as the
কুড়ি
anchor as well.
10
No
12
bingo to play spoil sport against Killjoy, so it's a comp that
Yeah.
could very well be effective, but they
Singapore
gotta get
server
a few more
খেলা
rounds on
আচ্ছা.
the board.
Yeah, otherwise there will be no ground left
ভাই
for them
উভির
to
অনেক
stand
হাই
on
পিং
when
রে
they
তাও
get
ভালো
to the
তাও
defensive side.
আসছে না
And if this is a lineup that works better on defense, then they better get themselves some breathing
UVAFK.
space.
এই পিং এ তো
At this
ভাই
point,
পিস্টল
everything that
লাগবেই না
G is throwing at RRQ, it's just not sticking. Sure, they managed to get into its B link sometimes, but converting that B link map control into the spike plant on the B site is not
ইন
happening.
বিটুইন সার্ভারে
G
খেলা
is
উচিত ছিল
unable to
না
convert that advantage.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's because Tebethol just stalls them for way too long. Sometimes it's
UVAFK
because
actually.
Sky or Splash try re-clearing B-Link before G can even make their way
Diana's
inside.
difference.
So there's definitely something wrong with pacing, because in the first 10-20 seconds of the round, G managed to get control of B-Link. That's good enough, but then
এরম
after
ভাবে
that, they
খেলে
just spent
কোনো
way too
লাভ
much time.
আছে
And that Vice
Definitely, I
setup,
think
একটা ম্যাপে তাহলে এই সার্ভারে
uh,
একটা ম্যাপ ওই
they
সার্ভারে
haven't
খেলা
been able
উচিত
to
ছিল
bait out the Vice utility quickly enough. I remember there was this one time when they sent a Yoru clone and that baited out the wall,
পিং
which was
না
good
তো
enough,
হংকং এ দেখা
but they
উচিত
haven't
ছিল
done that ever since.
yeah, I think they gotta be a little bit more careful about how they want to
হংকং
leverage the utility, like you were
সার্ভার
saying. And I
পারবে
think
না
the biggest problem there, Chris, you touched upon a great point
তাও
there,
আর একটু
was about like
পম্পিং
that
আসতো
stagnation,
হংকং
right?
এ
They start aggressive, you know,
Yeah.
they get a pick maybe, seem to just not be able to decide where they want to go, whether they want to continue aggressing, whether they want to rotate, and they have been
8
so
পিং এ
like
খেলছে
slow on these
8
rotates
9
that
পিং এ
even
খেলছে
when,
মানে
for
100
example, I think it was in round 3 or round 4 or round 5 where we saw that everybody had rotated off their fake to that B side. RQ were giving them that respect, but G weren't able to capitalize. And by the time they rotated over towards that A side, it was the Jet really, you know, being able to have that impact splash just coming in and breaking G apart before they even have a chance to get the spike down. So I think they have to be a little bit more decisive about how they're playing.
A lot more decisive about how they're playing. We saw this lack of decisiveness haunt them in the split game against DRX as well. And in DRX, there was a point when the game just actually turned into a big cat and mouse chase. Every time G would
এই
push
কারণে
out, let's
অ্যাকচুয়ালি
say out of
সত্যি
A
বলতে
main,
গেলে ইন্ডিয়ান
DRX would instantly take
টিমগুলোর
control of B
প্লেয়ার
heaven,
গুলো
B
চান্স
main,
পায় না বাট
and they would try to
খেলতেই তো
race
পারবে না
G
অন্য
to the
সার্ভারের
side.
লোকেদের
It felt like a chase.
চান্স কম
It felt like a Fast and Furious movie, minus the flying cars and a bald, ugly Vin Diesel. That similar setup is working for RRQ over here. Yeah, sure, they're not as fast as DRX, but if G is stagnating this hard, they don't need to be.
Hopefully, you know, talking about stagnation, this tech pause does end soon. We will face
Oh, I
them,
swear
I'm
to
sure.
God.
Yeah, every single time. It's like the curse, man. Whenever. All right, so we have an update. I think one of the players is working on, you know, resetting their power connection. So until that gets figured out, you get to look at our faces. Okay, I did not realize.
হ্যাঁ কারেন্ট চলে গেছে
Anyway, going back and not giving people jump scares.
ইন্ডিয়ান প্রবলেমস ভাই
Yes, that's much better.
বললাম না
So
ইউভির
far,
কারেন্ট
it's
চলে
been
গেছে ও
a
এফকে
very yes, Crips. Hello, namaste. But yeah, we are gonna have a little bit of a break here while we get those tech issues fixed. So in the meantime, we can talk a little bit more. 5 minutes, an update from production. Yeah, we can talk a little bit more about what we've seen from both of these teams, and I think that you made some great points. All right, surprise! It's not gonna be 5 minutes. It's gonna be like right now because apparently the player has reconnected. So we are heading back
Let's
into
go.
it. Let's go. We don't have to gap
Ajao.
too much. We already
Really
have to gap a
good.
little
Informa
bit, but we
acha.
can postulate later and hope that GE is able to make something work in this eco round. I mean, they've had a couple of really interesting kills. I think Yubi with the Bucky in particular has been
Boster
great.
live করে না দেখে রান্না
Yeah, Yui with the Bucky, he's been doing wonders, but then at the same time, you look at what Splash did in the last game with that Neon. I hope he's able to replicate that level of Bucky precisiveness and that level of Neon terror. All right, 7-1.
Alright.
Dimensional Drift available for Global Esports. That's a very early hot hands to deny them even the orb control. And all of them are now huddled up. Sky. Big flash connection spots out majority of the G players, and now the rotations are inbound.
A lot of damage being done. Either way, though, it's a Phoenix gonna be able to at least heal back up a little bit if they want to. But Sky opting to just play it slow, knowing that perhaps even at the low HP they can get a lurk up or at least get some info. And GE, they're willing to invest the dimensional drift here. Huge ultimate, gonna be able to find all of this info. Spots out. Sova sees the shock dart, time the utility, but I don't know if they spotted out the second player. Splash with the operator towards backside, still holding on strong. It's gonna be Bucky versus Shorty, and it's the Sheriff who will actually come out on top despite that Woody were able to reaggress along with Devotal, and they crunch G in between them. 3 players left alive, and RRQ find another round. It looked for a second like G we're gonna be able to find an opening with the rotation. It was just there in time.
And RRQ saw this coming a mile away. The moment the Dimensional Drift was popped, they knew that they have just 2, maybe 3 seconds to kill as many G players as possible before Envy jumps out of his ultimate and tries to play Spoil Sport. So Splash disrespects the fast lane, disrespects all the other utility, gets 2 massive kills with the op. And he's ready to intercept Envy the moment he pops out of his Dimensional Drift. He's got the Bucky, not the Bucky, the Shorty ready. Even the flash did not really save him from Woody as he was coming in a little late. Yeah, that was a very well orchestrated side hold from RRQ. It's almost like they knew what G is going to be doing. Ultra Instinct activated, and now that's the 8th for RRQ in a row. Not in a row, they've only won 4 in a row, but yeah, that's still enough to destroy G's economy. And as I say that, Yubi destroys Sky's head. Sky has been so impactful in holding that A main area. Now the G finally have control of A main without losing man advantage. They can actually make headway into Art. Maybe convert this into a mid plus A clutch.
Oh, Nat's able to win at that first roll, though.
That's
Duel,
nice.
though, shuts down the lurk, and now going to be falling back to play Anchor. You can see that G considering rotating over, but they're a little bit too late. The party's already ended. Second player going to be spotted out here. They know that there's still heavy presence, and most likely Nats is going to be the one anchoring down on the side. We've seen the impact he can have before this time
Nice
around,
shot,
though, doesn't,
Ryzen.
puts a stop to a minute's track. It is going to be a 3v4. Woody, though, comes just peeks out to heaven. Not gonna be able to die the plant, but at least finds a kill off the back of it. And now it's just UV once again. A 2v3 situation. Little boy on the lurk has to be able to find the timing and impact here, but they get spotted out. Now UV, a lot of the heavy lifting on his shoulders here. Little boy can only cause so much of a distraction and gonna be caught lacking right now. A 1v3. How much more can you really find? Unfortunately, nothing that UV can really do, and it's just another round for RRQ. 9-1 right now, and my god, it looks like they can just do no wrong.
Or more than them doing no wrong, is that G is falling victim to the same plot twist again and again. This is the second time that they've managed to get control of B-Link, and they couldn't get the plant down before the rotations from RRQ arrive. Yeah, sure. They got into the fridge corner. They started the plant, but by that time, the smokes from Kibo had already faded. Woody has a clear line of sight onto NB, and he doesn't even need to see the planter. He just kills Ryzen with a shock dart. So what G really needs to do is get the plant down, get into the proper post-plant positions before the rotations from RRQ arrive, and that is just way too tall of an order for them to fulfill.
rotation
At this point, I don't even know if the damage is mitigatable. I mean, if they can get themselves down to a 9-3, there's a chance here. But again, it's going to be an eco round. And I think at this point, they keep trying to get that early pick, get that early kill, and try to go somewhere. But now, going for that direct side execute instead, just going to be getting in off the back of the
That's
fast
left
lane.
left.
Already there's a player tucked away into the corner. Now
What?
find two
हाँ
more
भाई
players
नेट्स की
down.
कोने दुजन के नहीं
That's a
जाए
trade that is not in
Classic
G's
move.
favor.
Flash, no,
We
no,
got
no, no,
Splash
no, no,
with the
no.
operator debating
ओ
whether
भाई स्लैश
he
मत
wants to
मत
take a
कर भाई
risk
मत कर
here.
मत कर
The knife to check the corner out.
भाई अपन आसपास से
They
मतलब
get
क्लिप हो
spiked down.
जाएगा
3v4. That's
नाइस
no
पोजीशन
corner
भाई
left.
आस्टर नाइस पोजीशन
So,
भाई
get a little bit deeper.
अरे भाई की कोने
Shorty takes care of that and might even be able to
Huh?
find another one. It's all up to Risen. A 1v3, just no way to stop this retake.
Nice
And
shot.
How much more
Risen.
can Risen really do? They know he knows where both these players are. 2 bullets left in the gun. There's not much.
Oh! Whoa! What the
এই ভাই এটা কি ছিল
That is insane.
What?
That is
Wow! भाई Ryzen OP भाई Ryzen OP भाई
ओ भाई
God, what a clutch.
What?
भाई
Was that a
साहब
one bullet collateral? A
वो लास्ट
collateral
नहीं
of
चला
the
वैसे
last damn
let's go
bullet
भाई
with the vandal? Look at
Let's
this, 2
go,
bullets in the
bro,
chamber.
let's
one
go.
bullet
Already
took his
spent.
ban
my
man भाई man
The reason
man
this Sova wears a cape, my friends, he is a freaking superhero. Rising from the ashes, he stays true to his name and
Shot
gets
so
GE
है,
a
shot
much
so
needed round win.
भाई फास्ट मैच है Ryzen को
That
भालो
was
खेलते हैं
exhilarating to watch.
को
Yeah,
भालो
Shotty
एम
getting
एक्चुअली
destroyed 9-2, but that is the kind of hero performance we needed from the
এই
Sova.
কি বুঝিনটা কি হয়েছে বেকারটা
Seems like
speak of
Splash took that one
heroes.
personally. Oof.
Yeah.
hey কি হচ্ছে what the fuck
Huge kill
Yeah,
there, but
yeah.
still, it's just going to be one
Huge
player taking
hit,
down
yeah,
the Killjoy,
yeah,
meaning
I
that all of these
সে তো
lanes are now going to
যেখানে
be
যখন
down.
অফিসিয়াল
Watch
স্ট্রিম
that
ওখানে
flame.
দেশে লোকেরা
Additional
গালি
pressure
দেয়
being created between Devoto, Splash and Woody. Splash going ballistic. The triple
no,
already
sir.
hit. There's
Tena
nothing to
bolde.
be done here. 10-2 at the half.
এটা
You
কিছু
know,
বলছে
G,
না
they find 2 rounds, one off the back of absolute heroics. I think if we have a clip of the day, that might have to be the one there, Crips, if nothing else. But aside from that, right, RRQ, they look so strong in terms of this team synergy, right? The Sova ult to create the zoning pressure. You've got the Bladestorm
Splash
just
বলে
seeking
প্লেয়ারটা
out these
ভালো
kills like
খেলছে
missiles and
Hmm.
the additional support.
एक
as well
next
from the
year
Astra. There's
ए
just
भाई
no
एक
way
मिनट
to get
ऑर्गन
through.
चले আসবে
Exactly, and there's just so
और
much
क्या
that
ना
she
এরা
has
তো
to do
এদেরকে
with.
তো
I mean,
রেখেছে
nobody even broke that
একাডেমিতে এদেরকে
recon.
মেন টিমে নেওয়ার জন্য
They
না
couldn't break it, so UB tried to use the fast lane, hoping that
খেললে
nobody
মেন
will get
টিমেই
pinged.
খেলবে
But the moment they got pinged,
সব
that
তো
massive
ছোট
100
মনে
Fury was
হয়
heading
না
right
সব
towards them. So now they have to dodge the laser beams, they have to dodge Splash's blades, and at the same time somehow make sure that nobody climbs up on screen
যেমন
to
এই
take pot
ইউভির
shots
মনে
at
হয়
them.
কত বছর
It's just way
16
too much
বছর
pressure
না
to
কত
deal with.
বছর বয়স বলে
RRQ being extremely proactive to
খুব
stop G
সুন্দর
in their
খেলছে
tracks.
ইউভি খুব সুন্দর খেলছে
But
Vita-
speaking of
Vita
proactivity,
খুব ভালো
here
খেলছে।
comes a massive fight. Stun for a stun. It's Astra versus the Neon's relay bolt.
এটা
And
এই
both
আইজিএলটা
teams
কি
get away
এনবিএ
without a
মনে হয় নাকি
scratch. Nats tries to encroach in towards Art only to be shut down by UV, and that's a much needed kill. And on the back of that kill, GE making their presence known to its bid. Being
এদেরকে ইয়ে
extremely
করতে হবে
noisy with
মেন
the
টিমের
V3.
সাথে খেলতে হবে তারপরে ধীরে ধীরে যদি ইমপ্রুভ হয়
RRQ, on the other hand, just complete silence. They've cut noise. They want to see if GE are going to over-aggress from their boundaries, but GE now opting to fall back. They've cleared out mid. They know that nobody has been creeping in through there, and it's likely to be an execute on to this site. They have a lot of presence, and they're willing to take the fight for RRQ, winning out every single duel. Splash with 2, Sky with 1. The
প্লেয়ারটা
duel is just
মারাত্মক
absolutely popping off here, and now Risen.
नाइस वन
has-
आय Ryzen यार
Hero along with Little Boy, and somehow they
आय
make it work.
Ryzen
However, Sky looking really healthy in the 1v2. And
That's
look at
some,
this.
man.
Spike hasn't gone down to G. Actually opting to just go for that wraparound. They're just sticking together.
गाइस
They
हैशटैग
hold hands and they
Ryzen
do not
फाइटिंग
want
भाई
to let
Ryzen
30
फाइटिंग
get a free kill,
बंदा
but
अकेला भाई
Spike
क्या क्या
has
कर रहा है
Spike
भाई
actually going to be going over for a possible rotation. Expects this reclear perhaps, and it's going to give him time to reposition and set up. Has no utility left, but does have a decent amount of HP. It's all up to Phoenix and how much they can achieve. I think that should be enough time for the recon to re-clear though, or like get back though. Ooh, 5 being taken early here. Unfortunately, Sky
Whoa
not able
nice
to find a
shot
headshot. Does a lot of damage though, and just has to hit the shots here. No way to
Nice one.
win out this fight.
Nice
And
round.
the wall bang to do in the final nail. Finally,
আর Ryzen বের করলে বে
able
রাউন্ডটা
to find a round win
Damn.
in. I wouldn't say completely clean, but definitely a much cleaner way. Them going aggressive, them being able to. Risen being able to
Naive
again
দেখছি
find
bro।
these
বেরিয়ে
two
গেছিল
players
রাউন্ডটা
towards
বেরিয়ে
hearts.
গেছিল ভাই
I think
2v4
that's
বের করলো
huge from here.
Yeah, Risen with his double kill really helped GE secure that round. And more than that, he was very smart with the spacing with Little Boy, knowing that it's a 1v2. He expected Sky to come forward and pick up a fight on his own terms rather than waiting for the spike to be tapped and whatnot. So he
Keeping
paced himself really
Azir
well, and
Baru
Ryzen is actually
are-
having a pretty good game. This entire day has been pretty nice for him because he
Boster.
was doing wonders on split. He's the only person on the team with double digits right now. Really just maintaining his composure. Ryzen has been one of those players who, you know, was one of the fresher players in the tryouts for GE Academy. And he's really proving his worth now. Splash, the spearhead of RRQ. Sharpening his blade, ready to pick up that fight. But Kipo, even though he's the most experienced player on the team, he's been struggling all day. So maybe this double door hold might just overwhelm him. At least he's got backup in form of the killjoy coming towards him, but the molly forces him out. The smoke is there, so as soon as Wilbur tries to peek out, people are ready to intercept him. That's a very good way to deal with this double door pressure. Ryzen once again gets a kill, falls back, knows he's being hunted down. The recon dart pings them both before it's finally destroyed. And now we fall into a limbo. RRQ have the connector control. They're smack in the center of the map, and they have a lot of options on their plate. Which one do they choose to exercise? Either way seems like a good option because as of now, GE have no trade potential. They're so far away from each other.
I think they're just focused on figuring out which side they're going to and hopefully going in for a retake together. You got to be able to clear out mid, and I think if they can get that double door control as well, it's going to give them the cue that it's going to be this A execute coming in. They've got a smoke as well, but they should try and get the plants. They're both going to be the ones to stick it through here. The spam though, actually going to take out Woody, and now the recon trying to find that final shot. They've though uses the smoke to stay alive. 1v2.
Nice भाई UV मोलने चाप हो ये तो
that bulldog only
भाई दूजन दो से स्पीड है भाई UV यार
UV needs to find that counter headshot with the Guardian, and with both players having minimal HPG, they managed to make their buy round work and carry forward this bulldog as well as this Guardian.
But I would still say this is a good eco round from the side of RRQ. They got 3 kills,
Definitely
plant down, and you know they managed to get GE to drop some of their more expensive weapons. So overall, I would say this is a win. Guardians, Outlaws. Oh, and it's in the hands of Envy rather than UV. All right, I guess we will expect him to take some off angle and maybe hopefully get an opening kill.
I like how our
That being said,
been prioritizing. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
And I was just talking about how they've like really prioritized getting this Phoenix out. I mean, in the first round, also Sky was able to get at least a double or a triple kill there, but the fact that they've been really just able to get the Phoenix ults online for if they need it, and now with that outlaw being spotted out, gonna be able to take up connector control once again. I like how RRQ are prioritizing this with GE. This is the kind of the advantage of having that Astra in your team comp, right? You're gonna be able to just hold space so effectively if people are rushing you.
Okay, so they take control of double doors. They use a control smoke to make sure that nobody from the link area can shoot them down. And then they use the arc rose to clear out connector. They don't spot anyone over there. So now they've planted these seeds of doubt in the minds of GE. They know for a fact that Art and Mid can be simultaneously under attack. They even commit Sky's ultimate for this one. But this is all just to ruse. The actual hit is coming towards B main. And Kibo can do nothing to stop it.
Control, including Heaven. I don't know if Astra's gonna expect this. Flash has been
What?
able before continues.
भाई कीबोर्ड भाई कहाँ देख रहे हो भाई
यार? And now Sky coming around for a
बार
long
मोड़ से फ्री दे भाई
lurk right now.
ओके
Lane
स्मोकर
coming in, it's
दीजिएगा
all a
नो
question of
स्मोकर
timing here.
खेले नो
He
तो
seems to
नीचे
expect Sky
खेलते
will he still be watching this angle? It's
Arre.
very possible, and at least
What?
it's gonna be the reload giving Prison having to find a trade there, but it's all just a little bit too soon. A 2v4, that is what's left. Envy forced to go in for a reload. Lethal boy able to find a couple or one kill, but Woody able to shut down both players, and RRQ win their full by bringing themselves to 11 here. 2 rounds is all that stands between them and the grand final groups.
God damn. That timing was brutal. Look at that. UV expects Sky. Turns away the 1 second before.
That timing
Oh god. Oh, that's not just cinema. That's comedic timing at its best.
It's tragic.
Nice shot by
No,
little boy.
Yeah,
Very unlucky indeed. Now, unfortunately, GE have to deal with economic woes once again.
अरे 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 अरे
Oh,
अरे
no,
अरे
no, no,
वीरे
you
नीचे
cannot
के
stun
स्टन
yourself
पोजीशन
like that. Yuvi, unfortunately, another case of comedic tragic timing, I would say, is
brother.
that Little Boy at least able to find some redemption, avenge his teammate's tragic death there. But in the meantime, Splash has already taken up all of this control. 3 players are from GE towards the back of this site. As you see Sky looking to go
Nice
forward.
shot,
Again, Flash
Envy.
himself, letting Envy get a little bit of space. And
Ryzen.
the gonna clear out a little bit more with that kill too. 8 players left alive right now.
Nice one,
Gonna
nice
be the
one.
Late storm finally failing here from Splash and all up to their bottle. 1v3, try and clutch out here. Able to get that first kill. Can it's all about
Nice one.
that is the
चलो
question.
भाई चलो कम बैक बोलते चलो कम बैक होगा चलो
For a fallen comrade. 5th round on the board for GE, and I think that was a round where they finally looked like they at least were able to handle things after this unfortunate moment. Like, sure, UV went down in a very awkward way, but I think Envy being able to kind of anchor down this backside as well as everybody else staying alive on, without going down and being able to peak on timings really just showed that GE were able to put this round together. They needed it the most.
Yeah, but that free smoke kill to Little Boy, that definitely was impactful. If it wasn't for that, then this whole outcome would have been very different. Of course, UV cannot afford to make mistakes like that again. That was an unforced mechanical error. Can't have that in a high-stakes game.
क्या लाइन है बे
Razor Vine over here to make sure that nobody can
Copy
peek
code
out
na, copy
in
code na.
case RRQ
That's a
decides
vice
to
killing
contest
hai.
double doors. But that's giving GE the wrong idea. All of them are actually going for a contact play to its B main. Little Boy expects this. Lockdown put up. And that will be destroyed for free. Little Boy cannot contest this. In fact, Sky is going to force the issue by flashing himself again. Third time this game.
खुद को फ्लैश कर दिया
But hey, that gives GE a lifeline.
3 players on the flank. I don't know if they're going to expect this here. Marshall from Nats gets at least there for the 2 are coming out on their way. The stun actually connects here. And you do see 2
Bojin,
kills
Bojin,
coming
chalo,
from
chalo.
Sky though finds a trade.
Arre.
And now it's Woody and Splash between them
Oh my
to get
God.
the final damage for a
Hint,
second. It
hint.
looked like GE were going to be able to find that crucial opening. But RRQ were just so close to
এই
be
প্লেয়ারটা
able to
বেঁচে
back up
থাকলে
their
কিছু করার
teammates
নেই
there. And now they're going to be setting themselves up at
That
match
Ryzen
point.
19
Look
kill
at this
play.
chart here, Cruz. I mean, Splash has 24 and 11. That's more than a 2 KDA at this point. He really, really wants that grand final. And I think it's while Risen and Lil Boy, both of them have been trying their hardest. Splash has just been that player to watch out for.
बट मैच एम या पूरा टूर्नामेंट एमवीपी अगर फीलर से स्लैश होगा
He
I
absolutely
mean, I want to
has.
see how many first kills he has after this game.
ইউভি আর রাইজেন
Sure, it's over 7 at the minimum, and that's me being
Only two.
conservative. That's a big recon. Nobody breaks it. It's not just Splash's Vandal, but they also now have to be wary of Woody's Hunter's Fury. That's so much control garnered by RRQ.
आई शॉट
Nice shot.
Run it back committed just for good measure. But Envy, look at what he's trying to do. He's trying to camp the space where he will spawn again. And Envy
Nice
gets the better
one,
side.
be Envy bhai.
Dips back to safety. That's cold-blooded murder, stolen right from underneath their noses. They cannot protect
अच्छा
Sky.
मारा बे वो
But this cosmic divide, that's bound to make things difficult. There's
Hey,
only gonna be
Kibo,
one
nahi
player on the
marne ka
side
bro.
from the side of RRQ, and that is the Astro.
Nice one by
He
KJ.
knows a hit to fight Little Boy.
भाई लील बॉय तो
That
है
fight.
लील बॉय तो है
But how will you defuse the spike now? Cosmic divide still gonna be up, but
What?
they will try to come
What?
out, and they both peek at the same time. It's not to win their fights.
game change
Down to a
कर
1v.
भाई how
Woody clutches it out.
भाई कैसे
Hey,
जीजी हो गया ये
Triple from Woody to shut things down. He faced a lot of issues when he was fighting DRX. Woody
Hi,
was having
hello?
a terrible game against them, but he rises from the
भाई जीजी
ashes
कैसे हो गया भाई ये तो
to
भाई
put
हमारा
down
राउंड
GE
था
Academy.
My God, what a round that was. I think that recon was just playing distraction there and the positioning here. It wasn't a 2v4 that RRQ were taking at this point. It was a 2v2, and I think that both Nats and Woody were able to just pop off and find the
Oh
clutch
my
there.
Andy,
god.
man.
We did see
Andy,
some
Andy.
moments from GE where they looked like they had a chance. They
Oh
were
my
really,
God.
GE fighting at that junction. But
Ah.
overall, RRQ, they just
এত
looked so
টাইম ছিল রিল
confident
বয়
here,
একটা গান
especially with
উঠাতে পারেনি
Splash,
কি
having the kind of game that he was kind of having. I think we'll be having that scorecard coming up very soon, so we can take a look at the exact statistics here. But overall, Crips, it just felt like in that first half, right, we were talking about how like mid control was such a difficult thing for GE to find, and you only saw a few attacking grounds coming out of
स्लैश
RRQ, but you saw
राइजन
how they
भाई
were able to
राइजन
come
भाई
and
ने
excel
तो
at it.
मारा तो है
Same issue that GE struggled
बस
so
थोड़ा
much
सा
with.
सपोर्ट अगर हो जाता ना भाई
8 first
वो
blood
कीबोर्ड
fights.
की तरफ से
8 first bloods. Yeah, I was close. I said
Bro,
7.
how do
Koi na.
you
Yeah,
lose
close
that,
enough.
bro?
Koi na,
How do
My
you
invite
point
lose
was,
that?
Flash is an absolute monster.
Next time बहुत ही अच्छा
This
result
team,
आएगा.
RRQ Academy, that's too small for him. I expect him to be in the Tier 1 league next season. I mean, if it isn't in the RRQ main roster, somebody or the other will definitely buy him out, and he deserves to be in Tier 1. That being said, though, Kipo has not been having a good day. Envy performed well enough in Split, but I don't know what happened to him in this particular game. Sure, he tried to go for a lot of those Yoru maneuvers, sometimes jumping the gun a little too early, but UV has been out of it as well. I mean, maybe it's the fact that they're playing at 70 ping. Maybe it's just a bad day for them. I can't exactly find the reason why they're not able to hit their shots, but the mechanical difference between G Academy as well as the two other teams, it's very, very apparent. On the macro level, at least G seem to have the right idea, but because they can't win out their fights, that's why they can't pick up their pace, and those micro actions are affecting their macro as well. It's a domino effect overall.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. That domino effect, that's a really good way to say it because, you start by, even if you're winning out your fights, you don't have the map control, and then you start like getting more perhaps stressed. You're not having a good day. You're like, you feel pressured to be able to win. And,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate that G fell prey to that pressure today. I think that they looked a little bit better in that first game against DRX. Sure, it was also DRX who looked a bit dominant, but I think instead of, being negative about it and just insulting players, we could try to sort of understand that, okay, this is the level that you need to get to. So instead of it, you do need to look at criticism, you do need to understand what you're doing wrong, but it's better to look at it from a point where, okay, these are the things that we're lacking in, and look at it with open eyes. And I think that today, at least, both RRQ and DRX have really kind of showed us what things look like on the other side of the Indian Ocean, how teams play in SEA, and the kind of standard that you're going to expect if an India team actually wants to go to Ascension and win it someday.
Yeah, and that's the goal overall. I mean, GE Academy have a long road ahead of them. Very soon, VCL South Asia will also begin. And sure, perhaps the caliber of teams over there is not going to be as dangerous as the teams they face today, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be prepared for bigger and badder opponents. G Academy has scrimmed against DRX Academy several times in the past, and they've had their asses kicked. But this was the first time they faced RRQ. And even though they seemed to be in control, at least for the first few rounds, it kind of all went downhill after G couldn't figure out the win condition and after RRQ stalled them out long enough. The mid rounding is still a problem, but luckily, all those problems are out in the open today, so they can at least fix them. Now that G Academy is aware about what's wrong, they have something to work with. And this was a nice wake up call for the team. Hopefully, they'll improve, fix these mistakes, and by the time VCL South Asia comes around, they'll be ready. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a tiny break before we head into the grand finals. It's a best of 3 between RRQ Academy and DRX Academy. So, yeah, that's going to be a bang.
So it's final time, best of 3.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch it.
Best of 3.
Best of 3.
Okay, I think I just lost. Zach over there, frozen in time. Maybe someone cast a spell on her, but we'll break that spell and rescue her, ladies and gentlemen. Soon enough, we'll be back with the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
ভাই দাঁড়া না, আমি লাঞ্চ করে আসি।
কোরমা ডেরি এদিকে পাঠা একটা ডাব্বা।
হ্যাঁ
একটা ডাব্বা পাঠা।
পাঠাচ্ছি
পাঠাচ্ছি বলে হাওয়া হয়ে গেল কিন্তু। হ্যাঁ,
তোর কাছে কাবাবটা কই সেটাকে বল, তা একটা ছবি বন্ধ দিসনি ভাই।
কেবাব হজম হয়ে হেরিয়ে দিয়েছি ভাই।
আমাদের লোকেরা শুধু বিজিএমআই খেলবে, তাও বিজিএমআই যদি ইন্টারন্যাশনাল যায় রাখে গেছে।
ইয়ে বিজিআই সে হেগে এসছে নাকি ফ্ল্যাট
হ্যাঁ বলছি বিজিএমআইটাও যদি ইন্টারন্যাশনাল টুর্নামেন্ট ফিউচারে হয় না
হুম
তখন ইন্ডিয়ান টিমস দেখবি হাঁকতে থাকবে মানে হারবে যখন কিনা এখানকার লোকেরা এই গেমটাই সবচেয়ে বেশি খেলে
হুম
নেই ভাই এখানকার প্লেয়ারদের মধ্যে জিনে নেই বা স্পোর্টসের গেম নেই বাকি সব আছে বাট এই গেম নেই বাকি সব আছে বা ট্যালেন্ট আছে নলেজ আছে মেডিকেল ফিল্ড থেকে শুরু করে সায়েন্স ফিল্ড আর্টস ফিল্ড সব জায়গায় পাবি লোক ইভেন তো যে আউটডোর গেমস নর্মাল যে গেমস সেখানেও পাবি অ্যাথলেটিক্স থেকে শুরু করে সব
ফ্ল্যাট একটু দেখো না
নট স্পোর্টস
এটা কেমন লাগছে গো
এটা তো আমার নাইফটা
কেমন লাগছে এটা
এতে ভালো না একটা ইউজ করি সেটা নিয়ে কি করবি
না বলছি এটা কেমন লাগছে সেটাই বলছি আরে এটা মিনিমাল ওয়্যার না তাই জন্য বলছি আর একটা আছে দাঁড়াও দেখাচ্ছি
এটা মস্ত এটা অ্যানিমেশন হয়
এটা এরকম অ্যানিমেশন এটা আবার ইয়ে আছে কি বলো তো এই দেখো এই দেখো হাতের ইয়ে রেখেছি তো এই দেখো কিরম করবো দেখো এটা একটাই নাইফ আছে যেটার আছে
এটাই নিয়ে নেয়
আমারটা ইয়ের ইনস্পেক্ট নেই এটা ইয়ে হেভি সুন্দরভাবে আনে হাতে ভালো লাগছে না এটা এটা ভালো লাগছিল তো ফ্লেয়ার
Well. Welcome back.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is once again fight night back to the final this time, and unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to our very own Global Esports Academy, but they cannot have their head being put down because they did play the first ever official game here. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad that they put in the effort to try and take out, a lot of their strength to face off against teams like DRX and RRQ, who already have some pretty great players who can be in the VCT. And soon, hopefully, even these players will reach that level. The problem here and the tricks and tips that they need to focus upon will be solved hopefully in the upcoming few months, because this is a longevity program for them. It's not something that they're going to give up in the next 3 or 4 months. They're going to be here for the next year at least to try and make it up. But having said that, Crips, we have our finalists, RRQ and DRX, going up against each other once again. Is it going to be the same story as the previous map?
I really hope not, because we definitely got the splash show, and while I love watching him wreak havoc on the server, I would also like some of the other RRQ members to step up. While G Academy did not really provide much of a resistance to them, DRX will definitely punish every single little mistake that RRQ made, and there were quite a few of them on Pearl as well. Plenty of them on Lotus. The over aggressiveness, the eagerness that Splash has, sorry, it was palpable, but it's not enough. And DRX have a lot of protocols, which you can see in the pace at their rotation. You can see how quickly they make their decisions, and it really just shows that they are drilled in a much tougher, much more exuberant environment, which prepares them for every possible threat.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've been pretty, smart about how they let their teammates take a fight as well. DRX don't let anybody go on by themselves. Nobody really is playing for, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take one single peek. No, it's discipline that is gotten them this far. It's discipline that's gonna take them further as well. But for now, RRQ right now on the tail end of the spoon, because they have to try and lift it up and feed themselves a little bit of power here, because it's not gonna be enough. DRX are a pretty heavy team right now, and they are at honestly, RRQ are at the mercy of DRX's momentum, because if RRQ are not able to, I would say, at least build up a first half of being 8-4 minimum, or maybe 7-5, I don't see them kind of taking out anything more here, because DRX, with the way that the entire team kind of forms around themselves, is really good. And especially the scoreboard itself, right, that was there for the previous game, kind of shows it all. Splash up on top, then 5 players of DRX, and then the remaining 4 of RRQ.
Then the rest of RRQ. Yeah, that's a massive amount of kill disparity to have. Like, sure, sometimes you can read what DRX is doing on the macro level, but if you can't hit your shots, all of those reads, all of that preparation, it's really not going to bear much fruit. So that being said, at this point, I think it's very safe to reduce this entire difference down to just mechanicals.
আমার আগেরটা দেখতে ভালো নাকি এটা ভালো
And I
বেশি
really hope that wasn't the case. I really hope that we could chalk it up to some sort of superior
এটা
planning,
অ্যানিমেশন আছে
superior
বাট
mid-round
স্কিনের
thing.
কালার বা এর
But
থেকে দেখতে
unfortunately,
লাগে
that's just what it comes down to at this point. It's just mechanical difference. And I hope that that gap can be covered. It can be bridged soon enough.
I think you know what, given that they're kind of warming up the RRQ, I think that maybe they'll be able to at least pull the score a little bit more closer compared to what it was just the previous map. So we're gonna have the veto come up as well in just about a second to see what exactly is gonna be DRX's pick. Are we gonna see some repeat maps, or is this gonna be completely brand new? We were lucky enough to witness 3 different maps on all 3 different games so far. And I'm pretty sure, of course, one map will repeat. I think DRX don't have a preference, but I think RRQ will. They will want one map that they believe is their strongest to be on this map pool, because otherwise, I don't think the confidence is going to be there too much in their favor. And there it is. The veto is going to be... Oh, wait, never mind. It's exactly the 3
all
maps
3
that
maps
we just
repeat.
saw. Yeah, okay. Never mind, I guess.
দেখি তো
Yeah, so Lotus turns out to be, the decider map. RRQ ends up picking up Pearl. Kind of makes sense. They just beat G Academy quite convincingly on this one. DRX, they're going to go ahead with Split once again. My God, they were really fast on Split. Like, they were basically surrounding G Academy so quickly they had no room to move forward or back. They were just kind of stuck over there. And the way DRX wrap around on Split is really fast, especially now that they're starting on attacking side. But first, we're going to be starting on a neutral map of Lotus. Not so neutral for RRQ because they already were beaten on this map by DRX before. So it's essentially a rematch.
Yeah, it is going to... I honestly thought maybe we would see a fracture or a bind, but...
I was hoping to see a bind.
I too was kind of hoping we would see something other than these 3, but somehow we've repeated all 3 maps, and we're going to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The teams are ready, and we are too. We're going to be heading into the game, the final of the fight night. First of many to come, of course, as we head into Pearl, which of course is RRQ's week. They're going to continue on with the same set of agency teams. Sky still hovering over that Phoenix. Let's see what exactly is going to be DRX's comp in this one. They do have the Astra already locked in. Young's gone for the Astra instead of the Omen this time. And Flicker is still in love with that Tejo.
Okay. That Tejo, I think this is too big of a map for Tejo to be that effective, but as long as there's a Vice on RRQ, it doesn't really matter all that much. Yeah, GA picked up a Killjoy, right? And this Theo would have been a menace to Killjoy. It can destroy all the utilities so easily. But RRQ, they're gonna run it back again on this map. This time, I hope Sky doesn't team flash himself or self flash himself as much. Splash, of course, has been looking phenomenal. Tebethol was absolutely crucial in holding on to that B site, anchoring it really well. And Woody was just rotating really well all around the map. Whenever G Academy got stuck, he was there to make sure that they can't even fall back, and he was just enabling the rotations for RRQ really well. DRX, on the other hand, while we haven't seen them all Pearl, we know for a fact that they're a damn good team. And instead of going for any scanning initiators like a Sova or even a Fade for that matter, they go for the brute force initiators. You've got the KO flashes on Ethan. Flicker is going to make some of these spots unplayable. I'm guessing it's going to be very difficult for them to hold on to B-Link and back of B-Halls, especially now that the guy at Salvo can just flush you out so easily from that area. So, yeah, I really hope that RRQ comes prepared for this one.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult game, especially given that they're going to be playing double duelist as well, right? So they're going to have to try and play this out quickly. It's not going to be as, smooth flowing as it was against Global Esports, because this team is going to make you, work for your map control. They're going to try and poke you in different angles, especially that mid region. I feel like with the Tejo, you've got so much control that you can take with the guided salvo, because both mid and B and towards the link side, if you're able to take it out, instantly you're going to be able to push up mid, smoke off top of mid, and then you have control instantly. So much you can do with this agent, of course, and not to mention that you've got the KO flashes flying on behind that as well, right? So that is also there. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is a small little tech pause that has making us have a small little wait, and I think we'll be, never mind, we're just waiting for the players to get connected. You can see Woody unfortunately has DC'd, and for those of you who've just joined us, it is of course the grand final of the Fight Night Global Esports, and this is RRQ playing up against DRX. First map is going to be Pearl. Second map, we have, of course, Split, and the final map decider, if at all we go to it, going to be Lotus.
Yeah, we've seen all three of these maps before, and all three of these teams have been pretty good on these maps. We already know what RRQ Academy can perform on Pearl. Their holes were pretty good. What do DRX bring to the table, though? With the Theo and the KO, I think their execution power is going to be through the bloody roof. But will they be able to bait out all the RRQ utility to make sure that theirs is effective? We don't really know that for sure, because RRQ, while we know for a fact that their pace is good enough, DRX were even faster. At least they were in their game against GE Academy. Even when they faced RRQ on Lotus, we saw that the Splash was quite effective. But yeah, this is not a best of one. This is a best of three, and Lotus is down towards the end. So if at all it goes to the third map, that rematch is gonna be spicy.
Absolutely. And, if you had to, if I'm gonna just bring up a little bit of trivia about these DRX players, right? Young, who is right now, who did play amazingly in the last two games, he's the most recent addition into this team. He actually joined this month. Amazing. He came in this month, February of 2020. Yeah. He just came in this month, and he's a part of the DRX Academy, and he's already up to flying colors.
Yeah, he was looking like an absolute Giga Chad on Split. He was making life a living hell for the G Academy players, because he wasn't just lurking up late and holding rotations for G Academy. He was also able to win so many fights by just dry peeking. No util required, no backup required. That's an amazing quality to have. If you can secure that much for your team all by yourself, it just spells wonders for you. But look at this one, DRX. They're already holding towards B, ready to make sure that Sky goes down as he pushes in towards Market, while the rest of his team is already stuck into the A site.
Yeah, Captain heard that. He's gonna go back, but Nat was already inside the trades there. Sacrifice gonna be able to make good use of his positioning. They're gonna get the plant down.
দেখো তো ছিল ফ্ল্যাশ
Flash is up close and personal. He's got one little smoke to work with. Flicker, been caught out. The timing's perfect, but once again, it's gonna be sacrificed with the trade.
গ্লাভস
Typical. Get one back, and
gloves
now
তো
it's all on him.
এটা তাও এটা ফ্যাক্টরি
He's got
নিউ
an
পুরো
Astra to be
নতুন এটা
afraid of because there are
তাই
stars
জন্য
on the
এরকম
map.
লাগছে নালে
They're
একটু
gonna
একটু
deny you
ফাটাফুটা
from
হতে পারে
making these defuses
দাঁড়াও
work.
তোমার গ্লাভস এর ইয়েও
Ball's
দেখায়
been put out, and he's actually
দাঁড়াও
on
আমি
C spot.
এইটা
He
স্ক্রিনটা
could end up
ঠিকভাবে
sticking
শেয়ার
this.
করি প্রথমে
One bullet does not even
Yo.
get it to half. I thought he would. No, he actually did get it to
Enemy
half.
remaining.
Never mind, but he gets
What?
it first. Needs another. Young gonna play it a little bit safer. Swings out wide. Try to play time. Now he's gonna play on Tabletop's tap. And he's gonna stick the defuse. And he does!
Huh?
Tabletop wins it.
Oh, it works?
In the very last second. Millisecond almost.
Man, Young is not gonna be happy about this. He was on fire all throughout, and now for him to relinquish a round to shenanigans like this.
Look at how close that was. Oh, just
Oh.
about.
So, I think I know what happened over there.
যদি
He
রেড কালারের
ducked down.
থাকে
I
তাহলে
think Young was aiming for his
নেওয়ার
head,
কথা ভাবছি একটা রেডের
and
আছে
Debathol just
দাঁড়াও,
ducks
এটা
under,
ব্যাটল স্কার্ট
changing his
ঠিক
head
আছে
position.
রেডের
And it's already hard to shoot someone in the back because of the hitboxes. And that causes Young to miss just enough to let him defuse. Oh, that's gonna be infuriating. Tiny differences get them pistol. And I think this is the first round that DRX have dropped all... First pistol round that DRX have dropped all tournament.
Yeah, this is the first. Aggressive on B. Nash wants to pick the pie here, and he will find a little bit. Goes for a second. Nah, Nathan stops him. That's going to be him taken down. Bulldog, not retrievable at the moment, but they know that the Wise utility is no longer going to be stopping them or delaying them anymore on that B site. He's going to get one pick on towards mid as well. This is throwing DRX to a little bit more of a commitment on that B side because they've got no other option here. And Zinx following that line created by the opponent for them. Flash gets one. Classic will not do any more damage, but the Sheriff Roll from Zinx can pick up a weapon here. It's already been gotten in the hands of Flicker, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. RRQ stands strong. Find second round.
Working wonders over here. I almost thought for a second that B-Link control that Zinc got them should let them at least get the spike plant. But RRQ had so many backup plants. Splash just staying alive and buying time for himself.
এই দেখো স্লো ফ্ল্যাশ
Buying time for his teammates to rotate by just staying alive and exerting pressure. His presence alone
এটা ভালো লাগে
made sure that RRQ couldn't tap the spike. That DRX couldn't tap the spike.
Yep, absolutely. Already seems like
এটা রেডটা খুবই কম ইয়ে
early information outside of
মানে
AF
red
has to
color-টা,
destroy that and give
এটা-
away a bit of positioning. And
এটা
that's
একটা
actually
আছে।
causing a bit of
দাঁড়াও।
confidence boost
এটা
for the
দেখাচ্ছে
duelists.
তোমাকে।
Look at that. They're gonna push up and re-clear A main. They've got an outlaw, and that's gonna call in the rotation towards B. It should be
এটা আছে
pretty
hand
clear by
wrap-এর
now that
মধ্যে।
this is a B hit. But RRQ are taking a little bit of time. They're not too keen on completely solidifying this B site yet because they had that sheer wall. Now it's disappeared. Now it comes sacrifice, and he's ready to find some sacrifices from RRQ. But it's gonna be Flicker for the first pick.
মনে রাখতে হবে
RRQ lose nats, but then they just give up the side. They're gonna rather go for a retake than try to win a battle which they don't have any util advantage in.
8 আর
One player in halls. That's gonna be the Jet from the side of DRX. Sacrifice will hold that area by himself. The rest of them fall back towards ramps. Yes, sure. Sacrifice can be isolated if any Astra smokes are used.
দেখো
Stuns up close. Recon reveals him, and the backhalls are clear now. They just have to worry about the front end, and that's ramps. That's the more difficult part.
এটা ভালো লাগছে না না
Tanks a little bit of the molly damage. Gets all three of them. It's just out the sky.
আমার তো ভালো লাগে না
Gravity well being used.
Are
Keeps him away
dull.
from the spike, and he's been put out of his misery. DRX convert the buy round.
Yeah, pretty simple. But that set play for the back of side clearance was really
আগেরটাই বেশি ভালো
I
লাগছিল
love the
নাকি
idea, the recon on one end
Hmm.
to follow it up with the stun as
আগেরটা।
well. And the close
এই দেখো
feed as
এখানে
well,
কটা
making sure
রেড
that he
স্কিন
knows that
আছে
there's gonna be a
এই
flash
দেখো
coming from the other side.
এই স্ক্রিনটা দেখতে
There's
পাচ্ছ
nothing
তো
he could do their sacrifice, but his death did not
Hmm.
go in vain. His
ওই
teammates
দেখো
were able
এই
to
হিসাবে
capitalize
আছে
on it, and on the back of which Athens now got the no command. he could basically
red
open up
মধ্যে
that A
এগুলোই
side because that's
আছে।
exactly where it seems like DRX's attention wants to be heading towards. Splash does take in a bit of control towards mid, but just a peeksy. The smoke's been dropped.
এগুলো
The DRX don't really know about this yet.
ঠিক আছে,
So they're just gonna head into that
এটা
A side,
অনেক
it
বেশি,
seems, with this brute force.
এটা অনেক
And
বেশি,
Sacrifice begins
এটা
it all up.
Sky holds his ground. Only good for one though.
এটা
Tried to
দেখছেন,
be sneaky around the
crimson
smoke.
waveটা
Drop
দেখ,
sacrifice down to
কততে
30
আছে
HP.
এখন।
So now he's gonna be the one that leads the charge. Acting like a bodyguard for Ethan.
Spike planted.
Woody can't really do much. The smoke fades away, and now he's ready. Spots out sacrifice, but he does get him finally, only to be traded out instantly. Tebathol swings out of flaws. That's a wide one. He needs backup. He needs it now. Cypher has arrived on scene, but Zinx can't do much. He was bound to kill Tebathol, who was speaking in from the Flopod side. Unfortunately, he just loses
বাপরে
the duel.
বাপ,
Athen was
Yeah, I
doomed
thought-
over there from the beginning. I mean, he had both the sides to check onto. So it really did come on to Zinc to just somehow get the round for them.
Yeah, I thought. I honestly
Oh,
thought
that-
DRX had this round. The minute they got the first trade, they got a little bit of control of
273.
backside. And Art as well was practically in their hands until, of course, that late lurk from Zinx came in. Unfortunately, positioning a little bit off there from the back lines where they went for
দুটা
fights that they
ব্যাটেন্স
didn't
কার্ড
really
হ্যালো হ্যালো ভাই কি খবর রে খেলার
themselves in terms of numbers, and
খেলা-
that's gonna
খেলা
give
দেখছি
RRQ
না তো।
number 3 here. And
কেউ
also
খেলবো, অন্য কিছু
enabling
দেখাচ্ছি।
Sky to
Get
find
out of my way.
his ultimate.
ভাই RRQ
back
ডোনেট করছে নাকি
available, and he's playing it pretty close and personal towards B doors in mid.
এই দেখো স্ল্যাপ প্লেয়ার,
Flickers got most of A B long clear.
এই দেখো
He also tagged up the Astra, who was on heaven, by the way.
বিশাল ব্যাটেলস কার্ড, বিশাল
Ace
ব্যাটেলস কার্ড
going on towards
Agla
mid and
hafta.
A main, as forgive me, B main and A main, both sides.
দেখতে পাচ্ছ?
Both teams have lost one player each.
Right there.
হ্যালো,
But in a 4v4
Hello,
situation
player.
like this, RRQ are forced to spread their
Slay
defense
player.
thin.
আরে হাক দিস রে
Contact play by Flicker. It actually works. So ballsy. Disrespecting the Blaze.
God,
Ready to
man.
challenge Sky with that fight. Yeah, of course, the judge wins up close. But now, Sky having anchored himself towards Halls, knows for a fact that he's going to be challenged once again. So he puts down the molly to buy himself some more breathing room. Trying to escape. Luckily, Splash arrives to back him up from top, and now Yong is trapped.
What?
The flash is perfect from Ethan. Helped him get one, but
ও ভাই স্প্ল্যাশ
this guy's just an absolute
ভাই
monster.
সিরিয়াসলি বিস্ট ভাই
So
স্প্ল্যাশ
well
পুরো
around the
বিস্ট
counter
খেলছে ভাই
utility. He dodges the flashes, he dodges all the smokes possible that were put down by Debithol. And yeah, sure. Whatever Astra util is being dumped at him, it can delay him for a bit, but it won't stop the inevitable.
Yeah, DRX once again a little bit lost here about how they want to take their fights.
দেখলে
They
slap
had
player?
one player on,
কি?
towards the back
এই
of
দেখো,
walls, and the other one towards main. They could have just double
এটা
swapped
একটা
back towards
খুব
main
ব্যাটেলস
side.
কার্ড এটা।
Zinx was all by himself. He could have had support from his teammate there. Fortunately, it didn't work out. Calm's a bit of a miss there.
খুব ব্যাটেলস কার্ড,
RRQ
খুব।
feeling the confidence just soaring up. 4-1. Revenge seems to be on the card
খুব
tonight,
ব্যাটেলস কার্ড।
as they just want to make sure that they give DRX the same medicine that was delivered to them. But Flicker absolutely demolishes Woody on towards A-Link.
Yeah, now you know why DRX have what they have. Armageddon committed. Close was the right side, forcing out any players playing to a secret.
ভাই
Sky
কি
trying to
খেলছে দেখুন
clear Art. Quite successful at it, but there's yet another player coming in from behind him. Nats is just trying to make sure that he can contain the breach, contain the avenue, but they just give up on planting on A.
ও মাই
They run all
গড,
the way into its secrets,
ভাই
and from there they're gonna go towards.
আরে নিয়ে যাবে ইয়ে নিয়ে যাবে
They've left
কেউ
one
নিয়ে
more
যাবে, কেউ
player
নিয়ে
to
যাবে।
his right. Nats is never gonna.
What?
take this.
What?
Athen!
ভাই
Athen, no!
চলো ভাই একা আমি হাগি না
Nats
ভাই
is looking at
Spike
it.
planted.
ভাই হ্যাঁ
Like, what
bro.
doing, bro? What doing?
এদের
What are
সাথেও
you
হয়
doing?
চলো
Spelled with a K. What doing?
Yes, what doing?
এটা দেখার
Exactly.
পর ভাবছি আজ ট্রিগার হবো না
How do you miss
ও
that?
তো বাগ বলে এটা দেখার পর আজকে আর ট্রিগার হবো
He
না।
might
That's
lose
all
the
right.
star, but he's definitely robbed Salt.
হ্যাঁ, এরা যদি করতে পারে আমি তো ভাই কোন ছাড়
It's all right. We don't judge by the worst mistakes of a person. That's okay. It's not even a mistake, honestly. It was just a moment.
Yeah, he ran out of bullets. Just
Lapse. Yeah. It's all good. Athen. We're not gonna make any highlight reels of that. In fact, just for you, I'll ask the broadcast production members to just delete that off the WOD itself, you know, so that even your coach can't see it. Keep it clean. What happened in CT spawn? We have no idea.
Take pausa.
Yeah. What stays in spawn? I mean, sorry, what happens in spawn stays in spawn.
That's true.
I mean, there's a comic book store right there.
Sleeping
so you
করতে
can't really
স্লিপিং করতে স্লিপিং
immortalize it or anything.
আমি আর মনে হয় তো আজকে
Three
বিকালে
ultimates
আসবো না
available for
খেলতে
DRX, and those are some big ones. The
Ready?
null command will
Shopping
definitely
করতে
make
যাবো।
all the counter util from Splash and Sky, the double duel is
Yes,
somewhat
sir.
irrelevant since they can't really use their dives and their flashes. But to bring it down to an even playing field, RRQ have the Steel Garden. So while they're playing with pistols, they can force DRX to come down and meet them at the level.
Oh, Athens still holding on to that A main side. But while he's trying to get that orb there,
She
and
overconfidence
pick up his
game almost
ultimate
there.
count much further. Sky, he's unfortunately going to be losing out on a teammate on towards that B site. Splash is gone. And the couple of pistols that still stand on this B site are not
এই
strong
RRQ
enough
টা
to
দেখে
hold on
ফ্যানাটিক
to
মনে
this
হয় দাঁড়ায়
cavalry that's being brought in by DRX Academy. For a spot, for a shot, first death. Tipital didn't even stand a chance. And Woody caught out the guy that Salvo, gonna force him out to peek. And Athens gonna take him straight down to hell. 5v2. Nats has got a Vandal. He's got flashes as well to use. The Steel Garden, if he wants to go for it, if he's ready for it, but the flash comes his way.
लग गए
Deal him down. Last
अरे I mean
लग गए
it hit the
Yeah,
box.
but it unintentional.
Unintentional,
ও
yeah.
আচ্ছা আমার কেন নাইফটা
It's
ভালো লাগছিল না
so
বলতো
funny
এতদিন
to,
ধরে স্লেভ প্লে
see him play this Phoenix. He was like,
No,
নাইফের কালারটা
production,
কেন
no.
ভালো লাগছিল
What
না
are we
বলো তো
doing? No, this is okay.
ভাই কি ছিল এটা
আমার মনিটরের
"You-
অবস্থা
you
দেখেছো তো
promised Athens that this
ওটার
session
জন্য
will be
ভালো
treated
লাগছিল
like
না।
a VOD. What does production
Hey.
do? They play it on the replay
Hey.
in slow motion. Jesus. The salt
নাহলে
is
এখন
never
তো দেখে
ending.
ভালোই লাগছে
You'll need some vinegar
Hey.
to balance this dish.
हम
out.
কোথায়
It's
দেখছি
alright. Hey, I'm a part of global.
এখন
esports.
second
I
monitor
want-
নিয়ে
I
গিয়ে
want him to
দেখছি।
feel the pain. Yeah, we lost them. It's alright. Feel the pain, Athens.
So salty.
I know exactly where.
This fight's getting intense. Oh, he just walks out. Nat's trying to help his team win the fight, which was kind of going downhill on Art.
let's come back with
And yeah, it's 1 minute 20, and almost all of RRQ is dead.
ঠিকই আছে এটাই
Everyone
থাকুক
basically
কি আর
died in like the
করতে।
first 10-20 seconds. So now Ethan's just standing here, toying with Ebethol, dancing around his gravity well.
দাম বাড়ুক একটু তারপর তারপর
Tabatal.
দেখবো কি করা যায় ঠিক না দীপ
Got you. Alright, that's one.
ঠিক না দীপ
3 more.
Yeah,
हाँ हाँ
he was just too loud.
Next.
দাম বাড়ুক নাকি
He's gonna go in towards
তারপরই
A-main.
দেখা
He's
যাবে
gonna take control. And with the amount of time that he's got left, he's gonna run all the way
কালকে
towards
খুলেছিলাম
B-main,
কালকে
and
আমার
then
M4 এর দামটা বেড়েছে
exactly what's gonna happen.
Yes, sure. That's exactly what's
তোমার
gonna happen.
নাইফের কত
Yes,
হয়েছে
it was
দেখেছো
perfect
একবারও
prediction.
Yeah, absolutely.
নাইফ
In fact,
কিছু
the prediction
হয়নি
was
ওরা
so
না
on point. Literally nobody from RRQ is playing close to
বাড়েও নি
60.
কমেও নি।
But they are trying to hunt
Yeah.
him down, so they really want him to not carry this Phantom back into the next round.
কালকে গিয়েছিলাম ভাবলাম দুটি নাইফ
Tabatal
নেই
walks
আমি
slowly
ইয়ে
out
করলাম
of
না দিয়ে
Athens' vision.
জাস্ট টিকারটা
Let
সেলে
him,
বসিয়ে দিয়েছি
save a Phantom
Tita.
out for the next round. But
টিকারটা
this little
কততে বসিয়েছো
maneuver of
1900
trying to kind of pace up the
কিসে বসিয়েছো তুমি
play here from DRX has awarded them 3
Steam
rounds in a row.
market.
And they've
Steam
evened up
market
the
কেন
score here,
বসিয়েছো?
4-4. And a bunch of ultimates available on both sides.
এখানে
They're
দিয়ে
a little
দেখো
more stronger in my opinion
মার্কেটে দিয়ে
for
দাও মার্কেট প্লেসে
DRX
দিয়ে দাও
because
না
they can clear out the site
কোন
pretty
মার্কেট
easily with the no command
যেখান
and
দিয়ে তুমি
the
নাইফ
and
কিনেছো
it seems like they are pretty
ট্রেড জিজি
attracted
হ্যাঁ
to using that on
ট্রেডে
the
দেখো
A
কত
side
হয়
where
তোর
actually
টাকাটা
RRQ
কোথায়
are
ঢোকে আমার
not
অ্যাকাউন্টে না
keen on defending because they want to
তোমার
take
অ্যাকাউন্টে
control.
নাহলে তুমি
But
ওটা
this
দিয়ে
is
আবার নাইফ
spotted
নিতে
by
পারবে
Zinc
কি
on
আছে
second. He tags up
কি
one.
কি
একটা
তোমার
অ্যাকাউন্ট কিছু দেওয়া নেই
But by the time they can do anything, here comes
নাকি
the
ওরা
other
ডাইরেক্ট
one.
স্টিম ওয়ালেটে ওখানেও ঢোকে
Behind it.
টিম ওয়ালেটে ঢোকে না দাঁড়াও তোমার কি নাম আছে
What?
The guy that's
ভাই
out was
পুরো বেঁচে আছে আসছে
dug out
ওখানে
here, and somehow Devil still finds the gap.
দাঁড়াও
Sky tries to peek out of the
কি
smoke.
নাম আছে
আরে
That's
shorty.
on point. Jumping shorty in the face, clears out tag out once and for all. Unless Flash has something to say about it, he's gonna run into Flicker, but Ethan
ও তোমার স্টিকারটার নাম কি ছিল
doomed. Oh my god, just
Yeah.
a good old bait and switch.
এ এনআইপি এর পেয়েছিলেন নিনজাস ইন পাজামা
Yeah, just 2v3.
না না
They're aware that Young
So?
can come in from behind, and yeah, no, but he just
ওই
got the best case of
টেডি
time
বিয়ার টাইপ
possible.
মুখ ছিল
টেডি
So,
বিয়ার
yet
টাইপের
another round for DRX. Now getting up to 3 in a row, 4 in a row. How many?
4.
I'm kind of
Now
losing
it's
count
4
over
in a
here.
row. Yeah,
Now
it's
it's
4 in a row
yeah.
now. Yeah, and they've gotten, I think, a pretty good idea about how to approach this RRQ side. They're not really selling fakes anymore. They're just kind of brute forcing their way. They're just taking slow
Player
measures
screen
before they
দেখো
burst
বলো
out. So
আমার
it's going to be a lot
কোনটা
of
ছিল
contact
না
player from DRX. And it seems like this time
আমি
they want
কি
to
করবো ভাবছি সব
travel with
কটাকে
that
একটা
contact
গানের
play
মধ্যে
towards
লাগিয়ে যদি
mid lane.
বিক্রি করতে পারি
Lot
গানটা
of,
না
গেলে।
গানের
being
মধ্যে
put
লাগিয়ে
down. They're
বিক্রি
gonna
করলে
walk
হবে না
again.
কিছু
Now Splash has an
দাঁড়াও
off, by the way,
আমি
and
ইয়ে
he's
চেঞ্জ করি
cleared
আগে
out the B
এটা
main
চেঞ্জ করি
completely. That smoke did nothing for DRX. It's gonna call out the Wise to start rotating on towards mid link, and he's got his eyes trained there. But is he gonna be ready
দাঁড়াও
for the
উইন্ডো
fight?
চেঞ্জ করি
It's
এবার
a question. Sky up close and personal. He's
এখনো
not
তো
gonna check
স্টিকারের
this.
ক্যাপসুলগুলোর দাম
আরে,
কম আছে
He's not.
ভাবছি
You're
সরিয়ে
right.
নেবো কিনা
You gotta check these corners,
সরিয়ে
Sky.
নাও
Come
সরিয়ে নাও
on.
আমি তো বললাম সরিয়ে
No,
নাও
but this is a bit of conditioning coming into play over here. See, Sky has been contesting A main
ক্যাপসুলগুলোর তো
very
দাম
heavily
এখনো
right at
কম
the start
আছে
of the round.
Every
Since
corner
the last
should
game, he did this against GE as well. So the one time he decides to peek it a little late, DRX capture the space and they catch him off guard.
You are divided.
Yeah, one time you change up and you already lose your coach.
এই দেখো
You don't
কোথায় গেলাম
do all that much. Emerald stands
কোনটার
his
কথা
ground
বলছিল
ahead of
তুমি
the
আমাকে বলো এবার।
cosmic divide. That was a massive peak.
সন্দীপ বেড়াই আগে
Somehow he
Cypher,
doesn't die to the
Cypher,
gunshots,
Cypher,
he dies to the
Cypher.
guided salvo. So that kind of tells you that DRX knows so much about RRQ's tendencies. They know that somebody or the other will at least try to play on the
টিমের
edge of
লোগো
the
ছিল
cosmic
নাকি
divide.
ওই
এই
ওই
মালটা
তো।
না
Pick to somebody.
পারফেক্ট ওয়ার্ল্ড
উডি উডি পিছনে উডি পিছনে
Look at the guy is just right behind that wall. So
Yeah.
that really tells you that DRX isn't just taking this as it comes. They are somewhat
saving
what
up.
RRQ will be up to. The reads are just so good. And this is proof that DRX are far
পারফেক্ট
more
ওয়ার্ল্ড
advanced
নেই
because
এখানে
protocols cannot do this. This is
Right
on the fly
করে দিলাম
countering.
দাম।
And these are calls that your IGL is
তোমার
coming up with.
ইয়েতে নিয়ে এসে দেখো তো কততে আছে
Yep. Absolutely.
দাঁড়াও।
এখন
They've been on a
এমনি
roll and
যেটা
they're
চলছে রেট
continuing, not gonna pick up the up.
হ্যাঁ এমনি
Really
রেট
need,
কততে
of
চলছে
course,
ওটা?
এমনি 412
sacrifices
আর
just
ইয়েতে
better
এই
now, just dashing in,
মার্কেটে
even though he's not had much
কোন
of an
মার্কেট?
impact in terms of frags,
যেখান দিয়ে
the
নাইফ
space
কেনো
that he's
সেখানে
been creating constantly for his team
ওটা
to
দেখিনি।
pour in, the 2
দেখো।
seconds that he's staying alive in
Yeah,
that
it's
smoke
so
of his
big.
own. Yeah, because the 2 seconds he's alive, nobody's actually firing
এখানে
at
তো
him,
নট
right? To try and
অ্যাকসেপ্টেড
spam him
এগুলো
down. They're
স্টিকার
waiting to
ইয়েতে
get a
বিক্রি
clear
করা
line
যাবে
of
না
sight. By the
এখানে
time they can do
এখানে
that,
বিক্রি করা যায়
either Athens come in or you've had somebody else come in and try and trade him off instantly at the same
God.
time, or Sacrifice get to himself. Like that right there.
That's a pre-fire spam onto Splash. He didn't even
Perfect.
see Splash. Oh god, he's pre-firing literally
এবার
every
কোথা থেকে
single
যেতে
corner,
হয়?
and he's getting the
ভাই
Yeah.
ফুল কাউন্টার
Four.
করে দিল বে
That's
ইয়েকে
straight in
আরআরকিউ কে
getting
Four na sell.
something going his way, but
ট্রেড
odds are
ট্রেড
just too heavily stacked against them. In fact, they're in no
Trade
hurry
কেন
to plant
করবো
the
আমি?
spike. They let
আরে
Kolkata
ট্রেডে গিয়ে
walk
দেখো
all
না
the
দাম
way
কত
back,
আছে
get the orb, and now he's gonna plant the spike, which will give him the Armageddon.
তো তুমি দেখো তো দাম কত আছে
DRX in great control right now, and Pivotal's just looking for a little bit of monetary value being dropped from DRX. You know, drop their share price down, make them feel a little bit of heat. Nats holding on to
কি নাম
that
ছিল?
mid door. Maybe
Perfect
somebody
world.
pops in to try and clear off that corner. Maybe DRX gets a little bit
আমার
No.
এদিকে দেখাচ্ছে না কেন একটু দেখাচ্ছে।
free about getting these
Sticker.
exit frags, not letting them save a single weapon. But now, once again,
স্টিকার
it is
এখানে
that
দাম
discipline
দেখাচ্ছে
of
না
his
জিরো
team
আনঅ্যাভেলেবল
to keep
দেখাচ্ছে।
them alive. And as I say that,
$4 দাম
ও এই মোমেন্টে সাঙ্গার এগুলো মানে ট্রেড করা যাবে না।
I should just
You
not
jinxed
open
him
my
there, bro.
mouth.
দেখাচ্ছে যে দিস আইটেম ক্যানট বি ট্রেডেড এট দ্য মোমেন্ট ফর
You're a jinx.
ভ্যারিয়াস
As,
রিজনস।
a certain
তোমার
redhead
তোমার
character
$4
would say.
$4.91 এই তো দেখো
So then result in the
স্ক্রিন
fall of
দেখো
Piltover.
বুঝতে পারবে
Okay, I'm getting sidetracked over here. Last round of the first half, ladies and gentlemen, and surprisingly, Splash has been
তোমার।
relatively silent. He's the big gun for his
ওটা
team.
তো তুই
He's
স্টোরে
the
দেখছিস।
spearhead, and this spear is
Hmm.
looking kind of blunt today. Hopefully, an AWP in his hands will change that.
দেখি এই তো
I mean, he did have an op in the previous round.
$4.91
Not the previous one, the one before that, where he kind of had to
ওই
you know,
একই
give it up
মোটামুটি
in the
400
exit
করে
frags. He's not been able to do much with it. This time, Sky wants to control, flashes out the camera, will take it out. But that doesn't shy Jinx away from this area. Splash
$4
finally
মানে
makes it
কত?
operator sing. And Jinx needs a trade.
90 তো
He might be able to
ছুতে
find
যায়
the
এখন
combo. That drone's gonna do nothing
ও
either.
ওরকমই
Would have rather
তুমি যত
helped his
বললে
teammate out than sent out the
ততটাই হয়
drone there. And Jinx is already spotted out. So what is he
Oh my
looking at? I'm
god.
not sure why he's looking straight
भाई
at
क्या
Boster.
शॉट मार रहा है बे साइफर
Expected one to be on the other side at least. On the better angle, and that's gonna throw once again RRQ in a 4v2. They have two ultimates, but what good are they gonna be of if you can't even get one more kill? Because if they only are in the 3v2, I feel like they're gonna be able to use that Cosmic Divide and Steel Guard. Otherwise, there's always gonna be somebody to take it out, and that makes it much easier for Tebotol, but he's unfortunately gonna go down to Zinx, and that's going to be 8-4.
14284 हाँ भाई ये कमबैक कर लो बे
And I was believing in it as long as they were 4-1
Level
up,
comeback
and
na
then
bhai.
they lost 7 in a row.
Yeah, those were such brutal 7 rounds. And not once have they lost in the same manner, you know? Always there's something or the other. Sometimes it's a guided salvo on the back of a Cosmic Divide combination. Sometimes it's a
ভাবছি
late
আমার
lurk
অ্যাকাউন্ট এখানে
in
লিংক
towards
করে
art.
রাখবো কিনা
Sometimes it's an
কোনটা?
early push in towards art, which nets you 3 kills.
তোর
And then
ইয়ে
the round is opened up, so you can do whatever you want.
যা
Just
ইচ্ছা
the variety of executes and plays that DRX have is insane. Like their playbook has so many pages.
Yeah, and it seems like they're gonna try and open one of the pages towards A main, but RRQ themselves going aggressive. They've been spotted out here. Splash will get one at least for his troubles, but it's still
কি
isolated.
বলছো
They need to take him out, and they will get away from their nose.
আমি
Sky
আমি
says
আমার একটা
absolutely not.
বন্ধুর কাছে যে ট্রেড
Flicker
নেব বাট
trying to get a trade
তো
back, not gonna find
হচ্ছে না
anything. Sharknut's gonna dodge him, but the
Max.
bullets won't.
এ দেখো
And
অ্যাকাউন্টটা
RRQ's brute forcing into that A side seems to have worked out of the back of
Screen
just
share-
one
no,
thing.
screen share
Splash
হচ্ছে
taking
না।
that aggressive dash and making sure that
भाई
DRX
साइफर
don't find
সত্যি
aim
ভাই কি
control for
খেলছে
free.
সাইফর
Yeah, but even then, him dashing
Shot
from
to
low
have it.
was a bit risky. Like imagine if he died. That would have instantly collapsed RRQ's entire push.
Yep,
You know where he is.
it was a risky play, but it worked out.
It was a very risky play. I mean, if he had like a shed or something, he probably could have gotten another one over there because the recon dot pinged all the members of DRX and then he could have spammed them through the wood box. Again,
দেখো,
those are just
কোথায়
ifs and
গেল?
buts. For now, it's Splash kicking their
নামটা
butts.
কি ছিল ওর?
Nice control of A main. Good follow up by Sky as well. His flashes haven't really been on point.
এই
And
মনিটর কাছ থেকে নেবো।
in the previous game of Pearl, he was really dominant on A main. He was almost always
No,
winning his
Boster
fights
is a
in
case.
that area. Didn't really have the same fate in the first half. At least he managed to bring it back
বাট
in the
ওকে
second half
আমাকে
pistol round.
একটা কার্ড
And
দিতে
just
হবে
like that,
লেভেল 0
RRQ have won
এখানে লেভেল
both
5 দেখাচ্ছে
pistol
কিন্তু আমার
rounds
ওখানে
this
লেভেল
game.
0 কেন দেখাচ্ছে জানি
Yeah.
না আমার ফোনে ওকে লেভেল 0 দেখাচ্ছে
Follow it up in this one as well, but DRX have got a stack here. Everybody's rotating in. They already had 3. They're gonna have 2 more join them, and it's a 5v5
গান কি করে
all-out
চলছিল what the
battle
fuck?
now. 1 is all they need. Flicker gets that, and
Is
trades
Sarai
come in,
so
but
কি
Athens
করে
still
জানে?
gets one more.
কি?
There they go. DRX once again.
টিমের
with
আন্ডারে
absolute
কিছু
pace.
এরকম কি সব
What just happened?
ট্রেডিং
What
কার্ড
भाई
You're heading in straight through a smoke without any sort of a
भाई
plan.
DRX का
One
कुछ
by
है
one,
भाई
everybody just keeps walking out. You're
क्या ही खेल रहे हैं भाई एक एक बंदा भाई क्या ही खेल रहा है भाई
plan there. The one flash
मैच में सैक्रिफाइस नहीं चला बट इतना फ्लिकर भाई क्या ही मार रहा है भाई
এই দেখো আমি এই জিনিস হ্যালো
And
हाँ।
he
এই দেখো আমি একটা জিনিস বুঝতে পারছি না এই
क्या
দেখো
राउंड का लवे वो
এই দেখো
lose their life and then
হ্যাঁ,
you counter flash
এই দেখো
from
এখানে
that.
0
And
লেভেল
then they're
দেখাচ্ছে
all
ওকে
blind
বুঝলে
again.
তো
Yeah, I mean they used
আর
nice
এখানে ওকে
flashes
5
on
লেভেলের
the dark
দেখাচ্ছে
rose, but it didn't really do much.
Yeah, it didn't. Exactly. That's exactly why I didn't mention it all.
Yeah. No, like yeah, DRX is disrespecting the utility of RRQ. And in
ওর
a
কাছে
way,
ট্রেড যাচ্ছে না
RRQ
আমি তো
also
সেটাই বুঝতে পারছি না
disrespecting
আমাকে তো
themselves.
বললো সিএস এ কোনোদিন ব্যান
You know,
খায়নি
resulted in them losing the round. But when DRX does
এত
it, when
ক্রেড আছে
DRX
মাইনে ভাই
disrespect to the utility,
হ্যাঁ
they win.
সিএস খেলা
So
বন্ধ
it's kind of
করে
like double
দিয়েছে
standards
তো।
over here. But DRX having lost their jet now
How
have
much
to
am I
work
losing?
on this A side by themselves. Flicker trying to keep
Okay.
himself alive,
এই দেখো
hoping to dip into the smoke, but Splash was fast
15
enough not to let him do
আর
that.
এটা দেখাচ্ছে
Woody going all the way
crate
into its
আছে
connector,
অনেকগুলো
catches Young
crate
off
ছিল
guard. That's a
এটা তো আমার
big pick.
ইনভেন্টরি
Young's util would have been
তুই
crucial in
ওরটাকে
clearing
কি
out
করে
some of the
করছিস? তুই কি ওর
angles,
অ্যাকাউন্ট
but
লগ
now
ইন
they have to
করেছিস?
take him to the smoke by
না, না।
themselves.
তাহলে
Sky
তুই
gets
ওর
betrayed
অ্যাকাউন্টে
once
ঢুকে
again.
কি করে ট্রেড
It's all
করবি?
down to Ethan.
আমি ওর অ্যাকাউন্টে কি
He
করে
knows
ট্রেড
that
করবো?
Sky
ও তো
and
অনলাইন আছে, ওকে
Jet
ফোন করলেও
is
দিয়ে দিতে পারো, কিন্তু
yeah, now the
এই
Sova
তো
has to
তোমারটাও তো
be
করতে পারো,
yeah,
দেখবে
sure, Ethan
কোথায়
has
গেলো
a
তুমি?
lethal.
আমি তো
What's
জাস্ট
he
ওর
doing?
প্রোফাইল খুলেছি, তোমারটা কোথায়? দাঁড়াও, লেফট লেফট।
এরকম হলে তো যে কেউ যার কিছু যায়নি
না
না।
না না, ওরম ভাবে হয় না। তুমি যতক্ষণ অ্যাকসেপ্ট করবে, তাই জন্যই তো তোমার ইয়ে রয়েছে। এই দেখো, দেখাচ্ছি তোমাকে। এইটা গেলে অফার আর ট্রেড, এটা তোমার ইনভেন্টরি। এই দেখো, দেখছো? এই দেখো, তোমার এটা নিলাম, সবই নিয়ে নিতে পারো তোমার এখান থেকে, যা পাবো তা।
No,
নাই,
never mind. They're gonna have a full buy, except for sacrifice. He's got a bucky in his hands.
M4A4, ঠিক আছে? এটা করে তোমাকে মেক অফারে তোমাকে যদি ইয়েটা পাঠাই, বুঝলে তো?
Why this?
এটা তোমাকে পাঠাই, দেখবে তোমার ওখানে ইয়ে আসবে। এবার তুমি যখন যদি অ্যাকসেপ্ট করো, তাহলে আমার কাছে এই মালপত্র তোমার যা কিছু আছে সব চলে আসবে, বুঝলে?
Knife is great though. Stops three
Yeah,
players
protects so many.
instantly from
বুঝতে
coming.
পারলে? ফ্লেয়ার এরকম ভাবে হয় ট্রেডিং, কিন্তু তোমাকে এখানে
Maybe
5
they're
লেভেলে
trying to get a
দেখাচ্ছে, ওকে
cheeky
5
angle
লেভেলে
on top
দেখাচ্ছেই
of
না।
the Nebula
আমি সেটাই
curvature.
বুঝতে পারছি না, হচ্ছেটা কি ওর
But
সাথে?
they fed all the ultimate orbs to Sky, and now he's gonna run it back.
স্ক্যাম, এটা স্ক্যাম।
Luckily, there's no Yoro, so he won't be camped out when he comes back from his run
ও
it
কি
back.
গেমে ব্যান
last
নাকি? আমি
game.
তো সেটাই বুঝতে পারছি না।
But yeah, they've got bigger problems to deal with.
Apex
Meanwhile,
খেলছে
they've got
মানে।
সবাই
Flash and
কেন
Solo
এগুলোকে
look
তাহলে
into
বিক্রি
towards
করছে?
B-Link, and
কি
guess
কি
who's
বিক্রি
waiting for
করছো?
him?
কার্ড?
হুম।
কার্ড বিক্রি করো না, লেভেল আপ করতে হেল্প করবে তোমার স্টিম অ্যাকাউন্ট, কেন করছো?
Yeah.
এগুলো দাম
Well,
দিচ্ছে
camera
যখন,
gets
যেগুলো
broken, but
দিচ্ছে না
Duncan
সেগুলো
well
দিয়ে লেভেল আপ
advanced from
করবো।
that area.
সবগুলো লাগে, 5টা
You don't see them coming
একটা
in
ইয়ের
towards
এরকম
Upload
ভাবে
anymore.
লাগে
It's
লেভেলের
Art
জন্য।
plus
এই
a
দেখো তুমি,
crunch.
তোমাকে
Sacrifice
দেখাচ্ছি, এই
up
দেখো,
close.
চলে গেল
Denies Sky
আমারটা।
his ultimate. And even though that blaze has been put
দেখা
down just to make sure
হ্যাঁ,
they can flood into the side, they have
ব্যাজেস, এই
absolutely
দেখো,
nothing whatsoever. They spelled so much
এই
util.
দেখো,
They
এই
spent
এই
their
এই দেখো,
ultimate over
এটার
here,
মধ্যে
and
3টে
they
কার্ড
still
রয়েছে,
get
এটা
nothing.
2টো কার্ড
So now
লাগবে,
they have
আরো
no choice but to run it
10টা
back
কার্ড
to the
লাগবে।
B side.
এটার
Now it's a
কটা
race.
আছে?
আরে আরে আরে
Ajao in a
ছটা
late
আছে,
look,
এটার
once
8টা,
again catching
बस
Sky.
थोड़ा सा हाँ
6টা
नहीं
কার্ড
मारा था
লাগবে।
वो भाग दिया था
এরকম ভাবে তুমি ইয়ে করতে পারবে, লেভেল আপ করতে
Incredible
পারবে।
indeed. RRQ will
এই
get a
এই
trade
র্যাঙ্কটা
back
বাড়ে
free.
তোমার,
He's
আর
gonna have
অনেক
to
কিছু
try and
তুমি
hope
তারপর
that plan,
প্রোফাইলে
but no,
অ্যাড
he's
ফ্যাড
not being
করতে
allowed
পারবে,
to.
অনেক কিছু
When he
করা
goes
যায়।
back for
ওটা
it,
বিক্রি
and
করো
there
না,
comes Zinx to
পারলে আমাকে
trouble.
দিয়ে দাও, আমি
There's
করে নেবো
nothing
ভাই
they could
লেভেল
do.
আপ।
It's a cat and mouse
कोई
game.
लिटरली
चांस
लेवल
ही
अप
नहीं
कर
भाई
दूंगा मैं।
DRX ला जीतेगा भाई
Where indeed do you plant that
भाई
spike?
उनका कॉम्स
The
बहुत ही ज्यादा
answer
तगड़ा है
is
भाई
in the
बहुत ही
afterlife.
ज्यादा तगड़ा है काउंटर नहीं कर पा रहा RRQ
Tejo and Cypher. Nothing you could. That was
এটা
really
CS:GO এর কি
But
আছে
खत्म ही है
এটা?
मैच
worry there. You
FBI,
know
FBI টা কি
has
করে
gotten
পাবো
away
ভাই?
from Sky. What on earth are you doing with a
আরো
sniper
জিনিস
and
মোস্ট প্রবাবলি তোমাকে
mid?
কিনতে হবে জিনিসপত্র, তাই আই গেস।
No, but they
এর
didn't
কাছে
expect
কিছু
Young
আছে?
to still
আমার
stick around
চারখানা
over
আছে,
there.
তুই
They
তুমি থই না
cleared it
কিনে
up
পেয়েছি।
and they were like, yeah, sure, it won't take them, this long. They
এই
really
এই
thought that
মালগুলো
DRX wouldn't
আমার,
re-clear that early, and they're like, yeah, sure, we just
আর ওয়ান
gave it
ডিডি
up.
প্যাড, এই
There's no
দুটো
way they come and
গান
capture
স্কিন
us.
আমার, এরকম।
Good setup towards B-Link, but Ethan still comes out on top. That's
Yes.
surprising. Gravity Molly to clear out all the possible close angles, and somehow Ethan still gets a kill. Now that's a win in my books.
হ্যাঁ,
At the
এরও
same
হয়ে
time, they sent
যাচ্ছে।
the Theo drone to re-clear a main. You spotted the Sova. Oh no, now this is a bit of an overextension.
Did it really need it?
Wait.
Young? Okay, he's gonna go straight through.
What?
And he gets
Wrong?
put down.
भाई भाई से काटा तार दे हिटे से मेरे गलो भाई
Yeah, all of those stars, they won't let him get the kill, but
আমি তো সেটাই
at
বুঝতে
least
পারছি না।
for the first time in a very long time, RRQ get the spike down after dodging all the counter
ওর
util,
মনে হয়
after dodging all the
ব্যানের
late
জন্যই
curves and
ওটা
the bhaiyo util
বেরাচ্ছে
as
না।
well. They somehow managed to get the spike down, and this is a good position for Splash to be in.
Oh wait, there's an Armageddon here.
अरे
Never mind,
Uh-oh.
Flicker doesn't even need it.
और
I thought
ये
he was gonna
माल्टर
get it off the
बैक
back.
शॉट फुल इको उसके बाद इनका अल्ट आ जाएगा देन मैच पॉइंट और ये मैच
In a
गया
good position,
पहला मैप
honestly,
भाई DRX
and
लेके जाएगा भाई
actually win this round. 2v1 duel. They don't check heaven, do they? No, they don't. But the plan is not exactly in his favor. Now they know where he is. Double swing out. They heard him drop down, and Splash just not
4
having
বছর 2 মাস 3
positioning to win this
সপ্তাহ।
round. Could have waited for a second more. Maybe he would have found the kill on the flicker and caused a bit of nervousness in Sacrifice's mind. But nope. DRX just making sure that the objective is always to the safest way to win the round. Not the riskiest. And I thought actually saw first flicker is just gonna throw in Armageddon from the back side and then allow his jet to
খেলা
fight if
শিখতে
he
হবে
feels
রে,
something decides to
সুন্দরভাবে
pop
এদিক
out
ওদিক
from
ফাইট
themselves.
ডিস্ট্রিবিউট করে
But
That wasn't
he
needed.
just kind of
এরা কি করছিল, একটা জায়গায় গ্রুপ করছিল, একটা সাইডের মধ্যে ধুম করে বসতো।
Also, hands down, Yong made the ballsiest possible
এই
move over
মালটার
there.
কাছেও কিছু নেই।
Walking right through Razorvine, no supportive util, no backup flashes, no trade potential. Still goes in and gets the spike down. Like,
খেলেও তো নেই।
that's not even a hero move right there. That's an ego move. And he still
এর
made it
কাছেই
work.
আছে, কিন্তু এর অ্যাকাউন্ট ইয়ে
0 point
হওয়া
detects
তো
quite a
ব্যাক
lot of
ব্যান
these
তো
players,
খুলে
but they
দেয়।
still decide to go into it, the A side nonetheless. Flash up top, gets the kill onto the Cypher. And now
ব্যান অন রে।
somehow, after dodging all of that util, stays surviving long enough to kill Sky. But
এই
will eventually be
টিচির
cleared out.
কাছেও
So
আছে,
I
বাপ
guess
রে।
not
এর
everyone
কাছে
can
এর
play
কাছে
through the
আছে
and make
কেস
ballsy
ভাই,
moves like Yong can.
এর কাছে কিছু কেস আছে।
sacrifice. He's gonna be spotted out here.
Calcium
That's gonna
case.
take him
Oh
out.
my god.
But in the meantime, his teammate's gonna take out Tevital. Art control has been taken in, but Atlas
9
just gonna
বছর
rotate
টিমে
away
রয়েছে।
and try to maybe find some exit frags towards main. RRQ is still busy firing through that smoke, and now that's faded away. Maybe the
Sure,
flank's gonna
Dora,
be given
back.
a bit of a heat too.
যাই।
No, the Y is
Sleeping
still
করতে
turned off
নাকি?
towards that main side. Nats is just gonna get into the side.
আরে
He's finally gonna be caught. One exit frag for his troubles. Athen's gonna find as he will have to save his Vandal as the remaining two players of RRQ do too.
6-11 চলছে।
6 will now become
7-11.
7 as DRX will continue to stick on
7-11
11.
DRX নিয়ে যাবে 2-0 হবে।
11 to 7.
ওদের
looks
কম
like
খুবই
all
তাগড়া
the
ভাই, DRX এর কম খুবই তাগড়া।
disadvantage that,
এখন একটা মানে
RRQ
ওদের
had
ম্যান
at one
অ্যাডভান্টেজ
point has been
কমেও যায় না,
nullified
তাও
and
ওরা
they can at least
রাউন্ড
put
বের
up a
করে
fair
নিয়ে
fight
যাচ্ছে।
now.
দেখ ওরা কত
Yeah, I really
সিমিলার
like
পিং
this
এ
camera,
খেলছে
man.
এরা
It's been
এই
working
দুটো।
so well for Zinc.
হ্যাঁ,
Yeah, the value in terms of information that has been providing on both.
যতই বলুক ভাই, পিং ডিফারেন্স অনেক কিছু ম্যাটার করে, অনেক কিছু।
And
খেলেছি তো
it's gonna be
যখন মোবাইল ডেটাতে খেলতাম ভাই,
the B-side
ওটার মোবাইল ডেটার 65 পিং,
and that's
তোর
so much value.
ওটার থেকে ভাই
But
তোর
RRQ
ওয়াইফাই এর
don't want to
85 পিং
be
অনেক
seen
বেটার।
by any camera. They're gonna head into that A side where right now there's an operator waiting for them in the hands of
পিং
Sacrifice.
ডিফে হলে খেলা যায় না ভাই,
Flash could deny it
বুলেট
all.
ট্রেসি হয় না।
Doesn't he misses the shot as well. And DRX
এখানে ক্যাংকে দিতে লাগবে ও অপারেটর।
still guarded.
Yeah, I mean, they saw it coming. Two of them still lose their weapons.
Oh,
And the
short
other
base
one,
sacrifice.
Sacrifice is very sharp, very quick. Gets rid of Nats. No more Razorvine, no more Shear to deny any space. Null command also activated, so Tepital has nothing but his guns to fight with. He wins the fight against Flicker, but Yong, yeah, that judge is really gonna punish you.
আরেকটা
A
নিয়ে
double
গেল।
peek ready up close. Sky finally a little late to the party, but gets the shots rolling, gets the ball rolling as well. Unfortunately,
Ho
his
gaya bhai.
head will roll off his shoulders, and that shot is incredible from Zinx. DRX saw that coming a mile away.
Yeah, they seem to be completely prepared for it. You know, it was just ready. They made sure that they had art control first, didn't give up any part of that. Expected maybe a flank to come in there, but no. RRQ just wanted to move all the way into towards that spawn area, get secret control. Unfortunately for them, Sacrifice's first miss of that op was nowhere near what was going to happen in the second and third shot. That flick on, I'm not quite sure who he hit there. I think it was Nats.
Yeah, it was
Absolutely maniacal. That flick was so far away, almost worth the risk there.
এটা আই গেস 5:30টার সময় শেষ হয়ে যাবে, 5:30 6টা।
Sky. He's had
তারপরে
that
1-1
run
ঘন্টা
in
রেস্ট
this
নেব,
spot
নিয়ে
for
8টা
quite
থেকে
some time now. It's about time he uses it for good.
ওকে
Once
ওকে
again,
ব্রো।
early guided salvo to deny aim in control, but yeah, RRQ to just respect that and run through it. Splash can of
Again.
course dash right through it, but Sky, he doesn't mind tanking a little bit of damage because the run it back was different.
You are divided.
It's the exact
Same
same thing
spot.
again.
That
And he
judge
gets
has been
extra
ভাই
bonus.
ফ্লিকার রে, what
Okay, now that's
ইয়ং ভাই গোড
Hit it.
ভাই।
I want to see a replay of that. They just line up.
Wow.
What the hell, man?
Wow, wow, wow.
भाई एक ही बार में लेके गए भाई सबको.
They knew that the minute that
अबे भाई सब एक एक करके. अबे यार भाई चारों को ले गया भाई एक स्प्रे में.
have to use that run it back as soon as possible. They
তো
the
রাকুন
minute
উপরের
they
দিকে
tried
তাকিয়ে
that,
আছে কেন?
it all went according to plan.
और हमें ऊपर नीचे ऊपर देता
There
किया.
with a judge once again, and they just played it
अबे
to
यार.
perfection. Young sprays down 4 like nobody's looking at him for some reason.
তুই নিজেও
Nobody
ডিসঅ্যাপয়েন্টেড
wants to
নাকি?
even look at that general
ये
direction.
पॉइंट भाई शॉकिंग राउंड भाई এটা
Smoked
পুরো.
off. Yeah, we're completely fine.
ইয়ার কে এক্সপেক্ট করে ভাই এটা রাউন্ড শেষ হবে?
We can play ahead of it.
সেটা
Oh,
Yeah, and
my
with
goodness.
that, oh boy, with that, ladies and gentlemen, DRX win the first map. Of course, this was RRQ's pick, but seemingly DRX had a complete control of it since round number 5, and they've just gone all the way through towards 7 to 13.
बस भाई और
Victory
भाई.
that they will completely relish in because most of their players, almost all of their players, had great moments individually as well as a team, right? The reads are perfect. Everybody's got a montage clip to post upon their, Twitter and Instagram. And on top of that, you also get to say this is a team play, how we did this or that, everything. The coach is going to be happy, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, DRX just schooling RRQ over here. What's funny is that every single time Sky uses the run it back, there's a judge waiting for him in the exact same spot. It's weird that it happened twice, but every single time he used the run it back, there's a judge on the right hand side of that nebula, and every single time he fails to check it.
Yeah,
Yes, of
for
course, there were
some
times when.
reason-
Yeah?
Yeah, go on. Sorry, forgive me. Go on.
There were times when Splash just, puts on that hero cape and comes into the rescue. His solo antics were
bhaiya.
able to save the round for RRQ. But believe it or not, we've seen some incredible collaterals on Pearl today. First, it was the
Yeah.
G Academy, 1 bullet, 2 kill flick. And now it was this massive spray down from Yong. Pearl has given us some absolutely killer moments today.
Yeah, you know what? I have to say that Sky, I'm not quite sure why the second time even he went through that smoke with the run it back doesn't at all check that right side, because it's so prone for somebody to be sitting there when there's a run it back, because it's the easiest place to just have anybody, not just with a judge, even though if it's a Vandal, it's such an easy place to just kind of position yourself to take out all the attention from the run it back or just outright kill that ultimate, right? And even though Splash came in, like you said, he was a hero for a couple of rounds. Even though he came in through with that smoke of his and popped out of it, the trade just couldn't come in. He was a little too late because Sky was with his back turned towards the shotgun. And by the time that smoke dissipated away, Splash was just waiting inside of it, not coming out to kind of try and get that kill. The whole point of Splash getting into that smoke is that the minute he hears that first burst of bullets, he needs to swing out of that smoke and take that fight straight up.
It's a series of tragedies happening back to back for RRQ. And there have been times when RRQ was able to neutralize the man advantage. There have been times when they were able to get picks which they had no business getting. But even after that, they just failed to convert this. I mean, Sky towards A-main, he's been playing aggressively on the defense every single time, but the one time he doesn't go for the aggressive play, he gets punished for it by not checking angles. Splash, of course, was all over the place. That op of his was paying off dividends in spots where it's not supposed to, instead of holding the B long angles with the op, he was in flanking positions as well. Sometimes he was playing towards art as well. So he's being very versatile about it. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to activate that win condition, which was so necessary for RRQ. And DRX just playing them like a fiddle, hitting them with so many different late reclears, so many different timings. And that really kept RRQ on their toes.
Yeah, but that versatility that you mentioned from Splash with his coming on the flank and whatever was because DRX were actually kind of out-reading where that operator would be, right? Because the minute they know that the operator might have been picked up, which, by the way, in the entire game was just twice, right? It was only twice. I feel like he could have done it a little bit more I feel like the operator should have been prioritized more from the side of RRQ, especially on the defensive side, because they can set up. He's such a good aimer. And if you've got somebody who can basically get in and get out of situations, then you should be able to, push that forward more and more, make that your big win condition. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, if that's going to be the case in this second map, or are we going to have to see the end of Fight Night right here, right now? DRX versus RRQ. Here comes Lotus, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive me, not Lotus. Here comes Split, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it.
All right, so DRX won the map pick of RRQ. RRQ already beat Global Esports Academy on Pearl, and that was a pretty good win. That was a pretty convincing win. But this is a rematch, and DRX have already proven that they are amazing on Split. They've already defeated RRQ once. I don't know if it will be any easier to beat them again, but RRQ is considering some roster changes. Arena and Sage? Am I?
Okay.
Did someone activate a time machine? Are we back in 2022?
21 even.
21 actually, yeah, not even 22.
No, it's 25. It's 25. You got Tejo in there, so it's 25.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so the Sentinel is going to be just a Sage. All right.
Okay, then.
The first 4 agents I look at on that screen, I'm in 2021, and then
Why, what?
suddenly
Only
guys
solo
with,
sentinel split it our Sage.
golden, sunglasses, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
we're still here.
What?
Yeah.
Nobody's
it's-
inventing time machines just yet.
I'm still
ভাই
extremely
এটা ইন্টারেস্টিং ভাই এটা ভাই মজা আসবে
agent pool is going to show us.
Yeah.
It has to be aggressive. It has to be map area gathering focused, because you need to keep control. We'll just jump into the game, man. Let's see what's gonna. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just here to enjoy the game. Sky, go ahead, man. You were on the Phoenix. You're on the Rays now.
ভাই ডবল
See
ডুয়েলিস্ট
what you got. Go on. Surprises RRQ.
দ্য সেম
I
কম্প
mean,
আছে
to be fair, RRQ
ইয়ং আবার
has
ওমেন
had
খেলছে
some pretty
ভাই
intense roster changes so far.
দিয়েছে
হবে আবার হবে ওদের সেম কম্প জি
Has
ছিল
left the roster, and yeah, sure, Tebetol came in at the last
এদের শুধু
moment, so
Siege
they can't
আছে
exactly
বে।
give them the amount of practice they need. But still, there's a certain level of
ভাই aggressive Sage
seriousness that you have to adhere to.
লাভ ওই
It just
ওয়ালটা
isn't
করে
visible.
তুই লাভ
I
ওই
mean,
ওয়ালটা
this
করে
wall, this is such classic old 2021 Valorant.
What?
Nice right click. He tries to dip away after the first kill, but there's just way too much follow-up.
You see how quickly DRX understand that, okay, there's just a Sage.
I didn't.
He's probably only going to have just a wall. We just run in through immediately after. And they do. The speed of DRX is going to be pretty high here. Flicker knows there's a flank here. The nade's going to just end up doing nothing. Young, flash is good. Goes straight through. Gets the one. Isolates the other. I'm not quite sure why Woody decided to just go back there, even though he was blinded. Could have just stuck right next to his team.
Yeah.
Clears out the smoke. Flash gets one, and that's gonna be probably it for RRQ.
Yo.
Okay, DRX. All right.
ভাই নাইফের জন্য যাচ্ছিল স্কাই
Not one more. Athen, you pretty interesting man, interesting personality. Being on DRX, that's not what we see from DRX, man. Come on.
Yeah,
like
quite
it.
uncharacteristic.
ওখানে সরে গেল কেন আজ না ট্রাই করতে
He
পারতো
just took one burst.
তো ড্যামেজ তো
flicker,
দিয়ে
and
আসতে
then
পারতো
like,
ওকে
okay, you know what? Maybe I don't have any more bullets. I'm just gonna run back. Why? Just why?
There's so many questions in my head, man. And I don't have answers to all of them. And it's not like the rhetorical questions. There are glaring question marks. But we'll just chalk it up to shenanigans. Pistol round shenanigans. Agent composition, just a blast from the past, some nostalgia to activate all of that feeling. And we'll just chalk it up to all of that, okay? We won't we won't read into this too seriously. And let's just continue on with the game, where DRX have won the pistol round and they are looking to convert the next one cleanly. Could be a solid anti-ego, considering RRQ are not really stacking anywhere, so the trade potential automatically reduced down to a sliver. Nice shot by Yong, gets the kill onto Splash, and he was on B default. This attack side Marshall, not something you see very often, but it's a trade on A main. And that was the Cypher down, so they know for a fact that this is the look. The rest of the RRQ teammates must be towards B. And DRX.
ओ भाई
Oh
योंग
my lord, he's just getting
क्या खेल रहा है भाई योंग ने
Marshall, what on earth is this?
वन क्लोज शॉट मारा
खूब
उसने और
young,
एक
Nicky.
लॉन्ग शॉट
Easy.
नो स्कोप
Hold on. So we just saw Athen blind his own teammate who's holding a Marshall. The blinded teammate kills an unblinded opponent.
নাটক
And then he
করতেছে
walks in the side
ভাই
and gets another
লেভেল
one with the
জিনিস
Marshall.
ओके
Okay, if I didn't know any better, DRX are
রে
trolling right
এখানে
now.
ইয়েস মানিতে ওটা জিনিস দেখছিলাম
Why would you say something so brave but so controversial,
166
which is also
No, no,
true
no,
at the same
it's-
time?
Let me put it this way. Yeah.
I mean,
I-
you're right. I
Lamau.
agree with you.
No.
It's true.
Listen. It's not exactly trolling.
2-0 incoming guys 2-0
This is called
खत्म होने वाला है मैच
disciplined trolling, right? Where
You
they're gonna
can't
keep
hold
doing
a
what they
side
wanna
with
do,
Sage bro और वो
but
भी
at
वो
the
अपना
same
वॉल
time,
एग्रेसिव
they have the
दे रहा है बार
discipline
बार
saying, okay, you know what, we're gonna also win the game. We're gonna troll, yes, we're gonna do absolutely stupid stuff.
अटैक में
We're
अगर
gonna go for 9
चाहे तो
kills.
अटैक में उन लोग को
But guys,
राउंड
do it
निकलना
within
पड़ेगा
a
बट
boundary,
डिफेंस में तो उन लोग को
okay?
कुछ राउंड
I feel
चाहिए
like
ना
that's the DRX kind of, you
चार
know,
पांच राउंड
the
तो मिनिमम
line that's
चाहिए
drawn
स्प्लिट पे
between the main team and academy team.
और वो भी उनके पास डबल
The
सेंटिनल
only
है
difference is the
साइफर और
level of
वाइस
saltiness. Is there a gap in the wall? I
আইএনআর
think
কেন
there's a
দেখাচ্ছে না?
tiny gap in the wall. No, not on the left side. But there's a good enough angle on top. And now everyone's just winning.
व्हाट ये कैसे हार गया भाई
You know what? I'm just gonna, wait. What was that? What was that? Yeah, that moment I forgot. We just had. Can we play that clip of Athen once again, production, please, from Pearl? Just because he went to go.
चलता
for a
फिरता
knife, I
jinx
would
कर रहा हूँ
love
मैं
to see that. But for the moment, Athen, let's see. If he gets a kill here, we won't do anything. But if he loses this fight, we play that clip. Yeah, come on, it's a bet. Yeah, Athen, get one kill. You're safe.
Huh?
Okay, don't play that. Okay, gets two. Never mind.
अथन
Let's play a montage of Athen. He's the winner. He's the king. He's the one. He's the true heir to DRX's next.
Eh?
Oh,
Right
and
on.
I'm gonna get okay.
भाई और नीचे चले আসলো अथन देखे ही नहीं ये हो
And
Like
they've
two
gone
ships
past,
in the
and
night.
Athen's gonna get two more. Athen's gonna get 4. I said if he gets 1, we don't play, and he ends up getting 4. Oh, and I'm just saying it at this point. Yeah, we won. Okay.
What?
Where's he looking? Where's Woody looking? What is happening? All right, and the final man.
अरे
Of
यार
course, he dies in the mid towards the end with his knife out.
ভাই बिल्कुल দিছিল রাউন্ডটা
What am I watching, bro?
কি কোথায়
Hey, at
দেখছিল
least
ভাই
RRQ
मैं তেহোটা যদি হারতা তেহোটাকে গাল কে দেবে
not all lost, but they dropped
দেখ ও
one
তাও ওখানে দেখছে
to one
Yeah.
guy.
লে-
So this could have gone
Leveler
south really fast. That surprisingly
I-
stabilizes the situation in the end. But
ভাই এটা সেরা ছিল
Here we go.
Oh, they
There it is.
দাঁড়া
Relish.
what the fuck কি হয়ে
Relish
গেছে
in
ভাই
the whip, Athen. Relish
We
in the
clearly
whip, my
have-
friend.
দাঁড়া আমি আসছি দীপ
Universe, the two of us really have different sense of humor. That's very obvious right now. But something not so
No,
humorous
my sense of humor
is the
is
fact
better.
that Splash is willing to challenge this right outside the smoke. Okay, finally the Seekers get the better of him. But hey, Yong has teleported up on top. I thought that Splash wouldn't hear it because of the Seekers, but he still pre-fires that corner, and now they have a man advantage.
Satchel out.
Sky? Oh, wait. Sky? Sky? I think he missed the button to get himself off the ground. He missed the satchel button and he lost his life. And that's probably going to be what kills them. Flicker gets 2, 1 while stunned. And that's a
2v2.
2v2. Potentially 3v2. Knackles to go for a
Nice.
revive, but no. Athens says no as he flanks him around. And DRX just absolutely running across the map, killing everybody in sight. Not a worry in the world. They're having fun now. They're just having fun. What? Yeah, he he missed that so hard. Have you lost all words for what just happened, Crips, or
Nah, I was just having a sip of water.
No?
I was
okay? After seeing what you just
completely
saw,
out of my
yeah, I
mind.
agree.
I mean, if that left me speechless, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, then Yong just dry peeking with an outlaw. Sure, that works. Why not?
And this also works. It's all
What?
exactly the same thing.
भाई
on the other side.
Splash
Athens now looking for another 4K for himself as wait, that's his own teammate's smoke, but that's actually to just kind of give away
a sheriff god or what?
phantom play here. They are taking B Heaven. Splash out with his knife, does not expect anyone to be on towards Heaven, and he's gonna get
But-
caught with his pants out here. He expects it, maybe.
Oh my
He
god, by
gets it
Splash.
as well. Athens
By sheriff god, bro, sheriff god.
destroyed, and Splash has now left it to just Young, and Young has 4 members more to kill. Does not have too much of a trouble actually maneuvering himself into that A site.
Yeah.
As an ultimate, 2 smokes, paranoia, and the 2 shrouded steps. Honestly, on a good day, this is really possible.
I mean, keep in mind, he was extremely good at finding these gaps even when he was playing split against G Academy. And
Yep.
yeah, sure. Splash wins that duel, towards the B stairs. So he expects that all the lurkers are down. But Yong has one more trick in his sleeve.
10 seconds left. Spike
Missile
planted.
Sultan. This will force him into elbow. He can teleport into screens. Does anyone hear that? I think that must have been audible for Splash, no? He's considering
sure.
it.
He's
Jumps down. Sky's aware about this one, but he misses. Oh no, he actually hits Yong. Down to 10 HP. That's a body shot from the Outlaw.
Oh, nice time, Enter Young.
Ready. Splash takes him out. And that's going to be number 2 for RRQ. A pretty difficult one at that as well. Came on the back of an amazing 2-tap from Splash. I don't even know what or why. No reasoning, nothing. Just boom, boom. And that's done. See you next round, buddy.
That's such a... I can't even call it an off angle. Like, he was pretty much in the open. And he still gets those fast flicks. Like, look at that. It's not like
Hey, that
there
second
was,
shot.
yeah.
That
He didn't
second
even
shot
fully recover from the first one.
Yeah,
And it's not like
exactly,
there was a space. It's not like there was a spacing error from RRQ, from DRX rather. Their spacing was proper. They would have been able to trade properly, but Splash is just better. Okay, what in the run and gun? Splash gets 1-4 and he dips back to safety. This time, those sacrifices ready and hot on his heels. Armageddon to clear out the rest of mid, but look at what it's done. It's forcefully all the way back from Wentz towards CT, and Young is flirting with danger.
Yo, what in the Valorant just happened on mid, man? And now that's
Spike
left Woody
planted.
alone for some 1v3 plus that seems impossible.
Oh,
Finds it out twice! Pushed behind
Twice?
twice!
oh, bhai sab.
3 flashes! Now maybe a 4th if that Rose is activated. Yeah, the Rose is ready. Is it? Is he gonna go for another
No.
flash? Go for
Whoa!
it. Never mind, that's a little too much confidence.
Udi. Right.
Doable. Check Raptors. Yes, he does. But
Athan.
Athens ready for it. Swings out at the perfect
Athan
time.
God,
The
bhaiyo,
trade
Athan God.
is exemplary. 2-4. RRQ in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah.
हाँ ना भाई अभी तो यही हो रहा है एथन वर्सेस स्प्लैश
Nats dying on top of the wall.
एक बार एथन निकल रहा है एक बार स्प्लैश
After
निकल रहा है
that,
राउंड
Sky dies to Ziggs from all the way back.
बट
there.
स्टिल आई थॉट उनको
Tries
सेंटिनल
to
एक तगड़ा सेंटिनल लेना चाहिए था
somehow, get a little trade out
इससे
of
नहीं
the
होगा
entire
भाई
situation, hoping that yeah, sure, maybe a brave dive will help me get the man advantage.
देखो मैं उतना कुछ ज्यादा जानता नहीं भाई
Gets back,
वैलोरेंट को मैं
with the
बस
dismiss,
बहुत
and
ही
is
छोटा सा एक
chased
प्लेयर हूँ
down by Sacrifice, who by the way
But-
just got a second kill in the entire game.
इतना तो समझ में आता है भाई
Yep. Hey,
बट कोई ना देखते हैं, उनका कुछ अलग प्लान होगा शायद
Madness has already crossed the threshold that I can.
ओह माय गॉड भाई
Oh my god! That is
हाँ हेलो कास्टर भाई मुझे सुन रहे हैं क्या आप लोग
too much there. Sacrifice is able to just
भाई सैक्रिफाइस भाई
The minute I say that, Woody's gonna take him out. It's gonna keep him away, but Woody gets
Athan
another. Back Young goes for another. It seems like RRQ say that okay, you want to fight fire? We'll bring in the fire too.
साइफर बे
A really slow lurk from mid as his
Lurk
team taking all
is
the
the
attention
god.
for him,
Don't-
and he's gonna find the sage. That's gonna be the end of this run as well. Flash has been spotted. Flash out. He's got 3 different angles to worry about. First
कुछ नहीं कर
one
सकते
is
भाई
the only one that he's gonna
पीछे
see,
से घर लिया ना
the only
उसको
one that he's gonna get
डाउन तो जाना ही था
2-5. DRX now just toying with their opponents.
That's just nasty, man.
भाई sacrifice ने क्या
just
shot
1
मारा ना?
round ago I said that Sacrifice isn't exactly having the game of his life. He had
हाँ
only
ना
2 kills so far, and
भाई ओमेन ने वहाँ पे जिगर
pop goes
मतलब
to Weasel.
जंपिंग दे रहा था
Weasel loses his head
तो मार
mid-air.
दिया भाई
You didn't even.
बहुत क्या मारा
It's not even like his jumping. was
अगर
so
ऑपरेटर
high.
होता ना तो मानता भाई वेंडल से मारा उसको
Just Sacrifice being better. And yeah, sure, RRQ were trying to fight fire with fire, but DRX were forged in the fires of Paper Race. They are the true masters of chaotic rounds. And RRQ will need to find a better way to handle that.
What?
If they want to deal with it.
What way?
Woody has an answer. Wood is a
Nice,
terrible
nice.
conductor beat, so I guess he can.
Oh,
But then
my.
comes Sacrifice, and he is taking names, kicking ass.
भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई कौन किसको मार रहा है भाई
Rights.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, yeah.
हाँ
never
निकाल
mind.
दिया
He just
sacrifice ने
sacrificed
निकाल दिया
himself to sacrifice. And yeah, sure, I thought the distance would actually help him, but Sacrifice just has no intentions of stopping.
भाई 2-0 आएगा ये
Now, hold on. Let's just pause for a second, yeah? I want to see this replay with no words being said, all right? Let's just
Yeah.
watch,
क्या bro
all right?
Okay.
Okay.
Bro.
Next.
হ্যালো
Uh-huh.
এবার মজা আসছে
Yeah, that
দেখতে
made complete
भाई
sense.
की
Yep, I
खेल से बे
understand everything, Yep. I
Yeah,
want to know
well-
first of all how to sacrifice, go from heaven and then cross all the way back and come in towards ramp so quickly, by the way. And
Without getting punished.
still
by the
kill
way.
3.
নাহলে পুরো লাগলো
Yeah,
পুরো
yeah.
ডিআরএক্স এর
Damage
দিকেই
dealt
যাচ্ছে না পুরো
until that
স্টম্প
fucking
করছে
kill from
ডিআরএক্স
him.
हाँ
Huh?
Nats, what?
Okay. That
Yo.
was very surprising. I really thought Nats was dead man there.
Okay. All right. It seems like both teams are in a mood for jolly good fun here.
Yeah.
D-
All seriousness has been
DRX.
thrown out of the window.
Yeah, they want to kind of travel in towards the upper end of mid, and Woody spotted that, so he's going to keep a close eye. Calls in Splash for reinforcement as well, but he's been stopped at the moment from the Razor Lines. DRX can actually scale up a little bit towards B Heaven. They know that the Teo is there, but whence is what they're worried about. Splash has the ultimate, could go into Empress mode and basically destroy everybody, but he's got a bit of patience on his mind, and Woody, he doesn't really care. He just wants to take these duels, and he wants to win them all. Gets blinded, goes back, ready for the fight again, but this time Zinx drops him dead.
भाई साइबर का एम तो है
Enemy remaining.
कुछ भी बोलो भाई हर मैच में वो मारता है भाई हर मैच
Worst time possible, but somehow that works out for RRQ.
बढ़िया राउंड निकाला
Woody stepping up like the hero he is. Double kills in 2 rounds back to back. That's insane. That could have been a triple if Nats peaked at the same time and probably helped him out, but Nats was really, really late. Still, somehow, RRQ were able to bring it back. Devathor reigning supreme, winning both his duels in the main, and that late flank from Splash, that also nets him a kill. So at the end of the day, if I had to chalk up this
ভাই
win to
ভয়েস থেরাপি
something,
কে ভাই
I would
তো
chalk it up
বন্ধু
to just 8. Because let's be honest, that reclear was not really a full, proper, tactically sound reclear. That was just an ego challenge.
Yeah, I agree. Nats throws up the wall, denies that dog from coming through, but they spot out the judge everywhere, every time. You know what DRX has actually been doing the entire game? They've got players on all 3 sides for just one particular reason in the first 20 seconds. Wherever!
ओ भाई क्या
they go
भाई
instantly
आउच
destroy it,
पिक
and
दिए
then they
थे
destroy him like this as well.
Poor Nats.
बोलना ना भाई साइफर का कुछ है भाई
He dodges that faster than the missiles.
मिस्टर
His
कंसिस्टेंट
footwork
साइफर
doing
भाई
wonders. From the shadows, cancelled, but they have control of A, they have control
हटा है
of
भाई
B.
मत जा
They don't have the spike anywhere close to
हाँ
planting positions. So they can literally go anywhere, they can do whatever they want. DRX are just basically trying to get round wins by eliminating their opponents rather than even trying to plant the spike. They do it simply because the game instructs them to. But I'm pretty sure
I
they're treating
feel
this
like
game
they're
like that
doing
match.
a challenge. I feel like they're doing a
Yeah.
challenge at this point to see how many players, how many
এটা
kills
খুব
can we get
সুন্দর
from
বেট
absolutely
দিল
obscure
একটা
positions or doing something out of the blue, right? So you saw, first of all, the Cypher called in so deep, then you had Athen on the Heaven, and while all of that was happening, Flicker was already on the B side, took out Tebatol, so DRX are just across the map seeing, they're probably playing a frag out contest right now, and they want to try that now as a full force, brood out push towards the B side, because look at, they've got 3 players outside of B, the spike's on mid, but that's going to be just a flash going out from Athen first. Never mind, he's going to throw in the Trailblazer, and that's going to clear out. Give information. Armageddon goes down towards mid. Is he gonna survive? No, he's not, and that's the spike drop down. And Splash has retrieved a weapon.
Vikram, একটু হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ মেসেজ দেখ।
And they did not spot Zinx over here in this corner. Sky definitely has an eye out for him. The
হ্যাঁ
smoke
করে
comes in
দিচ্ছি,
right in
don't
time, so
worry.
that's a good read from RRQ. But Flicker almost made it into the B side, and Woody still takes care of them both. Woody has been so good in this entire map. He's been getting 2Ks upon 2Ks back to back to back. Finally, his killing spree comes to an end. Yong puts him out of his misery. The Regen Shield will put him back at 25 health, but now he's gonna get double.
Oh bhai!
The flash and
Oh bhai, Yong!
Bro.
Yong! Bro!
Oh. There we go. What are these
Young is
kids, man?
good,
Who
bhai.
feeds them?
भाई
What do they eat? What is this?
भाई
I
फ्लैश
don't
में
even
लेके गया वो।
understand. Unfortunately for Athen, the minute that Trailblazer came out, his death was written in for this round because that Armageddon was perfectly timed from Woody, and then he follows that up with
हाँ ना
2
bro,
great
क्या
shot
मार
kills
रहा
as
है?
well. Really great stuff,
Good,
but I don't
good.
know how Sky doesn't kill.
भाई ये साइफर और ये मतलब स्मोकर योंग भाई
under
पहले मैच से भाई ये
under
दोनों
the
का एम
influence
बहुत ही अच्छा
of
चल रहा है
that Seek.
टाइम के साथ और उसके बाद तो सपोर्ट है ही वो।
Lear, forgive me.
Push that from Dong. Steel got
डिजर्विंग
the
विन है
counter.
भाई।
Forces RRQ to evacuate, but they instantly re-clear B.
Wow!
Flash is
Oh my
there in
God.
time to stop Flicker from diving across. He dives through the smoke, gets to
That's
Mr.
a
Pillar.
nice-
He's
Wow!
a double kill. Dismisses at the wrong time, still manages to stay alive.
What?
Toying with Ethan on the verge of an ace. He has
Yes,
Jinx
yes,
in
yes.
his sights. Snatch coming up from top.
Nats is just picking his position. They want to give him.
ओ भैंस की आग भाई क्या मारा बे।
Yo, that was incredible.
स्लैश ओपी भाई, स्लैश ओपी भाई, स्लैश ओपी।
Sacrificed his life to let Splash get that ace. I mean, that was
Yeah.
basically a throw from the stage up there.
Wow, what a bunch of
How does he
shots
not
from
die
this
here?
kid, man. Look at
भाई
the shots,
साहब।
though. So clean with it.
ভাই ওকে এসদার জন্য শেষটা স্যাক্রিফাইস হয়ে গেল ভাই।
He's just pinging it.
রিয়েল স্যাক্রিফাইস তোর নাম হওয়া উচিত হ্যাঁ বিক্রম,
Looking at his death right in front of his face.
হ্যাঁ বিক্রম
হ্যাঁ
রিয়েল স্যাক্রিফাইস তো সেজের নাম হওয়া উচিত ভাই।
I don't know if this was
ও মরে গেল ভাই, হিয়া করতে করতে মরে গেল ওখানে।
whether it was possible because of the timing he got.
sacrifice my
I mean, he
life
got
for
that first kill before
Pakistan.
the smoke even popped, so you have to credit him for his swiftness. But every other kill after that, the dance of the death he was doing over there, dodging with the dismisses, that's insane. Mechanically superior, Sky killed his own teammate.
What?
I have no idea how Valorant functions anymore. I'm losing my mind.
भाई भाई कैसे?
Heads, RRQ somehow still have the sight under control.
भाई अनबिलीवेबल है भाई, क्या ही मार रहे हैं भाई, क्या ही मार रहे हैं भाई। अरे धप्पा धप्पा दे दिया भाई उड़ी ने।
One second, hold on. Wait. Zinx saw on the
जी,
camera
है भाई,
that
नहीं
he was
होगा ये।
nowhere near in the front of
हो
sight,
गया भाई।
but Yong somehow still looking towards A main.
अबे
But
डिफेंस
here
है
he
ना
tilt-
उनका।
Okay, yeah, no, you know who's had the
Wow.
best time so far across all of these rounds?
The viewers.
You know who's had the best time? No. It's our observer.
No. I assure you, our observer is losing his mind more than me. Like, I've known Formless for a while now, and
Yeah.
I know how much he loves good, structured Valorant, but this is quite the opposite of that.
Yeah, well. No, wait.
Snap.
Is he in between the wall? Oh no, I thought he was in between the wall.
Yeah, it looked
like,
like that for a
Ooh.
second. I'm with you on that one.
Splash. Okay, all right. Just wanted to be a little bit of a hero for a second. Unfortunately, couldn't capitalize upon it. There's no
Oh
way
my
he gets
God.
a second. Sky deletes him. All right. Flicker. Jump out. Go on. Do it. You know we're waiting for it. Jump out of the smoke. Go on. Just do it.
Do
No?
it.
Okay.
I'm
We're gonna
channeling my
wait. No,
ear.
we're gonna wait.
I'm channeling my
here's the
inner
DRX
Shia
discipline.
LaBeouf with that.
The DRX discipline sets back in once again. Out he goes. Gets one. Fakes the reload. You fell for it, Sky. You're a coach. You're not supposed to fall for that. Come on. Final
Line
player
and
standing.
center.
Woody. Look at him. He's just baiting out the Yeah, there's a spot. Look at him baiting the reload.
That's the last of them.
Yo, this guy.
ভাই বিক্রম একটা জিনিস যা দেখলাম,
DRX.
যদি স্মোকার খেলা হয় ঠিক আছে,
right now.
ভাই
I
শটগানটাকে
honestly
ভালো
want
প্র্যাকটিস
that
করতে
safe
হবে
shot. Yeah, look at he's inside the wall.
ভাই ভাই ও ওয়ালের মিডলে ছিল সিসটা ভাই স্যার ওয়ালের মিডলে ভাই ফ্লোট করছিল জাস্ট ওর বডিটা
Never mind. I had a joke in mind, but it's
Nah, go for
too
it. Go on.
NSFW. No.
এ বোস্টার
This
Oh,
is
okay.
this is a
Yeah, let's
একবার
This is a
ডিসকর্ডটা মিউট কর তো
family-friendly
স্ট্রিম থেকে আর
podcast.
নিজের ইয়েটা মাইক্রোফোনটা একটু ইয়ে থেকে মিউট
Sky
কর তো
not really
ডিসকর্ড
having
থেকে
a great time.
ইয়ে থেকে ওর নামটা কি
Oh,
স্ট্রিম থেকে
I say that and he gets a nice kill. Boom, something going
2
his way.
মিনিটের জন্য
Sacrifice ahead of the smoke, ahead of the paranoia, ahead of the guy that's Ajao, hoping to get all these kills, and he's ready in time. Sacrifice gets the double, but Debatol gets the double as well. V3, DRX have the opportunity to deny the plant. They try to go for the trailblazer. I really thought they would have spotted. Debatol jumping into that smoke with the trailblazer, but
They
that
did,
apparently
they did.
wasn't
I'm pretty sure
happening.
he did.
They did.
Yeah, he's pretty sure it did. The flank's been taken care of. Zinx couldn't do anything there, and Athen, he saw him. That's exactly why he's checking these corners. But Debatol was told by his teammate Nats, "Hey, they've seen you go there. Come back and take your kill from hell." And he will. 6 and 9. That's gonna be the scoreline right now as RRQ fight for their lives to be kept alive on this second half of split. Of course, they're on the attacking side, so the speed is constantly going to be in question because they have no flank watching sentinels. So every time they run in, they're going to have to run in as fast as possible. Or at the bare minimum, try to keep mid control so that no rotations are being exploited here from DRX. There's an op now available on Sacrifice, and he's set up on towards that B main side where RRQ are not really interested in moving. But they have come in mid. And Nats
ওকে এবার অন
will
কর
trigger it again.
Yeah, but I hope he doesn't get stuck this time because Flicker is right there with the judge. 2 smokes, 1 Lear doesn't really do much, and Yong just sprays Helter Skelter, gets 2 regardless.
ও
He's still got the
ভাই
paranoia to shoot at them.
আরে স্যার আমার বিগ ফ্যান না স্যার
He's gonna dip into the site. And keep in mind,
ইয়া ব্রো
that
ভাই
they have
বাওয়াল হয়েছে ভাই বাওয়াল খেলা হয়েছে তুই আসলি না ব্রো
I do not think
यू हैव
RRQ will
सीरियसली
expect
भाई
to
मिस कर दिया तूने
deep in there.
भाई देख इस टीम का मतलब DRX का वो क्या योंग अथन और सैक्रिफाइस ये तीनों भाई बहुत बाप खेल रहे हैं भाई
For success.
और RRQ का फ्लैश हो गया
I don't think so. It didn't
उसके
end.
बाद
Debatol's gonna go out. That's a big mistake himself as well.
फ्लैश ही है शायद और तो कोई
Shouldn't have gone out by himself, and
फ्लिकर हो
that's
गया
the style
फ्लिकर भी
of
अच्छा खेल रहा था
3.
আরে আমার যা মনে হয়
Now
কি
they know
বলতো
where exactly he is. Sacrifice.
ইয়ে ইয়ন আছে না
Close.
ইয়নকে টিয়ার 1 এ তুলে নেবে মোস্ট প্রবাবলি
यॉन को नेवे स्लैश को नेवे स्लैश कोई वाला
Makes
है
it a little easier. Athen now he's gonna hold on to the off angle as the
GG.
sacrifice will be.
अथान भाई बहुत ही बाप खेल रहा है भाई अथान ये स्काई भाई पहले मैच से भाई इतना मार रहा है ना
Lost my words.
ये और योंग
Forgive me, but number 10 comes up.
और हमारे इंडियन ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का भाई एनवी हो गया एनवी है और राइजन भाई राइजन बहुत ही खतरनाक खेला भाई अगर थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट मिलता ना
Quite a
उसको
lot of ultimates must be coming out.
भाई एक बुलेट में 2 बंदे को लेके गया वो आखिरी
Yeah,
बुलेट
2
में
points
वेंडल का
away from
जरा सोच
Steel Garden. The Blade Storm doesn't really do much for Sacrifice.
Chris
He's still
game है
not
उसका।
as well. The Neural Theft
Ryzen
and Seekers,
और
2 big information-based abilities coming online for
देन
DRX.
यूवी भी अच्छा खेल रहा है बहुत छोटा है
To be
अभी
honest, will be
खेलने
quite
को बहुत मिलेगा
necessary because RRQ
But
are
yeah,
not
अच्छा
exactly
खेले वो
playing
लोग।
in the most
जस्ट
conventional way. They will
थोड़ी
need all that
कुछ
extra.
गलती की वजह से मिस हो गया बट कोई ना नेक्स्ट टाइम
Somehow
होगा
they need to get Sky an extra orb so that he can get the showstopper online. It's a neat little lineup. Does it land on the Raptors? Yes, it does.
Yep. Flicker.
Judge be judge.
Behind you, yeah. He didn't even notice him coming behind him, but Athen gets a good trade. He's playing around with the judge.
ना स्लैश पीछे स्लैश व्हाट लामा में
Flash once.
भाई टीम ने धोखा दे दिया भाई टीममेट्स ने धोखा दे दिया कुछ नहीं कर सकते
What is going on?
भाई वुमेन को लेना था वहाँ पे
Conveniently ignore
वो लोग
them.
स्प्लैश के ऊपर क्या वुमेन के ऊपर उन लोगों का ध्यान ही नहीं था
He just went straight.
तो उनको लेना था
inside,
वुमेन को
expecting, you know what? All right, I'm just gonna get ahead. Nobody's there behind the box. Yep, jump down, find the guy on site.
Missed
and then
हो गया,
I'll worry
bro.
about the rest. And Woody, now alone, just has a sheriff. Would be more advisable for him to try and maybe pick up a weapon from B Heaven, or at least fight for it. Maybe go get the spike. There is a weapon next to it as well. Sounds been given. Oh my
Nice.
god! All right, don't take him lightly, he
30
says.
seconds left.
Vandal picked up. Not just yet.
Okay,
Seems like
then.
the Sheriff's gonna be doing enough work for
Woody.
him. Now he's
What?
standing, and Woody.
No way ভাই ম্যাচ বের করে দিল
He's made it possible. A 1v4 to a 1v1, and now it's all on sacrifice. And Woody's got so much
10
utility
seconds
to
left.
play with as well. The minute he gets the plant down,
oh,
Armageddon's
oh,
available.
bhai.
Maybe
And sacrifice
sacrifice clutch.
straight into his face.
Clutch.
He
Survived
just
at
waited.
clutch boy sacrifice clutch boy
Yeah,
ভাই
he just
clutch
waited.
boy
He
है
was like, you know what? He's just gonna go for the plant straight in. Whether or not he sticks it, I'm gonna have the shorty in my hand.
And that was such a brave peek as well. Like, I mean, all that he had to do, all that Woody had to do was just connect one more bullet, and that would have been a successful 1v4 clutch.
time out ना हाँ time out
Handed to him on a silver platter.
भाई आओ बे भाई दोनों जज लेके वहाँ पे क्लैश होगा दोनों के बीच ये ओमेन को लेना था वहाँ पे
Lots of angles being unchecked. We don't have to live with the horror of 1v4s being thrown.
ओडी हो ही गया था बे
Stabilize the situation just in time.
यहाँ पे
and
ना बहुत ज़्यादा
sacrifices
time ले
enough
लिया उसने
moving around. I've had my fair share of shenanigans today. Let's just get this over with. As he tries to get his team to speed run towards the map point. Tournament point in this case.
Placing wall trap.
All triggered. Flash by himself.
ooh भाई flicker
So, okay, at least you can satchel and teleport on top of it. So he's not alone. Nice bomb.
on
Good
HP
missiles. Good entry point into the B side, but now you are overextending and Sacrifice is prepared for it. At the same time, Yong is in the smoke this time. DRX have always done this, you know, they always take control of B main.
Oh.
Last time it was Sacrifice over here who made life a living hell for them. At least this
finally भाई एक round आया
in B
बहुत
main,
देर बाद
and RRQ stabilized the situation. This mid to B take is finally starting to bear fruit for this team.
Yeah, at first I thought, okay, only the two duelists have gone past the sheer wall. Maybe it's a bit problematic because they're gonna have to be, they're gonna get caught in a
DRX.
crossfire.
DRX
No,
भाई
then
उतना
no
उसका
one
उन
first
लोगों का
goes
कॉम्स
around
बहुत
and that
स्ट्रांग है
gave,
बहुत ही ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग है
Splash
तो
is
काउंट अगर कोई
fine.
टीम उनको काउंटर कर भी लेगा ना तो उन लोगों के पास
More
मतलब प्लान
7
ए
to
बी
11
कैसे
once again.
करके
We see the
तैयार है
repeat
जैसे कि
of
वो
the
पहला
previous
मैप जो था पर्ल का भाई
And
बहुत ही
after
अच्छा खेल
going
रहा
in,
था RRQ भाई
everybody thought he was gonna
4-1
get
से
the
आगे चल रहा था देन
Got a bunch
उन लोगों ने
of,
कॉम चेंज किया
first they're going all
उसके
towards
बाद भाई
mid, splashing
एक भी
forward.
राउंड नहीं आया उनके पास
Take out two of them.
DRX
The
ले
rest
गया
of
वो वाला।
DRX just spray back
God,
towards the heaven and flicker.
भाई ये तो मेरे जैसा वाइस खेल रहा है भाई विक्रम
Another what in the world?
Good भाई
Guy, okay, those satchels were
Misleading on purpose.
सीजन में पाले ये इसके होंगे भाई इसके
Yeah, like I said, misleading, but on purpose. DRX inching
बिना
forward.
सेंटिनल पाल
But
पॉसिबल
if
ही ना
RRQ continues to win fights like these, DRX will be stopped in
Paul
their
or
tracks, and this is
Fleet.
like the last time that DRX can afford to have weapons. After this, they'll be back down to max
ऑन
loss bonus
মিড
territory,
পজিশন যেগুলো ফাঁকা থাকে না
which
ওই
is not
মিড
a good
ডোরস
place to live.
থাকে
It's not
ওটা
really
খুব ভাইটাল
sustainable.
এরিয়া
So if RRQ win this round, they will not just be closer
তুই
to
দেখ
the
এখানে RRQ এর কাছে যদি সেন্টিনেল থাকতো ওরা ডিফেন্সটা কম করে হলে দুটো রাউন্ড পেতো 4 লেভেল থাকলো
Ethan dodges the salvo. Seer, I'm sorry, the Lear getting all the way into the
তো
side. and
রাকুন
they are
স্ক্রিনে
taking control.
কিসিং
Just
কেন
like that,
করছে
this
ভাই
might just end up being a 5v5
কথা
retake
বলছে, আমি মুখ না
unless
লাগার কথা বলবো।
Sacrifice obviously sacrifices himself. Woody has been on
Oosh,
point. They splash
Woody.
dives in. Steel got activated himself, but he
ও
just
ভাই শর্ট এনে ধোকা দিলি
and
আজকে
Woody good for one more. Ethan trades instantly, and now Woody's trapped. Then tries to rescue him, but he has to deal with
चलो
Link's
भाई
force.
जीजी
That leaves Woody cornered, trapped in the corner like a rat.
अभी इको जाएगा वो लोग
DRX dodge all the power spikes of RRQ. They dodge the Steel Garden.
ফোর্স
नहीं
করবো
होगा।
মোস্ট প্রবাবলি ফোর্স করবো
Overextension from Splash as well.
full
Like,
spike
करना
करेगा।
पड़ेगा ना
honestly think you would have had a much better time if you just waited for the Steel Garden to pop and then go in.
বুলডগ
But yeah,
মুলডগ এইসব যা
a little
পাবে
bit of
তাই তো পাবে
miscoordination, a little bit of trouble in the micromanagement of the team and their movement, and DRX capitalized on it.
I think the whole point for them is to kind of force that fight with the main gun as long as that steel garden's being affected, right? Because the minute it affects them, then they're not going to be able to fire any more bullets. So they're probably hoping for that little incision point. But it is, of course, risky. They just don't want to get a clear fight, but Sacrifice destroying RRQ once again. Even though Splash has been brought back up on his feet, still a 4v5. One ultimate available to maybe get the spike traveled all the way across towards that B
भाई
site.
स्लैश कैसे लेके गया वो? अरे अबे यार भाई अतन!
Double kill, that smoke fades away.
Oh fuck, GG guys. Well played, bhai. Well played, DRX.
Is going to be probably the end of this series.
GG भाई,
storm করেছে DRX.
GG भाई, GG भाई, full dominate भाई. एक भी मैप नहीं आ रहा उन लोगों ने, एक भी मैप.
What a series of multi kills to end this game.
Double
on a
digits
high.
touch करने नहीं दिया उन लोगों ने.
Sacrifice.
Double digit.
That support of Util was amazing. From
Full
this
domination.
guy. The flashes were so on point from Ethan, and then he gets a double kill as well. Splash managed to turn it from a 1v5 into a 1v4 by dry peeking out of his smoke, but he can't really do that again and again.
Yep.
This whole game was a bit of a roller coaster ride, but there's only one team that comes out on top, and that is none other than DRX Academy, proving that they are a notch above the
Well
rest.
deserved भाई, well deserved.
Yeah, pretty clearly as well. And you know, I'm
তোর কি এই
not
stream
going
শেষ
to
নাকি?
take away anything from RRQ either here. This game, it was pretty fun to watch. It was pretty fun to cast as well, because both the teams kind of were going
না,
all out in the way
RRQ
that they want
মোডি
to
খুব
put in
ভালো খেলেছে।
utility, the way they're jumping around, the kills that were coming through, trying to knife each other, honestly.
Solo
I'm not
Sentinel
gonna
से
lie, it was
चुप
a bit
लेके
of
भाई,
trouble, but I think, you know, they
उतना
honestly
effective
were
नहीं है
playing it
भाई.
for the viewers.
Sentinel
and
चाहिए
they
आपको
gave them a
split
good
पे.
show, and that's what we
अगर
all love.
सेंटिनल नहीं भी होता तो आपको ऐसा कोई एजेंट्स खेलना पड़ेगा जो कि
Yeah,
थोड़ा इफेक्टिव हो.
little bit
सेट से
totally
क्या ही
fine.
आप
I
इफेक्ट कर
love
पाओगे.
just a touch of Troll with, of course, getting a lot
DRX
of
Academy
competitiveness.
GG विनर भाई. हम लोगों का विनर मिल गया भाई. DRX है भाई.
Come, ladies and gentlemen, to the
गोट
end
खेला भाई, गोट
of
खेला भाई
Global
DRX.
Esports Fight 9. It's been quite the experience for both the players and for us. So make sure that if you want to watch more stuff like this and you want to watch Global Esports Academy face off against the other academies, you subscribe, hit that follow button on Instagram, hit that follow button on Twitter, and you keep yourself updated with our pages so that you will know when Fight Night or something like Face Off, maybe that's where they could play next. And of course, our team in the VCD Pacific goes on stage. But ladies and gentlemen, today has been a great day. We've had some crazy games. Unfortunately, while our boys at Global Esports couldn't do that much of damage, it's a learning curve, and we
Yes,
hope
it's
that
a learning
this
curve.
gives them enough
Well played,
of a
Global
push
Esports. Bye.
to move into
कोई ना bro, होगा
USA
होगा.
and,
नेक्स्ट टाइम भाई फाड़ देंगे सबको.
Yeah, this was a good learning experience for the boys over at GE Academy, but this will not be the only learning experience. We're going to keep hosting fun tournaments like these with many other teams. So make sure that you subscribe to the channel and also check out gefighting.com for some dope merch. We'll see you next time, ladies and gentlemen. See ya.
चलो भाई, हो गया आज का. बहुत ही अच्छा खेला भाई, सभी ने बहुत ही अच्छा खेला. बस होता है, पहला टूर्नामेंट है एकेडमी का और ये पहला अटेम्प्ट है. और ये अटेम्प्ट के लिए भाई हेड्स ऑफ जिन लोगों ने ये टूर्नामेंट करवाया. और थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस गाइस. जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब किया भाई, जिन लोगों ने लाइक किया भाई, और जिन लोगों ने हमारे साथ स्ट्रीम पे थे इतनी देर तक. मेरा पहला वॉच पार्टी था ये. और थैंक यू सो मच सपोर्ट के लिए. मेरे दोस्त लोग, मेरे सब्सक्राइबर, जिन लोगों ने आया स्ट्रीम पे, सभी को बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया भाई. ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो भाई आगे बढ़ने के लिए, और पूरा फैमिली को साथ में लेके आगे बढ़ेंगे. ठीक है गाइस, चलो अभी मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई, एंड कर रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम. रात को फिर से आऊँगा भाई लाइव लेके, थोड़ा मूथ और गेम प्ले करने के लिए. तो आ जाना. चलते भाई, बाय बाय, सी यू सून, बाय गाइस, लव यू ऑल.